Chapter 51, Chimera Technique. Who is it? Obito's expression changed, and he immediately raised Kunao to block in front of Yuuji. Obito, it's an acquaintance. Hirako-san, I didn't expect you to still be alive, Yuuji revealed a faint smile on his face. The figure at the entrance of the cave staggered in. He was in an extremely bad state. His entire body was covered in blood, and one of his shoulders had almost disappeared. The most eye-catching thing was his body that seemed to have been torn into pieces, but it was unknown what method he used to reform it. A large number of threads covered the broken shell. It was Hirako. Even though his body was terrible to this extent, this guy still did not die. He chased after him all the way, and it seemed that he still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Ah! Great ninja Hirako, this is great. Come in and rest. Don't worry, those IWA ninjas were all killed by Yuuji. We are safe now. Obito immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He did not think too much about this. His limited brain capacity directly ignored Hirako's strangeness. Swish! In the next moment, Yuuji suddenly attacked, grabbed Obito, and fiercely pressed him down. Don't believe your eyes too much. Obito, this guy finally revealed his true face. Look carefully, no matter what, don't be blinded by your own eyes. Yuuji said calmly. Humph, humph, humph. Hirako gasped for breath and suddenly laughed softly. This laughter grew louder and crazier. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that one day, I would actually be played by a little brat like you. You did well. You used some kind of vibration wave technique to shatter the ground. You deliberately tilted your power in my direction, forcing me to be unable to escape. Then, the two of you would take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Little brat, I really admire you. Hirako let out a crazy laugh, and a sharp cry echoed in the cave. If I hadn't transformed my body and deceived those IWA ninjas with fake death, I would have been dead. Who would have thought that the strongest genius known throughout the entire fire country, the perfect successor of the will of fire, was actually such a cruel and hypocritical guy? Hirako's face was ferocious and twisted, and the madness was getting stronger and stronger. Yuuji stood up and looked up calmly. Don't say that, Senior Hirako. If I didn't feel threatened by you, I wouldn't have abandoned you. At that time, I would have taken you and Obito away with me. When Obito heard this, he was completely stunned. What are you talking about? Abandoning and framing, cruel and hypocritical. What are you talking about? This powerful information content almost overturned Obito's simple three views. He looked at Hirako, who was known as the best friend of Sunin ninjas, and then turned to look at Yuuji, who had studied the will of fire from childhood to adulthood. What was going on with these two guys? At this time, Yuuji smiled and patted Obito on the shoulder. This simple action made the frightened Obito miraculously regain his composure. Sometimes, the simplest action was an important signal. Obito, Lord Hirako is a very dangerous guy. When he first saw me, he had already set his eyes on me. That kind of strong malice will not be wrong. This kind of person must find a way to kick out of our team, otherwise, we will be the ones who will be injured in the end. Hirako looked at Yuuji with a sneer. This kid is actually sharp to such an extent. From the first time we met, he had already noticed it at the western camp. Yuuji smiled and looked at the panting Hirako. Senior Hirako, your current state seems to be very bad. You came to me in such a hurry, do you want to die? Humph, the one who should die is you. It's a pity that the Uchiha who is with you is not the genius Kazue, but this useless trash Obito who has no eyes. Hirako's face was full of blood and stitching marks and looked at Yuuji greedily. It was a little regretful. If Yuuji and Kazue were here, it would be perfect. Nuclear release and Sharingan would all belong to me. Little brat, I also saw the technique you used to kill Gari from afar. It is indeed amazing, but using such a terrifying forbidden technique, I'm afraid that your body has already crossed over, and you can't change your situation. Now is the time for you to repay me properly, Hirako sneered. This was definitely the best opportunity. It was the time when Yuuji was at his weakest. Fortunately, that group of IWA ninja had forced out this crafty little brat's forbidden technique. If not for them, he would have directly seized the Kekkei Genkai. However, this terrifying blood inheritance, as well as the forbidden technique to kill Gari, would soon belong to him, Hirako. Little brat, hand over your Kekkei Genkai to me. Hirako roared, and then quickly formed a seal. Whoosh! The spot on his chest suddenly began to squirm, and then a strange black flesh bud came out, constantly shaking. What is this? Obito cried out in alarm. Chimera technique, a forbidden technique that I developed on my own. It can change my mediocre aptitude. Hirako had a face full of resentment. The three Sunin have already abandoned me and pursued Sandaime Hokage further and further, leaving me alone. So, as long as I fuse with you and have your nuclear release Gekkai Genkai, I will become a super genius like you. You damn things, you are born with outstanding talent. My chimera technique was created specifically to seize your talent. More flesh sprouted from his body and moved quickly like a long worm, pouncing towards Yuuji. Come, give me your nuclear release. Hirako was already impatient. His vicious eyes were filled with the reflection of Yuuji. As for Obito, he had ignored him. If Kazue was here, he would be happy to swallow him, but if it were for Obito. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito immediately spat out a fireball. As a matter of fact, he was unable to defeat Hirako. The flesh sprouts shook off the flames and began to multiply and give birth. Yuuji, what should we do? Obito asked. I really have no choice. In a flash, Yuuji took out a storage scroll, placed it on the ground, and quickly opened it. I originally didn't intend to use this dangerous thing, and it was clearly incomplete. But since Senior Hirako has delivered himself to my doorstep, then I will reluctantly use it. Yuuji slapped the scroll with one hand. Summoning Technique. Chapter 52, Welcome to Hell. Hirako looked warily at Yuuji's actions. Summoning Technique, what is this little ghost summoning? Weapons? Spirit beasts? Or something else? After the smoke dispersed, Yuuji still maintained his original posture, one hand patting the scroll, but nothing appeared. It seems like the spirit has failed. Hirako carefully sensed it and his face immediately revealed a ghastly expression as he let out a strange laugh. Summoning technique. I thought that he would be able to summon some trump card, but this was the result. Ah! Yuuji, did your technique fail? What should we do? Obito looked at the approaching Hirako, leaning against the wall of the cave, unable to retreat. He could only continuously throw out Kunao and the Grand Fireball technique, but he understood the degree of damage. At this time, Yuuji calmly raised his head and looked at Hirako. This strange calm made Hirako more suspicious and uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Humph! Trying to scare me like this? You are too naive. Come on, become a part of me. This is your honor." Hirako increased his speed and suddenly pounced over. The squirming flesh suddenly emerged pieces of strange substances and pounced towards Yuuji. The greed on his face had been magnified to the extreme, and there was a hint of madness in it. Nuclear release Gekkai Genkai, the forbidden technique that killed Gari, the superb aptitude, all of this, would belong to him. He would truly catch up to Sunin, even if he had to become a rebel. Chi! Chi! A large number of meat sprouts rolled up a strange mass and grabbed Yuuji with a loud bang. Then, they began a crazy devouring process. This was a secret technique that involved fusing the body. As long as the ceremony was successful, Yuuji would disappear and merge into Hirako's body. Yuuji! Obito roared angrily and was about to charge forward, but in the next moment, he was entangled by a meat bud. Then, a large number of ball-shaped things wrapped around Obito. A piece of trash like you shouldn't stay here. If I fuse with your bloodline. Hirako hesitated. Was he going to absorb such a trashy bloodline? However, in the next moment, Hirako let out a soft cry of surprise, and his face revealed a deep sense of surprise. Your eyes? Ha 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 ha, Rikuta Sennin is protecting me. Hirako looked at Obito with a face full of infatuation, and that pair of Megatama Sharingan that suddenly appeared. Is this an extremely desperate situation? Very good, Obito. Only in this way can you be qualified to be a part of me. I will use your eyes to look down on the entire ninja realm. Hirako stared at him with a look of infatuation and began to pull Obito to his body crazily. Yuuji, let's work together to deal with this guy. In an extremely angry situation, Obito could only continue to be angry and watch himself being pulled to Hirako. It looked like Yuuji and Obito were about to be devoured and merged into Hirako's body. But at this time, Yuuji, who had remained silent, said calmly, Chimera Technique's fusion ceremony is so rough. Senior Hirako, your technique is clearly not perfect. How high is the success rate of such a rough fusion? Hirako was stunned, and then he sneered, "That's enough, kid. Don't tell me you can also understand my human body fusion secret technique." He increased the speed of the fusion. One of Yuuji's arms had already touched his body, and the skin that came into contact with it already showed signs of melting. I have indeed done some research. Senior Hirako, such a rough fusion ceremony has really opened my eyes. Since that's the case, I have nothing to hide anymore. Yuuji's voice was calm. He lowered his head and looked at the meat sprouts and lumps. They were indeed too rough. At this time, Hirako had not yet developed this technique. Yuuji lost his patience. He finally used that thing. A cancer clone. The moment it came out, it merged with the cancer cells in Yuuji's body and began to reproduce crazily. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and it continued to split. Soon, countless cancer cells piled up into wriggling lumps of meat. To a certain extent, they were very similar to Hirako's flesh buds. The lumps of meat collided and multiplied crazily, and all of them poured into Hirako's body. What is this thing? Hirako suddenly felt a great sense of crisis in his heart. Facing Yuuji's smiling eyes, he immediately roared. What is this? Some kind of stripped flesh? But what is the use of this thing? No matter what it is, you belong to me. Hirako roared and increased the speed of fusion. Just like that, a large number of cancer cells belonging to Yuuji crazily entered Hirako's body and began to proliferate endlessly. The next moment, Hirako's chimera technique tried to control these balls of flesh that was swallowed up and combine them into a new body that belonged to him, but failed. Chimera technique's control ability could not keep up with the speed of reproduction of these ghost things. What was even more terrifying was that Hirako was horrified to find that these things were actually uncontrollable by him. This kind of simple and disorderly cancer cells with terrible growth ability, I spent a lot of effort to specially cultivate them. I didn't expect to use them on Senior Hirako in the end. Yuuji revealed a faint smile on his face. Under Hirako's gaze, it was like the roar of an evil ghost. In this short period of time, these things have already spread through Senior Hirako's body through his blood. They will endlessly absorb the nutrients in Senior Hirako's body and then develop endlessly. Yuuji looked at Hirako in front of him and laughed. This thing could grow with energy. To a certain extent, it was Chimera Technique's rival. Hirako let out a painful scream. His already tattered body could now see strange protrusions everywhere. That was the proof of cancer cells replicating and expanding in his body. Soon, Hirako began to lose his human form, and his body expanded in disorder. Countless cancer cells were devouring him. Impossible, this kind of thing. My Chimera Technique is a secret technique to control the body, he must be able to. Hirako looked at the cancer cells with his eyes and tried to get rid of them in horror. However, he discovered in despair that the more he tried to use chakra, the more the cancer cells in his body proliferated crazily and devoured everything. Waves of weakness came, and Hirako personally felt that he was being devoured by these horrible things. This involved the blind spots of Hirako's cognition. He had studied human bodies and blood for decades and exhausted his entire life to develop the Chimera Technique, but he had never come into contact with such a terrifying thing. This thing was not reasonable at all. Senior Hirako, welcome to hell. Yuuji easily broke free of the lifeless flesh bud and ball-like object, pulled out the stunned Obito, and said lightly. Chapter 53, Awake. Yuuji quietly looked at Hirako, who had fallen into despair and despair. He looked at Hirako, who was drowned by the terrifying ball of flesh. In his heart, he was also quickly evaluating the strength of this new generation of cancer cells. A very dangerous cell. Although I made this thing, it is almost impossible to control it perfectly. After going back this time, I will create a perfect cancer clone. Yuuji thought. Cancer Doppelganger was the 2.0 version of Nuclear Release's Doppelganger. As long as the spiritual power was not exhausted, the massive amount of chakra reserves were the basic characteristics of this doppelganger. It could be said that the Cancer Doppelganger was something that Yuuji could think of, and it was most likely comparable to Mokuton's doppelganger. I changed my cancer cells. To a certain extent, they are similar to Hashirama's cells. They both have a strong corrosive and devouring nature, eating away at the body of the original host. Yuuji continuously evaluated Hirako's condition. Hirako's body expanded further, and his shrill screams became more and more ear-piercing. Step back, Obito, don't get swept in. Otherwise, your end will be very troublesome. Even if I want to save you, it will take some effort. Yuuji reminded. Obito was trembling all over as he leaned against the wall, staring blankly at the tragic end of Hirako, the constantly squirming monster. Yuuji, is this also your technique? I guess so. This is a type of forbidden technique. Don't tell anyone else, or we will all be in trouble. Yuuji reminded. At this time, Hirako almost went crazy. In his brain, there was a lump of meat. Save me. Yuuji, this is all a misunderstanding. Save me quickly. Otherwise, I will activate Chimera technique at all costs and perish together with you. Hirako shouted vaguely. Yuuji sneered, stop joking, Senior Hirako. Do I look like a fool? Hirako, who had completely lost all hope, suddenly went crazy. He roared and rushed over, making a loud rumbling sound. He used all the remaining chakra left, using all the flesh buds. A black flesh bud suddenly rushed over and desperately grabbed towards Yuuji. At this moment, Hirako had clearly gone crazy. I was just looking for an opportunity to try the possibility of using Cancer Clone to create infinite chakra. Hirako-sama, I really have to trouble you. Yuuji was already prepared and directly made a seal. Immediately, the squirming ball of meat shook and burst out a huge airflow. This was the fluctuation of chakra. Yuuji raised his hand and grabbed Hirako. His own will began to surge into the ball of meat, trying to connect all the cancer cells. The biggest problem of cancer cells was uncontrollable, but it was ultimately a cell belonging to Yuuji. In this world without cancer, cancer cells were unique to Yuuji from the beginning. Come on, let's die together. Hirako roared, and a large amount of flesh buds wrapped around Yuuji, trying to pull him in. At this time, Yuuji used his greatest strength and began to use chakra, this energy that could connect spirit and matter, to try to control these crazy cells. It was very strenuous. Endless obscure feelings surged, only endless violence and mechanical coldness. These cancer cells gave him a terrible feeling. At the beginning of the birth of chakra, it is a medium for people to understand each other. It naturally has a different individual will and spirit fragments. Rikudu-sen hopes that people can tolerate and forgive each other through chakra to achieve peace. But these cancer cells, violence and disorder are the absolute main theme. I can give it a try. After Yuuji used chakra as a medium to connect a large number of cancer cells to his spirit, he immediately began to try to control the cancer cells to refine new chakra. This is a troublesome process. The cancer cells themselves are swallowing chakra to grow. Now Yuuji wants to use chakra to control the cancer cells to create new chakra. This is a very tricky two-way process. If he's careless, Yuuji's attempt will fail. Instead, it will let the cancer cells grow further. Normal cells turn food and water into energy and then supply the consumption of the human body. This is a process of transforming energy. But what Yuuji is doing now is to obtain energy by eating and drinking water and then create the same food and water. The sheep's fur came out of the sheep's body. Not to mention, with a strong sheep like Hirako, he could use his life to offset a part of his loss. Soon, these cancer cells were controlled in a violent and disorderly manner, combining with Yuuji's spiritual energy to create chakra. Bastard, bastard! Hirako roared, but he could only watch helplessly as the control of his body fell into the hands of Yuuji, and then brand new chakra was continuously extracted. Very good, that's it. Yuuji's eyes lit up, and he ignored the numerous flesh buds. From Hirako's body, he tried to retrieve this new chakra into his body. As more and more chakra surged over, it was devoured by Yuuji. At the same time, those flesh sprouts also pierced through Yuuji's skin, trying to extract Yuuji's flesh and blood. Come, let's see who will devour first of us. Hirako screamed. However, Yuuji did not respond to Hirako. In his body, something even more worthy of his attention had happened. The biting cold chakra transformed into a tornado, which Yuuji continuously swallowed. This boundless chakra seemed to have stimulated a big guy. In the dim space, the surging chakra attracted this huge monster. Who? A heavy breathing sound was heard. At the top of that terrifying figure, there was a faint crack in his tightly closed eyes. This couldn't even be considered awakening, but just like this, there was a shocking sense of oppression. Ha 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 ha, I won't die. I will devour your bloodline. What is this place? In the darkness, Hirako raised his head in confusion and looked at the blurry figure in astonishment. His flesh buds drilled around, and his mind instinctively followed the surging chakra flow and was unexpectedly sucked here by Godzilla. It seemed to have sensed that an unfamiliar little ant had barged in. Godzilla's eyes opened a little again, and a terrifying gaze descended, almost crushing Hirako into pieces. This is a sealed space. This little brat actually has this kind of thing in his body. Could it be that he is a Jinchuriki? Hirako screamed. Vaguely, all of his wills were filled with a silent gaze. No matter how tough his soul was, at this moment, terrifying cracks appeared. It was as if it would collapse at any moment and be infected and assimilated by some kind of great power. This impact spread out to the outside world. Get out of my way! You monster, stay away from me! Hirako let out a miserable shriek as his expanding figure turned around and attempted to flee. What happened to him? Obito was confused. Yuuji raised his hand and controlled countless cancer cells to control this guy. He smiled faintly and said, "Something interesting happened, Obito." Hirako was finished. As long as he was alive, he would never be able to get rid of Yuuji's control. Chapter 54, Humanoid Summon Beast. When Kazue rushed to the cave, she saw a lump of meat screaming, and its whole body was surging with an astonishing amount of chakra. What was going on? Kazue looked at Yuuji and Obito with a stunned expression. It's actually Kazue. Yuuji calmly took off the flesh buds on his body and looked up in surprise. He thought that Guy and Kakashi might come back, but he didn't expect it to be Kazue. I was worried about your safety, so I came back in advance to help you. But now it seems that I have been too late. Kazue exhaled heavily and smiled. Although I don't know what happened, this guy is Hirako, right? He actually became like this. Well, that guy chose the path of defection and then attacked me. Yuuji chuckled. Kazue paused, somewhat unable to understand the scene in front of her. Then she looked at Obito but found that Obito was even more confused than her, so she immediately gave up the intention to ask. After a moment of silence, she said, "The village will definitely ask. Moreover, this guy has left a lot of traces along the way. These can't be hidden from the elites of Anbu and the intelligence department. If they find out that Hirako was not killed by IWA ninja but disappeared in the vicinity where Yuuji and the others appeared." A cold light flashed in Yuuji's eyes. If he killed Hirako on the spot, things would be even more troublesome. Forget it. This guy will temporarily use this guy as a psychic beast. After the situation stabilizes, we will recycle it. Yuuji raised his hand and clapped. After Hirako had engraved summoning techniques contract imprint on his body, the moment, he broke free of his chakra binding. Ah! Hirako let out a muffled but terrified cry and immediately rolled out of the cave. This guy wants to escape! Obito shouted. Don't chase him! We are in a bad state. It is better to return to the village as soon as possible. Yuuji stopped Obito and Kazue's subconscious actions and watched Hirako disappear into the forest in horror. After some time, he could recover Hirako. With Yuuji's exclusive cancer cells on his body, it seemed that Hirako was also slammed by Godzilla. Even if Hirako could return to normal, he was destined to be unable to get rid of Yuuji's shadow in this life. This time, the biggest harvest was not the method of using the cancer clone, but a large amount of chakra actually made Godzilla react. A possibility that had been speculated became more credible. Let's go back and return to the village as soon as possible. Yuuji looked in the direction where Hirako disappeared and casually put away all the traces that should not be in the cave. He said indifferently and then walked out. Kazue naturally followed him. When she passed Obito, she whispered and reminded him with a smile, "Obito, you won't say it, right? Yuuji-san was willing to tell you these things because he trusted you. You won't let him down, right?" In the depths of Kazue's eyes, a terrible chill quietly emerged. Of course. I definitely won't betray him, but I still don't know what happened just now. Obito scratched his head, extremely distressed. I see. It doesn't matter if you don't know. He won't harm us. Kazue smiled. Obito still did not know that he had walked around the gates of hell. He nodded and said, "That's true." However, even though he said that everything that had happened just now had already formed a violent impact on his views, it made him, who was rough, vaguely sense something, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not find anything. However, I have already opened my eyes. Kazue, I am not worse than you. Obito pointed at his eyes. This was the only thing he was proud of. Is that so? That's amazing. Kazue looked at him in surprise and quickly followed Yuuji's back. The three of them walked out of the cave and moved all the way in Konoha's direction. Soon, they met up with Konoha's patrol team. Great, you are safe and sound. Yui Shinku immediately breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a surprised expression. Yuuji, Kazue, it's great you guys to be safe and sound. Oh, and Obito. I escorted you back to the village. Just now, a sensor ninja said that he sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. Perhaps some powerful enemies have sneaked into the country of fire. Yui Shinku said seriously and then looked left and right. Is Hirako not here? The powerful chakra you sensed just now should be Hirako-sama. He chose to defect and suddenly attacked us. If I hadn't used a forbidden technique to scare him away. Yuuji sighed. What I can't believe. I can't believe he would do something like this. He wants to kill you all. Shinku was shocked. That was Hirako, Sunen's close friend. Logically speaking, he was definitely the backbone of the village. Why would he suddenly defect? However, he looked at Obito again. He had obtained certain information from Obito. Everyone knew that Obito was a fool. He originally could not disguise or lie. Since Obito said that he defected, then it was most likely true. Konoha. Yuuji met up with Kakashi and the others. In a tacit understanding, in front of Yui Shinku and the other ninjas, none of the six of them mentioned anything that they should not have mentioned, not even asking. Only Yui Shinku, before leaving, hesitated a little and asked Yuuji in a low voice, I found a gorge burned by high temperature. Is this your forbidden technique? Including when you scared away Hirako, you used this technique as a deterrent. Yes, Senior Shinku, I have no choice but to use this technique with all my might. Yuuji sighed. Shinku nodded. He closed his mouth and no longer asked. However, the way he looked at Yuuji had already changed. To be able to kill Gari, a Blood Reaver ninja, or even directly vaporize him. Even Shinku could not imagine how terrifying this technique was. He only knew that the strongest new generation that could shake the world of ninjas had risen. With such a forbidden technique in hand, no one dared to underestimate it. If they were careless, they would have to pay a painful price. However, since it was Kinjutsu, how much was the price to pay for using this technique? I will contact the medical class right now and have them draw up a medical plan around you to prevent you from leaving any sequela. Shinku said in a deep voice. Yuuji was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a smile. No need, Shinku-sama. How could there be no need? This is Kinjutsu. Every single forbidden technique will affect the human body. What I mean is that I don't need to use medical ninjutsu to treat what I have lost, Yuuji said. Shinku immediately began to guide himself. If there was no need for medical ninjutsu, then the price of using this forbidden technique, was it the soul? Spirit? Life? Or the potential of Kekkei Genkai itself? It's been hard on you, Yuuji. Shinku patted Yuuji on the shoulder with a solemn face. It's not hard. It's what I should do. Yuuji responded with a serious expression. This made Shinku look at him with a different expression. What a good junior, this kind of spirit, this kind of awareness, there are only a few in Konoha. As expected of the successor of the Will of Fire who was praised by the Hokage. Even the other ninjas of Konoha were full of respect. After Yui Shinku left, they immediately surrounded him and greeted him with great respect. As time went by, the news of IWA Ninja's elite superior ninja Gari being killed by Yuuji with a secret technique spread at the speed of light, rapidly fermenting and triggering an earthquake. Chapter 55, The old man liked him very much. IWA Ninja Camp. The commander, Kitsuki, was in deep trouble. He had sent out all the medical ninjas, and he even asked Tsuchikage, asking for more medical ninjas. Damn it, what is going on? Why did these ninjas who came from the battlefield have a large-scale disease? While Kitsuki was angry, he looked at the ninjas who were getting worse and worse. The pustules on their bodies were proliferating, and their health was still deteriorating. His heart was cold. They had clearly come down from the battlefield, so why was it still like this? That little brat's chakra poison was actually terrifying to such an extent. Lord Kitsuki, the test report has come out. The situation is horrible. Something is continuously destroying their health cells, and a large number of cells have mutated. I need to know when their condition will improve. Lord Kitsuki, those with lighter symptoms can still maintain their strength, but those with serious symptoms, may not be able to recover in a lifetime and will be poisoned for life. Kitsuka's expression changed as if he was struck by lightning. The power of that little brat nuclear release was so vicious. Of the 3,000 people, less than 1,000 people had died on the battlefield, but after returning to the military camp, there were actually several hundred people who had reacted to the disease. What was even more terrifying was that the illness on the bodies of these hundreds of people might still imperceptibly affect the other healthier people until all the toxins disappeared. With this little ghost here, how could this battle be fought? Suddenly, he remembered something and then growled, "What about Konoha? Are their ninjas the same?" No, their ninjas did not have any follow-up problems except for a small amount of discomfort. We speculate that the little brat nuclear release took back all the chuck poison. Kitsuka became more and more furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a vicious little brat, and he was temporarily unable to crack the area of effect poison. Fortunately, after he got the information sent back by the spy, he sent out the hunting force. Now we are waiting for news from Gari. Kitsuka frowned slightly. For Gari, those little brats would not be a problem. Beside him, Rashi looked impatient. "You don't look like you at all when you look so anxious. Didn't you say that there was no problem?" "According to the information our spy sent back, there should be no problem. Only Hirako, the superior ninja, escorted Yuuji's team back to Konoha." Kitsuka muttered. In the previous battle, Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja had joined forces to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's western line camp. 6,000 against 4,000, but they had not managed to gain any advantage. In fact, they had already lost this surprise attack without gaining any advantage, not to mention that the number of troops they had lost far exceeded that of Konoha. That little brat nuclear release is too dangerous. If we cannot control such a dangerous Kekii Genkai, then we must kill him. Kitsuka's face was filled with killing intent. Rashi said with contempt, "It's just a little kid. When I meet him next time, I can just kill him with one shot." He had the four-tailed beast in his body, and he didn't care about nuclear release. At this time, a ninja hurried in. "Lord Kitsuki, there is news of Lord Gari. Where is he? Why didn't he report it himself?" "Lord Kitsuki, the news we received was Lord Gari and his team were completely annihilated." "What?" Kitsuka's face changed, and his eyes widened. "All of them were wiped out? Not a single one of them survived? Gari had 2 Kekii Genkai, and even he didn't escape? Bastard Konoha! Could it be that Orochimaru or Minato took the opportunity to attack him?" "No, Lord Kitsuki, according to the information we obtained, Lord Gari was killed by Shiranui Yuuji. He was killed with a forbidden technique. That forbidden technique even changed the terrain of the forest." Kitsuka found it even more difficult to accept. That little brat nuclear release actually killed Gari. If Gari were killed by cage level or killed by many elite jonins, then Kitsuka would at most be angry, but he could only accept this result. But now, Gari was actually killed by the hunting target? That little brat? Is that little brat nuclear release dead? And Kakashi and Kazue, are they dead? According to the information we obtained, they didn't. Kitsuka gritted his teeth. An elite superior ninja and a hunting team had not even killed a single person, and they were all wiped out? This wave of losses. At this time, Rashi was surprised. "Is that so? That guy, Gari, was actually killed by that kid just like that? Interesting, what kind of forbidden technique could kill Gari, who has steel escape blood?" Bang! Kitsuka slammed the table and growled, "Now, put Shiranui Yuuji's hunting list to the highest level below cage level. And set a high bounty on the black market. As long as we can kill this kid, we can pay any amount of money." At this moment, Kitsuka's heart was filled with coldness. He had already realized that if he didn't think of a way to kill this little brat, then he wouldn't have a chance. Geniuses weren't scary because changing their potential into battle power would require a process. But when this genius had already started to transform his potential into astonishing battle power, then he would have to kill him without caring about anything else. Otherwise, there was a high chance that it would be another cage level in the future. Even if the little ghost used a forbidden technique that could not be easily used to kill Gari, it was still extremely dangerous. It was not only Iwa Ninja who was shocked and also issued a high bounty. The news that Gari was killed by Yuuji spread wildly, triggering the vigilance of the major ninja villages and then thinking about the plan to kill Yuuji as soon as possible. Is that so? An elite superior ninja like Gari was actually killed by a kid. In the new generation of Namikaze Minato's generation, Shiranui Yuuji is rising. Konoha is really the cradle of geniuses. It makes people jealous. If that forbidden technique is a technique possessed by nuclear releases Kekii Genkai, then the value of this Kekii Genkai is very terrifying. Let Kirigakure and the others move out and sneak into the fire country to destroy it. It is best to take the opportunity to assassinate Yuuji and bring the corpse back. At this moment, Yuuji's name began to spread in the scope of the entire ninja realm, and it was truly noticed by more dangerous people. In the West Camp, after hearing this news, Orochimaru revealed a strange smile. He actually survived. It's really rare. I'm afraid that Danzo and Hirako are going to be disappointed. There were already some people who no longer regarded Yuuji as a little brat who needed time to grow but a dangerous ninja who grasped the unknown forbidden technique. At this time, as the center of this small vortex, Konoha naturally had a greater reaction. The entire village was talking about Yuuji. They did not know Gari, but this did not stop them from supporting and pampering their own geniuses. After fighting 3 battles for nearly 4 years, even Konoha was slightly overwhelmed. Its economy withered, its industry withered, and its population declined sharply. It was a depressing situation. Only the various deeds from the front line could make Konoha's villagers unable to breathe, bringing some comfort and confidence. Not to mention, this was the deed that symbolized the future generation of geniuses. In the Hokage building, Sandaime Hokage also listened to Yui Shinko's report with a face full of admiration and then combined with the feedback that Anbu Ninja had received from investigating the traces of the battlefield. The more he looked at it, the more surprised and pleased Sandaime Hokage became. Shiranui Yuuji, that child is only 12 years old, but he has already started to grow up. Moreover, he used a forbidden technique to kill a dangerous enemy like Gari. He is really amazing. Hokage-sama, we are not sure what this forbidden technique will cost, but I think the price will be hefty. Yui Shinko said in a deep voice. Sandaime nodded, I understand. Yuuji must have suffered heavy losses by using such a dangerous forbidden technique. I will ask him later. Shinku, thank you for your hard work. After Yui Shinko left, Sandaime Hokage fell into deep thought. Such an outstanding new generation, no matter what, could not be let go. Moreover, Sandaime Hokage absolutely believed that Yuuji was the inheritor of the will of fire. Sandaime was very confident, but it was one thing to believe, and it was another matter to hold it tightly in his hands. However, Sunin and Minato were fighting outside. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato were on the west line, and Jiraiya was on the east line too. He didn't have time. Kushina is Jinchuriki, so it's impossible for her to accept a disciple. Moreover, Kushina obviously doesn't have the patience to teach a disciple. Hiruzen, I heard about that matter. Hirako actually chose to defect. Root Ninja has found evidence of him conducting a forbidden human experiment. He has failed the village's trust in him. Such a guy must be killed. It's better to let Root carry out the hunting mission. Danzo pushed open the door and knocked heavily on the floor. He looked very innocent and angry. In addition, the descendants of Shiranui's family are very outstanding. I like him very much. Danzo. Sandaime Hokage and Danzo looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Chapter 56, Take You as a Disciple. Konohagakure. Yuuji strolled along the streets. After such a long time, he finally had a chance to take a good rest. At the same time, he was also waiting for Genin's exam. After passing Genin's exam, I can almost apply to be a special superior ninja. Yuuji thought as he stepped into Konoha's food street. Hey, isn't this Hayate's team? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Walking into a barbecue restaurant, Yuuji greeted them. Genma, Gekao Hayate and Ebisu were having a meal in this restaurant. Ah, it's Yuuji. Cough cough, the entire Konoha is talking about your name. You're really amazing, cough cough. Gekao Hayate coughed as he spoke, making people suspect that he would cough his lungs out in the next second. It had been more than a year, but there was still no sign of improvement in this guy's illness. Genma looked at Yuuji with a complicated expression and took a deep breath. Why are you here? The gap was getting bigger and bigger. Yuuji, the last student had already left him far behind. Our team is going to have a meal here today. It's my treat, so I came here early to wait for them. Yuuji found a seat next door and sat down. He picked up the menu and ordered. This, and this, also 5 dishes. This caused Genma and the others to be shocked. Ebisu pushed his sunglasses. Ah, this. The Akamichi roasted meat is very expensive. Can Yuuji's financial ability support it? I have done more than 20 A-level missions this year. Killing Gari should be an S-level mission. I still have a few million taels of silver in savings. Yuuji waved his hand. Listen, is this human speech? Is this the terrifying strength of a super genius? Not long after, Kazue and Guy also arrived. Cough, cough, Kazue, why is your complexion so bad? Cough, cough. Gekao Heiei took a glance and was extremely surprised. Kazue's brows flinched. You have the nerve to talk about me. The two pale sick ghosts looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. This person's body was really poor. Yuuji-san, I heard many people talking about you along the way. You have become a genius who is famous all over Konoha. Guy picked up the chopsticks and quickly wiped out the barbecue. At the same time, he mumbled something like barbecue is fragrant, hot, hot, and other things. It's nothing. It's great that everyone is safe and sound. Yuuji said with a smile. At this time, Genma and the other two swallowed their saliva. They were not so extravagant. They dared not to order so much roasted meat. Then, they shamelessly squeezed over, stretched out their chopsticks, and began to eat meat. Yuuji directly added double the amount of roasted meat. Not everyone is safe. In Marino Ibiki's team, Tokara is dead. It is said that when he went to the East Line to transport war supplies, he was targeted by Kirigakura's group of 7 and was killed. Ebisu said in a low voice. Yuuji paused, is that so? It's the people of our generation. Following that, Ebisu spoke out many familiar names. Most of them were people from Yuuji's same batch. These people were all dead. Yuuji and Kakashi's team had Elite Superior Ninja and Cage Levels Team Superior Ninja. In addition, they were a genius team, and their growth speed was astonishing. There were no casualties. However, the other teams were not so lucky. Most of the teams, they were not led by a team of superior ninja. They had not even done a few trashy teams like weeding, finding cats, and so on. Their cooperation, tacit understanding, and secret arts were almost zero. Relying on the 3 techniques and their enthusiasm, they rushed to the battlefield. The casualty rate was frighteningly high. Many people died. Only those who survived would have a chance to become elites. Genma had a bitter face. The only good news was, there were no geniuses in their team, but they won in the middle and steady way. It was said that they would soon be assigned to a superior ninja to lead the team. This was already very rare. In the past 4 years of bloody battles, no matter how many superior ninja Konoha had, he could not withstand such a long period of exhaustion. It was very rare to have a superior ninja who could go back to the village to take Genma's team. When the dinner ended, it was already late at night. The bright moon hung in the sky like a huge eye, overlooking the chaotic ninja world. Yuuji brought Kazue and Guy out of the barbecue shop. This meal cost 300,000 taels. The price of this item was so ridiculous. It was no wonder that the Akamichi family could produce a big fatty. Just by relying on this secret recipe of Konoha to open the barbecue shop, they had already made a fortune. Thank you for your hospitality. This is the first time I have had the chance to eat so much barbecue. Guy covered his stomach, very satisfied. Don't mention it, it's a small matter. Yuuji waved his hand indifferently. He really didn't care about money, and Yuuji even specially packed a large portion of barbecue for Might Du to send over. It had been a while since he last saw Mr. Du, and he still missed him a lot. At this time, swish! An Anbu suddenly appeared. Genin Shiranui Yuuji, Hokage-sama ordered you to hurry to the Hokage building as soon as possible, Anbu said. Got it, thank you for your hard work. Yuuji agreed. Anbu nodded and left using the body flicker technique. It's already so late, why is the Hokage looking for you? I was planning to take Yuuji-san to my house. Kazue frowned. Guy looked at this and then at that. He felt that it was a little unnecessary to stand here. As expected of Yuuji, he actually has the chance to meet the Hokage. Ebisu and the others who followed him were rather excited as if they were the ones who had gone to see the Hokage. In short, you can go back first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Kazue, you understand? Yuuji said meaningfully. I understand, I understand, I understand everything. Ebisu and the others nodded with admiration on their faces. After parting, Yuuji went all the way to the Hokage building. In the dead of night, he thought about what he should say and what he should not say. It was necessary to prepare a plan in advance. Hey! Yuuji suddenly stopped in his tracks. A stream of chakra unknowingly seeped into his body. This was an illusion technique. Interesting, is it the enemy's spy, or is it something? Yuuji remained calm and collected. Soon, a brand new chakra attacked again, and he surprisingly activated an obscure illusion technique. A combination illusion technique. Yuuji chuckled. This time, the amount of chakra that seeped into Yuuji's body seemed to have reached a certain amount. In the next moment, a majestic will came from within Yuuji's body, and with a loud bang, this foreign chakra was crushed and then swallowed together. Get out here, your technique is useless to me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Yuuji slowly made a series of hand seals, and at this time, a series of footsteps sounded. The figure that was surrounded and protected by several root ninjas slowly walked out. Shiranui Yuuji, facing this old man, are you going to be impolite? Danzo calmly said. His one eye examined Yuuji. Just now, the method you used to break the illusion is also a bit wrong. All the chakra that entered your body was swallowed. Could it be that you are the legendary Lord Danzo? This is really rude. However, I was just about to go to the Hokage building when Lord Danzo stopped me. Isn't it a little bad? Moreover, didn't Senior Torun tell you that I don't intend to join Root? Yuuji nodded slightly and said with a smile. Danzo sneered, this old man is not here to recruit you to join Root. This old man is here to take you in as a disciple. Chapter 57, The Book of Forbidden Art and Seal. Yuuji did not respond immediately. Danzo fiercely knocked on the ground and sneered, what, do you not want to follow this old man? If you are unwilling to join Root's department, then this old man will choose to accept you as a disciple. This is very suitable. If you follow this old man, you will be able to fulfill your will and contribute to Konoha. This person endured the darkness and looked at him indifferently. The many root ninjas that were surrounding Danzo also stood there silently. No, how could that be? It is my honor to be able to become Lord Danzo's disciple. Yuuji smiled and bowed on the spot. Very good. Danzo waved his hand, and a few of Root's ninjas quietly disappeared. You are very smart. If you take me as your teacher, you can get more things. Come with me. Hiruzen is waiting for you. Danzo turned around and walked to the Hokage building. Yuuji followed behind him. Danzo-sensei, you haven't accepted a disciple for many years, right? Why did you suddenly? Yuuji said. Danzo said lightly, isn't this exactly what you want? Torun tells me that you are not interested in Root, but you are full of respect for me. Your talent is also very good. I don't mind taking you as a disciple at this time. Is that so? As expected of Danzo-sensei. Is Senior Torun all right now? Yuuji smiled. Thanks to you, life is worse than death. When you enter Root, you will be able to see him. Danzo's remaining eye looked deeply at Yuuji. Your determination and decisiveness are very satisfying to me. Yuuji chuckled. Danzo no longer spoke, and the two of them silently walked all the way into the Hokage's office. From the looks of it, it seems like I don't need to say anything more. Yuuji, Danzo is a very great ninja. You should learn more from him. Sandaime Hokage bit his pipe, and smoke rose in the air, blurring his face. Of course, Hokage-sama, I won't let you down. Yuuji respectfully said. Only then did Sandaime nod his head in satisfaction. Then, as expected, he began to talk about the forbidden technique Yuuji used to kill Gari. That technique is my forbidden technique, white hot light. The principle is to create a super high temperature and melt everything. What is the price? What price do you have to pay to use this forbidden technique? Sandaime Hokage asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. The price should be lifespan, right? The short burst of super high temperature will cause my cell lifespan to rapidly decline and shorten my own lifespan. As for how much it will shorten, it's hard to say. Yuuji knelt on one knee with a sincere look on his face. Although he was lying through his teeth, when he said this, Sandaime Hokage immediately nodded in understanding, revealing a look of as expected. Self-attack was the most fatal. Then, can others use this technique? Sandaime Hokage asked. Yuuji pondered for a moment. I did it through my Kekkei Genkai. If others want to learn this technique, it's not impossible, but it's extremely difficult. Of course, he could do it, but the premise was that he would first submit to Yuuji and then be transformed into his own subspecies. Those who were not afraid of death and wanted to lose themselves to become Yuuji's followers, feel free to come. This kind of guy who was not afraid of distortion and deformity, Yuuji would accept as many as he could. Sandaime Hokage nodded. This kind of destructive forbidden technique, if it were for achieved through burning one's lifespan, this kind of price was not unacceptable. Hiruzen, if you want to include this technique in the Book of Seal, just say it. This technique is also qualified to be included in the Book of Seal. Danzo said indifferently. Sandaime Hokage just smoked and stared at Yuuji. If it is possible, I am willing to offer the cultivation method of this technique. If someone wants to cultivate this technique in the future, Yuuji said respectfully. I can also teach you. Sandaime Hokage revealed a gratified smile and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stood up and formed a seal. With a bang, he summoned a huge scroll. With a whoosh, he opened it and directly pulled it to the last empty space. Yuuji, the village will not take your forbidden technique for free. Considering the battle achievements you obtained on the Western Front battlefield, you can choose a forbidden technique from the Book of Seal to study. Here it comes. Yuuji's eyes lit up as he focused on reading the Book of Seal. If he learned a forbidden technique, the technique that he had already predicted in his mind would be extremely important for him to control Godzilla directly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Yuuji got up and took the lead to start recording White Hot Light's forbidden technique on the Book of Seal. The three seals of fire, thunder, and water stimulate all the cells in the body and rapidly increase the temperature. Sandaime and Danzo only looked at it for a while before frowning. This technique actually involves control on a microscopic level that is even more microscopic than cell control. So that's how it is. Is it using chakra to push molecules in a large area? Sandaime Hokage glanced at it and revealed a bitter smile. The higher the temperature of physics, the faster the movement speed of the molecules. This was too difficult. However, this also indirectly proved that Yuuji's Keki Igeniki was extremely terrifying. Just like some of their speculations, it could directly affect the microscopic level. This technique, to a certain extent, is very similar to the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. It involves the level of microscopic particles. Danzo said indifferently. The principle of the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique can unleash an atomic level attack, disintegrating all matter into countless atoms. TL note, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique is a Keki Ita utilized by the second and third Tsuchikage. And white hot light, through stimulating molecules, examines the movement speed of molecules on a large scale, using cells as a carrier, using chakra as a medium to unleash a terrifyingly high temperature. Seeing this, Sandaime Hokage immediately put out some thoughts. This technique was too dangerous. Just the step of stimulating the molecules in the body on a large scale, entering the threshold of hell level, and then controlling the high temperature that instantly erupts. Are you sure you won't vaporize yourself alive? If there is a slight deviation, you will die on the spot. Can 1 out of 100 rookies who want to learn this technique survive? Yuuji smiled faintly and said, if someone wants to learn this technique in the future, please tell me. At least I can provide him with some help. Don't worry. No matter who wants to learn it, they must get your permission. Sandaime rolled up the Book of Seal and cast a few more sealing techniques before opening the Book of Seal again. A large number of forbidden techniques appeared. Some techniques, with just a glance, were enough to make one's eyes burn. For example, spiritualization techniques, Edo Tensei, etc. However, after browsing through many techniques, Yuuji finally made a decision. Sandaime-sama, Danzo-sensei, I want to choose this technique. I personally feel that this technique is more suitable for me. Yuuji said with a faint smile. It's actually this technique. Are you sure? Sandaime Hokage was confused. It was because it was a little too strange for Yuuji to choose this technique. If you lack a spirit contract and want to have a high-quality spirit beast, I can help you. Danzo frowned. No, Sandaime-sama, Danzo-sensei, I will choose this. I have a feeling that this technique is the most suitable technique for me. Yuuji said. His finger also pointed at the technique on the catalogue of the Book of Seal. Kumenju Svaha. TL note, Kumenju Saoaka is a jutsu used while summoning the 9 masked beasts by Uzumaki Menma, Road to Ninja, Naruto the movie, refers to sva with macron ha with macron, read, sao aka, a Buddhist term roughly meaning calling which is used in mantras. He also chants the kyujin, which are featured as kanji on the portals. The kanji also corresponds to the 9 rings worn by the Akatsuki members. The 9 masked beasts, Kumen-ji, are entities created by Menma using the Black 9 Tails chakra. 5 of these beasts are described as divine beasts, Shinji, while the other 4 are referred to as divine priests, Shinkan. Chapter 58, Chakra alike. Sandaime Hokage and Danzo completely did not understand why Yuuji chose this technique. Kumen Sao Aka, in essence, was a special summoning technique. According to the kanji order of blue, white, vermilion, black, sky, 3, south, north, and jade, he summoned 9 summoned spirit beasts to fight. TL note, each kanji corresponds to 1 spirit beast or 1 divine. Kanji sei, azure/blue, summoned Seiri, literally meaning, azure dragon, kanji byaku, white, summoned Byakko, literally meaning, white tiger, kanji shu, vermilion, summoned Suzaku, literally meaning, vermilion bird, kanji gen, black, summoned Genbu, literally meaning, black tortoise, kanji ku, sky, summoned Kinja, literally meaning, golden snake, kanji gyaku, jewel, summoned Tenya, literally meaning, celestial maiden, kanji san, 3, summoned Shinigami, literally meaning, death god. Kanji hoku, north, summoned Hokuto Senin, literally meaning, northern sage, and kanji nan, south, summoned Nanto Senin, literally meaning, southern sage. If Yuuji was a ninja who used the summoned spirit beast as his main fighting force, it would be very suitable to learn this technique. Since you insist, I won't say anything more. Sandaime Hokage nodded slightly and directly unsealed the part of Kumen Sao Aka. A large number of words began to appear in front of Yuuji. Yuuji quickly began to remember and learn. Kumen Sao Aka, in essence, was summoning technique, and summoning technique was also the most shallow space-time ninjutsu. Learning this technique, as long as you can master summoning technique and know how to sign a psychic contract, you can actually learn it. That's right. It's this technique. Yuuji confirmed that this was what he needed. The strongest psychic ability. Kumen Sao Aka, the background that appeared was that Obito attacked Naruto, and then he used the Gentai Tsukuyomi technique to pull Naruto into an illusory world. In this Gentai Tsukuyomi world, in the history of the ninja world, Akatsuki had fought a group battle for the first time and accepted Konoha's employment to besiege the Black Naruto. In the end, the Black Naruto used Kumen Sao Aka's technique to summon the 9 spirit beasts, but they were forcefully taken down. Halfway through the battle, Akatsuki retreated because the difficulty of this mission was not right. This technique of Kumen Sao Aka was exactly what Yuuji needed. With this technique, I can achieve the goal of dividing Godzilla. If it goes smoothly, I will be able to grasp the method to create the sub-body Godzilla. Yuuji quickly memorized this technique and nodded to Sandaime Hokage. I hope you can also use this technique to show your will of fire to your heart's content. Sandaime Hokage revealed a smile. After saying goodbye to the Hokage, Yuuji followed Danzo all the way to Root's base. I can understand even if you choose the absolute forbidden technique of Edo Tensei or something like that. But why is it Kumen Sao Aka? Even if this is the strongest psychic ability, it is not worth wasting this opportunity. Danzo said calmly. Yuuji smiled and said, Danzo-sensei, everyone has their own choices. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. In the future, you will definitely understand. Humph, cunning little brat. However, you are only qualified to be this old man's disciple. Danzo nodded, and it could be said that he had gained a bit of approval. Finally, it was not another idiot who had been brainwashed by Hiruzen's will of fire. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him. Hiruzen, it seems that even if you want to take action from this old man's disciple in the future, it is impossible to achieve the goal of limiting or even controlling Root. Danzo revealed a cold smile and no longer asked Yuuji for the reason why he wanted Kumen Sao Aka. In any case, if Hiruzen didn't give him the forbidden technique in the Book of Sealing, he could give it to him. Hiruzen has 3 Sunin as disciples, and Jiraiya has Namikaze Minato as a disciple. Your future cannot be worse than theirs. Don't disappoint me. Danzo said coldly. One of the important reasons he took a fancy to Yuuji was that Yuuji had expressed some thoughts to him through Torun, which truly aroused Danzo's interest. He regretted that he had chosen Hyaga Hugo to enter Root back then. If he had made a prompt decision at that time to take down Yuuji, Root wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. However, it was not too late to make up for it now. Using the method of recruiting disciples, it was reasonable to transfer Yuuji under his command. Soon, the two arrived at Root's base. As soon as they entered, they were filled with underground feeling. This is Root's training base. As this old man's only disciple, you have the duty to understand Root and even command it. Danzo said coldly, everything about Root is created by this old man. It is buried deep in the ground, delivering nutrients to Konoha. It is indispensable. Only when Root grows stronger can Konoha become prosperous. You have to understand this. I understand, I understand. Yuuji nodded repeatedly. Danzo snorted coldly and brought Yuuji all the way. Especially, he showed some cruel scenes. For example, human experiments and Root's ninja blood training. Yuuji was extremely calm about these things. He did not have the innocence of an ordinary ninja of the will of fire. Those how can you do this? And everyone is companions, he didn't have that kind of thing. Very good, this old man is more and more satisfied with you. Danzo nodded. Humph, Hiruzen, if you hand Yuuji over to me, you will definitely regret it. This old man will also teach outstanding disciples to surpass your disciples. In the end, this old man will replace you and become the Hokage. Namikaze Minato's disciple absolutely could not have another cage level. From now on, you will receive Root's training, but as this old man's disciple, you do not need to be planted with curse seals to prevent secret leaks. Danzo snorted. Yuuji nodded and looked at these cold ninjas in front of him with admiration. They were all craftsmen trained by Danzo, but it would not take long for them to become his own craftsmen. Hey, this person is... Yuuji shifted his gaze and looked at the corner of the huge training ground. There was a stiff person training. This person seemed to have encountered a terrible change. His entire body was covered with traces of various human experiments. His limbs were incomplete, and his face was broken. Abarame Torun. Torun has been crippled. Because of you, he has lost his ability as a rank 6 ninja. I have studied your technique, including the special poison you have. Although you have recovered your poison from Torun, you can't hide it from me. Danzo said coldly, this poison that directly destroys human cells should be a kind of chakra ray. If I am not wrong, this is also related to the operation of microscopic particles. It is to use chakra to wrap the molecules, shoot out microscopic particle stream, and destroy the enemy's life cells in a large area. Yes, as expected of Danzo-sensei. Yuuji praised as if this nonsense speculation was true. During the Ninja World War III, the technology mostly stayed in the cellular level. In addition to biological scientists such as Orochimaru, who paid attention to DNA and mitochondria, the entire ninja world had almost zero research on the microscopic level. Even if there was only dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Even if he observed atoms and molecules, that was all. The only ones who touched nuclear fusion were Nine-Tailed and Naruto. To resist Otsutsuki's first move, they forcibly used the particle mode that could not be closed once activated. They burned all their lives and burst out the strongest attack in their entire life. However, the particle mode was essentially a non-existent nuclear fusion. The principle was that Nine-Tailed used its own chakra to combine with Naruto's chakra to imitate nuclear fusion and obtain more powerful new chakra. This kind of thing like chakra. Yuuji looked at Abarame Torun and sighed. Chapter 59, Forbidden Dojutsu. Torun continued his training as if no one else was around. Even though his body had been crippled, he was still trying his best to show off his value, hoping to regain the recognition of Lord Danzo. Unfortunately, Danzo had never had any interest in trash. Ever since that incident, when he had forcefully attacked Yuuji and was completely defeated, Danzo en route had never said a word to him. Whoosh! This time, it was the same. Danzo left with his walking stick, expressionless. Lord Danzo. Torun had a look of despair. Even though he had become like this, he was still working so hard. Was it still impossible for him to get Lord Danzo's attention? Lord Danzo. I am willing to accept the cruelest human experiments. I hope to continue to work for you. Torun could not help but kneel on the ground with a thud. Thump. Danzo stopped and said indifferently without turning his head, Root doesn't need a waste. Using human experiments on you is essentially a waste. Torun, go back. Go back to a bear maze clan. This is the last gift I can give you. With that, his figure disappeared into the shadows. Torun sat on the ground with a face of despair. All the members of Root's clan stood in the distance, not paying any attention to this companion. It was just a failed and broken tool. If there were materials for repairing tools, why wouldn't he use these materials to polish a new tool, instead of wasting time on the broken tool? This was the rule of Root's survival. How sad, Senior Torun. I didn't expect that you would actually end up like this. A hand that was filled with warmth grabbed over and pulled Torun up from the ground. Then, very seriously, he patted the dust off Torun. Yuuji did all of this very seriously. Yuuji-sama, please stay away from this person. Several of Root's troops quickly appeared next to Yuuji, staring at Torun with vigilance. Root's ninjas used their lives to protect the future leader of the guards. At this time, they were on guard against Torun, their former own people. Don't worry, he won't do anything to me, right, Senior Torun? Yuuji looked at this guy who was in a sorry state and his body was incomplete. He could vaguely see the fanatical Danzo follower from back then. Was he actually reduced to this state and was abandoned? Lord Yuuji. Torun silently lowered his head. What a tragedy. The target that he used to lay his hands on in the past caused him to become like this. He actually became his leader. What a tragedy. Those who work hard might not succeed, but at least they will gain something. Senior Torun, don't give up on yourself. Yuuji sighed and patted Torun heavily on the shoulder. Then, he turned around and left. He was busy with other things. At this time, Torun suddenly moved. What are you doing? Root's ninjas immediately took out kunao, wanting to kill Torun on the spot. If something happened to Yuuji, they would all be hung alive by Danzo. Bang! Torun suddenly knelt down and buried his head deeply. Lord Yuuji, please conduct a human experiment on me. I see, but you are not ready yet. Yuuji shook his head and smiled as he walked out of Root's base. He did not look at Torun anymore. A bear-made Torun, the controller of nanograde poisonous insects, might have other uses. The news of Danzo taking in a new disciple exploded like a nuclear bomb in Konoha. The commoners might not think much of it, and they might not even know much about Danzo. But those families were immediately alarmed. That ninja darkness actually recruited the strongest new generation as a disciple? What is this? Lord Sandame actually didn't stop him? This is the strongest new generation, and he also has a terrifying forbidden technique. Lord Sandame didn't accept him, but he actually gave him away? It's very strange, but it's not that I can't understand. In these 4 years, the speed of Root's expansion is a bit faster. As everyone knows, Yuuji is the inheritor of the Will of Fire. Other than Lord Sandame, no one else understands the Will of Fire better than him. So that's how it is. Many people already smelled something strange. Using Yuuji to indirectly control Root? In addition, Danzo also needs such an outstanding and powerful heir. He understood everything that he knew. Maybe after the war ends, he will pave the way for the next generation of Hokage and reduce the threat of Root as much as possible. In the village, the people have a lot of resentment. Because of the shocking loss, the major ninja clans have some complaints. It is already very difficult for Sandame Hokage to do it. Uchiha Elder, Setsuna, was talking to Kazue. Setsuna narrowed his eyes. Kazue, your teammate is quite amazing. He actually got Danzo's favor. But you have to be careful. Danzo inherited the will of the second Hokage and is the most hostile to Uchiha. Kazue respectfully agreed. After a while, Setsuna suddenly asked, how far has your illness gone? Recently, your progress has been getting slower and slower, and there are even signs of regression in your physical skills. Kazue was silent for a moment. It has already reached its limit. If I can't pass this level, I can only reach here. Setsuna nodded slightly, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. There were people in the clan who had already started healing Kazue, but it was useless. What was even more terrifying was that there were many strange lumps growing in Kazue's body. Using ordinary medical ninjutsu to treat them would instead speed up the reproduction rate of these lumps. This involved the knowledge-blind area of the Uchiha clan. As everyone knows, most of the Uchiha clan are idiots who are good at fighting. Meanwhile, for things like research. Moreover, these many lumps and special cells would die on the spot for unknown reasons after they left their bodies, so they had no chance to study them at all. Koharu knows how to extract the details and can forcibly remove these lumps. No, Lord Setsuna, I absolutely can't lose these, Kazue revealed a faint smile. There was no trace of human color on her pale face. She knew the name of these lumps. They were special cells called cancer cells. She didn't know more about them. But she only needed to trust Yuuji. As for Danzo, Kazue, who had read a little of Yuuji's will, was sure that Yuuji would not be affected by Danzo's thoughts so easily. If the human experiment failed, she would die because of it, and no one could blame her. For her to be able to become Konoha's genius from a mediocre person was already enough for her. Setsuna was silent for a moment before standing up. It seems like the reason you were able to advance from a mediocre talent to this extent is because of his strength. I have already guessed this. Since it's like this, there might be another way to preserve your life. Setsuna brought Kazue directly to the clan grounds. The most secretive place was filled with various sealing techniques. Lord Setsuna, this is the place where ninjutsu is stored in the clan. Why did you bring me here? Because there is a forbidden dojutsu that has been passed down since ancient times sealed here, Setsuna said indifferently, and his hands quickly formed a seal. 5 elements release. I don't know what you are planning with him, but thinking about it, the probability of failure is very high. Moreover, it is also unknown how much Danzo will inherit. It is better to prepare in advance. The most secretive scroll was taken out by Setsuna. Kazue, you claim to be the person who broke the mediocre fate. Then, this forbidden technique that blocked everything to rewrite the established fate is very suitable for you. Remember, once things reach an irreparable point, use this technique. Izanagi. Chapter 60, Hey? That's it. Setsuna also thought about teaching Izanagi to Kazue for a long time. Because this forbidden dojutsu had the ability to rewrite destiny, although the price was losing an eye, in a desperate situation, this kind of sacrifice was worth it. Shiranui Yuuji. Unfortunately, he never found the opportunity to brainwash him. Previously, Minato and Shibi took him on a mission, and now there was Shimura Danzo. Elder Setsuna sighed and looked at the back of Kazue. Even though Setsuna knew that even if he was given the chance to brainwash, the possibility of success was very slim because Yuuji himself was a theoretical master, and it was impossible to believe him so easily. In the past 2 years, Shiranui Yuuji has been very close to Obito. It was said that he had even put in a lot of effort to send a shadow clone to take care of Obito's sick grandmother. Such a guy who has good intentions for Uchiha was given to Danzo by Sandaime Hokage. Setsuna sighed with regret. Originally, he had planned to use peaceful methods to pull Yuuji into Uchiha's faction slowly. Based on the relationship between Obito and Kazue, it should not be difficult. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Now, it was up to Kazue's fate. If Kazue died, there was no need for him to endure any more. He would think of ways to attack Yuuji and seize his Kekii Genkai. Time passed. The news of Yuuji becoming Danzo's apprentice gradually began to calm down. With the return of many new generations of genins and a 10,000-year genin, the village that had withered a lot became more lively. Genin's exam had arrived. Well, can't we rely on military merits to get genin? Why do we need to take the exam? Early in the morning, Obito began to complain. Don't say that. There is naturally a reason for the village to do this. Moreover, even Kakashi has come back to take the exam. You don't have to complain so much. Rin gently comforted him from the side. With Obito's strength, there will definitely be no problem. Obito immediately calmed down. He stared at Rin and chuckled. He turned around and whispered, Rin cares about me. She's starting to like me. Damn, Kakashi. Genin's exam will not be a problem for us. Guy clenched his fists. These days, I have been studying theoretical knowledge with all my might. Oh. That's right, Guy. Let us work hard together. This is youth. Dua and Guy hugged each other and cried bitterly. Everyone quickly distanced themselves and pointed at the two guys. Look, the little guy is one of the members of Yuuji's team. It is said that his physical skills are very strong. I feel that they are so terrifying. Yuuji is even more terrifying. He can actually bring such a guy to kill enemies. Humph, what an idiot. The last sentence was said by the problematic youth, Sarutobi Asuma. This guy swept his gaze around arrogantly, sneered, and directly stepped into the examination room. With the appearance of the examiner, the freshman who had been restless because of the arrival of Yuuji's team and Kakashi's team immediately calmed down. Under the arrangements of the examiners, everyone began to enter the venue one after another. The first round was the theory examination. Don't think about cheating. The chief examiner looked coldly at this new generation without any warmth, as cold as an iceberg. Humph, if you want to use this method to scare us off, it would be too childish. Sarutobi Asuma sneered. The exam was the most ridiculous. At the same time, he also quickly moved his eyes and scanned the examination room. Finally, his eyes fell on Yuuji. He has already made careful preparations. If he can defeat this guy in theory class, maybe the old man will have a whole new level of respect for him. Kurane, the theory examination is a good opportunity. In a while, you can use illusion to control him. I also contacted Yamanaka for 3 days. You can find a way to interfere with him. Asuma, what are you going to do? Kurane's expression changed slightly, and she anxiously looked in the direction of Yuuji. Her father, Yui Shinku, had explained to her about the terrifying forbidden technique that melted everything. Facing Yuuji, who had such power. Why did Asuma provoke him? Asuma only shook his head and sneered. He definitely couldn't defeat Yuuji in the actual combat lesson, but if it were for the theory lesson, he might be able to give it a try based on what he had prepared in advance. Don't be afraid. This guy has been fighting on the battlefield for almost 2 years. I'm afraid he has lost a lot of theoretical knowledge. This is my chance. Asuma just sneered, and his eyes were shining. Thinking about it, the old man liked to sigh repeatedly with the bullshit written by Yuuji in his free time and asked him to read more. Damn it, isn't it just a thesis? I can do it too. Soon, the exam began. Sarutobi Asuma had a confident look as he quickly browsed through the exam paper. There were 6 questions, 1 calculation question, 4 knowledge questions, and 1 discussion question. Oh, just this. First question channel system, the second question ninjutsu activated, ha, ridiculous. In the third question, our ninja stands on the top of the tree and throws a shuriken at the enemy, hitting the target. It is known that the height of our ninja is 1.8 meters, the height of the tree is 7 meters, and the distance between the tree and the enemy is 50 meters. Please write down the characteristics of the hostile ninja based on the movement trajectory of the shuriken in the figure below. Oh, this is probably a parabola question? Speaking of which idiot came up with this question, the characteristics of the enemy ninja? Sarutobi Asuma's expression changed. He braced himself and wrote, our ninja only threw 50 meters horizontally to hit the target. It can be imagined that my arm strength is insufficient, and my strength must be genin. And to be hit by our ninja, the enemy must also be genin. Looking at the fourth question, Asuma felt that he was blind. The fourth question, there is the ether that completely dissolves all aromatic compounds. After adding the mixture of rare salt acid and stirring it, the ether will be extracted in different layers. After adding the sodium hydroxide solution into the ether and stirring it, the ether will be extracted in different layers. Please write down the ratio of compounds contained in the last ether layer. Examiner, there is a problem with this question. Nonsense, this question is used to test you. How can there be no problem? The examiner grinned, or, do you want to give up the exam? Even if you are the son of the Hokage will never forgive you. Damn, this kind of strange question, I think. Enough. Can't you see that Yuuji has already started to answer the last question? The chief examiner casually pointed. Many people who were about to go crazy immediately turned their heads and looked at the extremely calm existence. The legendary number 1 in theory. Since he can do it, you have to do it too. Don't forget your identity, ninja. The exam is the task you must complete now. Only when the examiner looked at Yuuji would his gaze not be so cold. What? You are asking for the reason. There is no other reason. It has nothing to do with him secretly being root ninja or something. The reference answers were hidden in his sleeves, and there were people in the mountains who were always ready to help Yuuji cheat and answer questions outside the examination room. The other examiners looked at Yuuji, who was writing rapidly and had a solemn expression on his face. They all revealed satisfied expressions. Some of the examiners even began to stroll around the classroom. In fact, they were planning to look at what kind of content Yuuji, who was attacking the last question, could answer. The last question is about your opinion of the will of war and fire. Chapter 61, Good Guys. Yuuji began to answer the questions. The most obvious feature of the will of fire is that it is closely connected to everyone, and it is the convergence of the villagers' desire for peace. Konoha ninja should firmly carry out Sandaime Hokage's will. With the will of fire as a personal guide, he will participate in the glorious cause of protecting the village. He will suffer in the front, taking the lead in the war, protecting the village, and carrying out tasks. We are confident and determined to carry it out to the end. This made the examiners who looked over inadvertently feel as if they were struck by lightning. My G.O.D, I'm a fucking good guy. Is this strength of the first person in theory? He didn't think much of it and just raised his hand to write. This kind of vocabulary, this kind of language, was simply impeccable. The examiners looked at each other with a complicated expression, then silently left. They all doubted life. Kyuso, Yuuji actually answered the last question, but Obito looked like he was about to collapse. He looked at the blank test paper in a daze and almost cried. The next moment, a ball of paper was thrown over. It was Rin who was helping him. Rin, my god! Obito was extremely excited. He quietly opened it and started writing frantically. The chief examiner's face darkened, and he was about to walk over, but Yuuji suddenly raised his head and looked straight at him. The chief examiner paused and nodded knowingly, pretending that nothing had happened. At this time, many people were no longer patient and decided to use ninjutsu to cheat. The target was, the number one theoretical person, Yuuji. Copy this guy's exam paper was reliable. Swish! The parasite of the Aberame clan sneakily climbed onto Yuuji's table and was casually pinched to death by Yuuji. The dog of the Inuzuka clan lay on his head and was about to howl, but in the next moment, he felt something and suddenly peed, shivering. After receiving Asuma's gaze, Yamanaka-santa immediately used the mind technique to seize Yuuji's body and peek at the answer. However, the moment his spirit entered Yuuji's spiritual world, endless darkness attacked. What's going on? Santa was dumbfounded. He looked at the endless darkness in a daze. A pair of terrifying eyes opened slightly and glanced at him. Just this gaze was enough to injure his mind heavily. Pfft! Yamanaka-santa spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of fear. What's wrong? The examiners immediately stood up. No, it's nothing. My body is a bit uncomfortable. He suddenly lowered his head, his face full of fear. This mind technique was a secret technique of the clan, but it actually lost its effect. And just now, when he saw it, could it be that Yuuji's mental strength was also terrifying to such an unparalleled degree? Yamanaka-santa's terrible ending made Kurane, who was already hesitating, even more afraid to move, her entire body cold. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Asuma gritted his teeth, but he still refused to admit defeat. He quickly answered the fifth question. This was about Kekii Genkai. As for this question, Asuma did not know it either. As long as I answer the sixth question, it will be fine. Isn't it just a discussion? I have already memorized all the things that guy wrote in the past and studied them bitterly for 2 days and 2 nights. I, Sarutobi Asuma, have already seen through Shiranui Yuuji's routine. War leads to disaster and death. This is contrary to the will of fire. Looking back at the village's history, I have a deeper understanding of the value of the Hokage as Jade. It has strengthened the inevitable result of Konohagakure becoming stronger. Asuma quickly finished writing and sneered again and again. This was the routine he had come up with after studying a lot of things that Yuuji had written in the past. First, he cut straight to the point. Then he explained it in a special language system and finally concluded the sublimation. After writing this, the old man was afraid that he would have nothing to say. Humph, that's all. Asuma handed in his paper and confidently walked out of the classroom. But when the results of the theory examination came out, Asuma felt like he was struck by lightning. Yuuji got full marks and was ranked first. Sarutobi Asuma was second to last. What? How could this be? Sarutobi Asuma was furious. I've worked so hard, so why did I still fail? Ha, my efforts are indeed effective. I took the last place. A loud shout came. Obito was overjoyed. To be precise, he was not even number 1 because his name had the words substitute pass on it. The existence of the only one had attracted the ridicule of Kakashi. Sarutobi Asuma left in anger. This rebellious fellow was full of unwillingness and directly rushed to the Hokage building. I want to see Yuuji's test paper. Sandaime Hokage sighed and threw the test paper in his hand to him. Asuma, blindly imitating answer has no practical significance. Only the framework has no soul. This. Asuma looked at the last question with all his courage. Is this something a person can write? This kind of thing makes you feel very happy, right? Asuma sneered. Asuma, you are not allowed to speak to your father like this. Asuma's mother, Biwako, berated. Sandaime Hokage sighed. Asuma, for the village, the most important thing has never been the Hokage, but the will that can make everyone acknowledge and obey. You have been wrong from the beginning. Haha, is it another boring political trick? Hokage-sama, even to your son, you are still so hypocritical. Asuma fiercely threw the test roll on the table and rushed out the door. Biwako said worriedly, what should we do? Asuma is becoming more and more rebellious. Yes, he has already gone to the extreme of paranoia, but one day he will understand, the will of fire. Asuma and Root have never understood it. On this point, he has completely lost to Yuuji. Sandaime Hokage smoked his pipe. Father and son were always contradictory. The most troublesome thing was undoubtedly the contradiction in thought. After a moment of silence, Sandaime Hokage picked up Yuuji's test paper and tasted it carefully. Good, so it can be like this. The second exam was an actual combat lesson, and there were no waves. Yuuji passed it easily and swept it all the way. Everyone who met Yuuji gave up. In short, in this way, I can be considered genin. Yuuji looked at the announcement indifferently. Genin. Basically, those who passed the theory classes became genin. Let's go, Kazue. It's time to think of a way to solve your problem. Yuuji said indifferently, a glimmer of light flashing through his eyes. I think you have already made your preparations. Yes, please do as you please, Yuuji-san. Even if I fail in the end, I will not have any complaints. Kazue followed behind Yuuji. That pair of special 3-tomo Sharingan had already appeared. Chapter 62, Human Experiment. The two of them once again came to the secret laboratory. The environment is relatively simple, but I can't bring you to Root's laboratory. Yuuji opened a seal scroll and summoned a large number of experimental equipment. These were all things he had obtained from Root's department. Kazue was already lying on the experimental platform, a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating. It doesn't matter, I don't care about this. I'm not even afraid of death, let alone these details. As Yuuji prepared the experiment, he glanced at Kazue. Those were very beautiful eyes. Similarly, that Tomo was also slightly dim, as if they were maintaining a state of appearing, and were extremely reluctant. Elder Setsuna thinks so highly of you. He must have prepared something for you, right? Yuuji said, checking the experimental equipment. Izanagi. Elder Setsuna, give me this forbidden technique that can rewrite the fate of reality. The price is that your eyes will go blind. In fact, as long as Yuuji-san wants to know something, I can tell you. Izanagi, so that's how it is. Then you can use it now. Using 2 eyes in exchange for 2 more chances of experimenting is very worth it. Even if you lose 2 eyes, I think Elder Setsuna will think of a way to transplant new eyes for you. Yuuji said calmly. Izanagi. Changing reality into an illusion was indeed an incredible technique. Moreover, this technique also involved some very interesting speculations. In Gentai Tsukuyomi, Uzumaki Menma was a big villain. In the Infinite Moon reading, Uzumaki Naruto became Uzumaki Menma. These two were both supposed to be the imaginary world. However, Izanagi could turn reality into an illusion and turn the positive beneficial effect back into reality. This was very interesting. It seems that the plan of the Infinite Moon reading has gone wrong from the beginning. The method of pulling everyone into the illusion world is really boring. It is better to use the infinite Izanagi from the beginning to rewrite the reality of the whole world and cover it countless times with the new reality. Although it is more difficult to execute, doing this is definitely more practical than the false piece in the illusion, and it will save many things and the others from being angry and whimsical. However, the transformation of reality and illusion, something like Izanagi. Yuuji looked at Kazue, who had begun to nod silently and began to form seals to activate this forbidden technique. How long will Izanagi last? How bad will your body be to rewrite reality? Kazue was silent for a moment, then slowly said, there are about 5 minutes between starting and rewriting reality. 5 minutes. The time is very short, but you can try. Yuuji thought. In the original work, the 3 megatomas that Danzo transplanted were 60 seconds, the 3 megatamas that Obito transplanted were 600 seconds, and Madara's eternal mangekyo was a few days. This kind of technique that could change life and death, was simply a divine artifact if used properly. But unfortunately, apart from the price of crippling an eye, this near-perfect technique actually had another important problem that was not a problem. Chakra. Every time I rewrite reality and correct my own fate, I can restore my memories, restore my body, and restore my soul. But no matter what, I can't recover, only my chakra. The exhausted chakra is really lost forever. This is very interesting. Chakra comes from the combination of body and spirit, and then the chakra is really consumed. The body and spirit have returned to their peak. What is the conversion? Is this initial energy of the body and spirit that has been consumed and then fed back? He. Yuuji could not help but chuckle. He was more and more curious about Izanaga's technique. Perhaps, he could find an opportunity to ask Danzo-sensei for some Sharingan. Kazue, your physical condition has been terrible to an extremely exaggerated extent. The cells in your body have died a lot, and the cancer cells are proliferating crazily, but they are dying one after another. Yuuji checked for a while and said indifferently. What is the reason? What exactly are the cancer cells? In essence, this is the key to eternal life, but it carries a curse like poison. It is an accessory to me. Without my power, this kind of thing will never appear in your body no matter what. Nuclear radiation was the source of Kazue's current situation. Eating radiation for 2 years, crazily stimulating the body, squeezing out all the vitality of every cell, causing countless cells to explode, just in exchange for a moment of brilliance. Now, even a forbidden technique like Izanagi, betting 2 of Sharingan, wants to fight for the future. This kind of thing. Truly amazing, but crazy people can enjoy the crazy and shining moments of beauty as much as possible. In the end, there may not be a good ending. Yuuji looked at the report in his hand and said lightly. Bad, very bad. This body was simply shocking. Every part of it was bursting with cancer, and the cancer cells were devouring everything in chaos, swallowing the host's life. Moreover, Kazue and Root did not have the ability to control the cancer cells, to begin with. They could not convert the cancer cells into storage devices that could refine infinite chakra. I have an idea. I want to transform your entire body into something that belongs to me. Yuuji looked at Kazue. Inside Kazue's body, there was a trace of Otsutsuki's bloodline. This was the most stubborn bloodline that had reached the deepest layer of Kazue's genes. Yuuji was not interested in digging out the genes of Otsutsuki's clan, but he was very interested in studying and preserving them. Otsutsuki, it can be said to be the most powerful clan in the Naruto world. How is it compared to my Godzilla? Yuuji chuckled and directly made his move. Now, he needed to collect some experimental samples and extract a portion of chakra. Summoning technique. Somewhere in the ninja realm, a guy covered in bandages was walking on the ground with a gloomy face. Those bastards of Konoha, they are still in the mood to kill me at this time. Hirako was extremely annoyed. He slowly raised his head, revealing the slightly strange face, the slightly uneven surface. At first glance, it looked like a failed product of the membrane. Hirako stroked his face and felt his body gradually stabilize. Fortunately, after this period of hard work, I finally suppressed the strange cells in my body. Hirako's face was cloudy and uncertain. Ever since he failed to attack Yuuji and Obito, he had been implanted with cancer cells and had a horrible reproduction of flesh and blood. He fled all the way and spent a lot of time trying to devour and decompose these cancer cells. After losing Yuuji's spirit and chakra control, the cancer cells were no longer so crazy, giving Hirako a chance to calm down these cells. But the bad thing was, why did my chimera technique not get any valuable blood after devouring these cells? Not to mention refining a huge amount of chakra like that little ghost. What exactly are these cells? Hirako stepped on the muddy ground and cursed, damned brat, nuclear release, the next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. The next moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation attacked. Summoning technique. Chapter 63, Hell Future. Hirako was originally a ruthless character. In the original work, he relied on chimera technique to devour steel release of Gari, the swift release of Pakura, the dark release of Chikichi, and the storm release of Toroi, becoming the first person to gather 4 types of blood limit in one body, and directly declared war on the 5 great countries, wanting to start the 4th Ninja World War on his own. But now, this guy was infected with Yuuji's cancer cells and was destined to not have that kind of future. Summoning technique. The next moment, Hirako appeared in the dim laboratory. It's been a long time since we last met. Hirako-sama, you are still alive. Yuuji smiled. Hirako was shocked and angry, and he was about to burst out with a terrible power, but the next moment, Yuuji directly made a seal. Zi. The cancer cells in Hirako's body quickly went berserk and began to proliferate crazily, turning Hirako into a ball of meat again. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell do you want to do? The proud Hirako collapsed. I just need to collect some experimental data. Moreover, I want to extract some chakra from Senior Hirako. Yuuji cut off the flesh and blood of Hirako. After observing for a while, he revealed a smile. Sure enough, Hirako's body was being corroded and replaced. Fortunately, Chimera technique could slow down the process, but the cancer cells really invaded his body. What was more interesting was that these foreign cancer cells secreted special egg white enzymes. They interfered and destroyed other healthy cells, causing the healthy cells in Hirako's body to become new cancer cells. This kind of infection assimilation characteristic was very similar to Hashirama's cells. It was very similar to Otsutsuki and Kagaya tying a large number of humans to God Tree and finally transforming them into white Zetsu. That's enough. That plan can theoretically be established. Senior Hirako, give me a little of your chakra. In the next moment, Yuuji immediately began to control Hirako's body and crazily extracted a large amount of chakra. This kind of intense control made Hirako let out a miserable scream, so much so that his spirit was pulled by the new chakra produced by cancer cells and participated in the production of chakra. A large amount of chakra was extracted into Yuuji's body. Then, Yuuji directly removed summoning technique and moved Hirako away. I tried to touch white Zetsu's cells with cancer cells, but the result was that these two cells with strong vitality and corrosive properties exhausted their energy and died while devouring each other. The DNA chain of both sides collapsed. Yuuji lowered his head and looked straight into Kazue's eyes. The cancer cells have spread to every corner of your body. They rely on the mutual transformation of chakra and cells to maintain your survival and cannot be removed. If you forcibly inject white Zetsu's cells, the battle between the two cells will destroy the few health cells in your body, causing you to lose the qualification to continue being a genius ninja and even die on the spot. Kazue smiled and said, although I don't know what the use of white Zetsu's cells is, what is your plan? Give up on white Zetsu's cells and directly replace them with my cells. I will be your external source to control the deterioration of the cancer cells. With this extracted chakra and our chakra, it should be enough. Kazue, remember, no matter what time it is, do not stop refining chakra. Use your chakra to stimulate as many cancer cells as possible. Hirako, that guy, has the ability to devour other people's Kekii Genkai. This is equivalent to seizing other people's DNA and fusing it into his own DNA sequence. What you need to do now is to take the initiative to use the chakra zipper to connect the cancer cells, to prevent your DNA from being eroded and destroyed. Yuuji directly placed his hand on Kazue's chest, and a large amount of chakra crazily surged. At the same time, Yuuji also directly injected his cancer cells into Kazue's body. You are from the Uchiha clan, and there is ancient blood flowing in your body. This is an unshakable powerful gene essence. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether you can stimulate the power of the initial gene. Yuuji said indifferently. After countless cancer cells entered Kazue's body, they immediately began to proliferate crazily. Moreover, they assimilated the original cancer cells in Kazue's body in a violent manner and immediately started to invade and assimilate with the few health cells. Kazue let out a painful roar, and her entire body shook violently. Along with the terrifying amount of chakra pouring into his body, the speed of growth of the cancer cells was exaggerated, and the degree of corrosion that Kazue suffered far surpassed that of Hirako. Feel this power, remember the feeling when you opened your eyes back then, search for your most essential sleeping gene. Yuuji activated the art of suction, at the same time observing Kazue's state, especially the special pair of Sharingan. Otsutsuki Hago Romo had directly evolved from 3 Tomo to Rinnegan, without the process of Mangekyu and Eternal Mangekyu. Later, because of Indra, Ancestor Uchiha opened Mangekyu Sharingan for the first time. When it came to Kazue, it was most likely that these dim 3 Tomo had been forcefully opened because of excessive radiation. Normally speaking, she would never be able to open her eyes for the rest of her life. The high-grade bloodline belonging to Otsutsuki Hago Romo was the key to turning Kazue into something magical. Opening this key was hidden in the depths of Kazue's genes. Although I can't be sure how much ancestral gene is left in your body, even if there is only a sliver left. Kazue, either be devoured by me or find the ancestral gene to resist my power. Yuuji crossed his arms and leaned to the side, quietly waiting. Kazue, who had already turned into a huge wriggling ball of flesh, even her screams had almost disappeared, because things like mouths had already been assimilated and drowned by the proliferation of balls of flesh. 5 minutes later, Izanagi started and rewritten reality. Kazue returned to normal, and a Sharingan had already turned grey. Looks like it failed. Yuuji nodded. Kazue took a deep breath. No, it's not a failure. I more or less understand what Yuuji-san means. Use the dormant genes hidden in my bloodline to construct the core to resist corrosion. Then, Yuuji-san will take action to control it and form a stable. That's right, but the premise is that you need to continue activating this indestructible and powerful ancestral gene. Otherwise, Root would not be able to resist it with just your own DNA. Yuuji chuckled, his eyes deep. The cancer cells are extremely vicious monsters. Not only will they assimilate the healthy cells into cancer cells, but they will also steal the DNA mitochondria from the healthy cells. Then, under the stimulation of his chakra, his cancer cells will also connect to her cancer cells through his spiritual and material chains to build a passage. The source bloodline of Uchiha's family, because of Indra and Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the DNA of these guys was assimilated by him in silence, or was it violently stimulated and activated? Since you understand, let's start the second experiment. Don't forget the experience lesson just now. Kazue, remember what I said. You are a genius. In terms of using my power, you are a unique genius. Kazue had a special physique. He could use the radiation on himself to stimulate the power of the dormant genes. The second human experiment started. This time, Yuuji increased the total output of the radiation. He used the posture of killing Kazue to send countless radiation particles into Kazue's body. This made Kazue more and more painful. The whole DNA almost collapsed under multiple attacks, but in this desperate situation, her unique talent erupted. That kind of persistence that was unwilling to be mediocre or even crazy, along with this spirit, the born chakra, at this moment, began to use the double-edged sword of radiation to the maximum limit. Every second was a race against time. It will be 5 minutes soon. Yuuji frowned, and then quickly let go. In the center of this lump of meat, a powerful chakra burst out, with a kind of gloom and cold, accompanied by roars. Unprecedented power emerged and fought against the cancer cells like thieves. This extreme cold, with a deep ominous chakra. It seems that it succeeded, and the only eye left is saved. Yuuji suddenly smiled. The slumber gene that was close to the source of Uchiha had finally been activated by this unique genius, just like how she had forcefully opened her eyes back then. Kazue, you are a true genius. However, after becoming my subsidiary creature, you will be in hell every moment. Only by risking your life at all times can you survive. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will either be devoured by me or die from the collapse of your genes. Are you really prepared to embrace such a terrifying and hopeless future where life is worse than death? Chapter 64, Madara's Illusion. Kazue stood up and sized herself up with the only healthy Sharingan. A healthy body, terrifying physical strength, a steady stream of chakra. She felt that she was different. Although cold and ominous, constantly emerging from the depths of her body, at the same time, that powerful feeling was real and real. Her entire person welcomed a sublimation. This is my body. Kazue murmured in a low voice. No, you are wrong. This is my body. Yuuji leaned against the wall and smiled, at least most of them belong to me. Constructing the flesh and blood of your body and maintaining your life force, most of them belong to me. Yes. Although this body gives me a very strange feeling, it is so healthy and powerful. Yuuji-san, you have created a miracle. Kazue murmured in a low voice and tried to refine the chakra. Even this chakra became ambiguous. It seems to have the characteristics of Yuuji. You don't have to think about it. Most of your body is built with my cancer cells. Use my cells and your spirit to extract and refine the chakra. Yuuji chuckled, feeling very happy. The current Kazue was similar to Obito, who had half of her body smashed and then used White Zetsu's cells to repair it. There were 2 cells in her body that could be used by her to create a lot of chakras. The only difference was that the cancer cells were Yuuji's exclusive possession after all. They were filled with the essence of chaos and disorder, and Yuuji needed to regularly interfere and control them. Once Yuuji let go, Kazue would become an uncontrollable monster. She would forever be Yuuji's subsidiary organism. Kazue subconsciously pulled up her hair, covering the colorless Sharingan. She took a deep breath and smiled, "No matter what, I survived. Thank you so much, Yuuji-san. But I also want to know what will happen if the second experiment fails again. If you fail again, your 2 eyes will all go blind. Either you transplant a new Sharingan and continue to conduct human experiments and gambling, or you will die." Yuuji turned around and walked out of the laboratory. In fact, he still had a card, but it seemed that there was no need to use it now. When the two of them walked out of the laboratory, Elder Uchiha Setsuna was silently waiting. When he saw the two of them, he nodded coldly. Looks like it was a success, and it only consumed 1 eye. Shiranui Yuuji, the Uchiha clan will never forget this kindness. Yuuji said, "You don't have to be so polite. I am just doing what I should do. Also, if this experiment fails, what does Elder Setsuna plan to do? Will he lead the entire Uchiha clan to start a war with Root?" Shua! 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 A dozen of Root's ninjas appeared behind Yuuji, their eyes behind their masks coldly staring at Elder Setsuna. As long as Yuuji gave the order, these Root ninjas would attack Setsuna without hesitation. They were emotionless task machines, and there was no hatred for Uchiha, but they would obey Yuuji. Setsuna slowly said, "No, if Kazue dies, it is only her fate that is bad. The Uchiha clan is the pillar of Konoha, and will not take the initiative to do internal strife. Yuuji-san, leave it to me." Kazue smiled and supported Setsuna. The two of them slowly left. Yuuji looked at the backs of the two people and waved his hand. Many of Root's ninjas quickly disappeared. If Setsuna, a radical who left his name in the original work, has not understood my signal, then this guy is a waste. Yuuji sneered and then began to leisurely wander around Uchiha clan. "Hey, Uncle Tiaki, give me a piece of barbecue." Yuuji greeted him. Tiaki and his wife were also Uchiha's people who rarely left their names in the original work. They were a couple who often greeted him when he was a child. "Hey! Yuuji, I haven't seen you for a while. You are now a genius Konoha." Uchiha Tiaki sighed and immediately made a barbecue and handed it to Yuuji. "It's all for the village." Yuuji smiled as he handed over the money. As he savored the food, he walked slowly. At this time, a memory suddenly came. This is the memory of my shadow clone." Yuuji paused. This dissolved shadow clone sent back memories. Obito's grandmother seemed to be dying. Before she died, she said she wanted to see him. Is the art of elephant transformation finally unable to hold on? Yuuji quickly ate the delicious food in his hands and quickly rushed to Obito's home. Obito was not there at this time. Only Yuuji's remaining shadow clone was waiting on Madara's grandmother. Bang! Yuuji directly dismissed this shadow clone. "Obito's grandmother, you hurriedly called me over. Is there something? No matter what your will is, I will carry it out to the end." Yuuji's expression was solemn, but there was also a trace of sadness. Grandma Madara slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yuuji coldly. "I have to thank you for opening the second Megatama, Sharingan. Although this does not match my plan." Grandma Madara said slowly. "Ah, what you said is too foreign. I also hope that Obito will become stronger. After all, he is a junior that you highly regard." Yuuji said with a smile. "It seems that you have noticed it. Is it because of the white Zetsu you killed? Being too smart is not a good thing. Before your strength reaches a certain level, you have to know how to pretend to be confused. As for how much you have noticed, I will personally check it out and decide whether to control your thoughts to leave you to Obito or to kill you completely." Madara's eyes slowly widened, and an astonishing pressure burst forth from his eye power, which was used on Yuuji. The illusion of Sharingan suddenly descended, and in an instant, it was as if the entire world was only left with that revolving three-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 65, Planet Godzilla. "Become my puppet, little brat," Madara coldly said. He used the little remaining chakra in his body, intending to use illusion to control Yuuji. For him, this was very simple. He could use his eyes to control a tailed beast, let alone a mere little brat. The huge eye power transformed into an illusion and rushed into the body of Yuuji. Now, I have to figure out how much this little ghost has detected. Suddenly, Madara paused, and his face revealed deep astonishment. A trace of his chakra, carrying a part of his spirit, directly entered one. In the huge dark world, an incomparably terrifying but indistinct big guy, which made people completely unable to see clearly, was half asleep and half awake, overlooking him who was as small as an ant. It's a bit like the time and space where tailed beasts are sealed, but how can this thing exist in the body of this little ghost? Is it a special psychic beast? Some kind of demon? Or a manifestation of the mind? Madara had already recovered his original appearance of incomparably old. At this time, he raised his head and looked at it with amazement. In the ninja realm, there were indeed many strange things, such as Shinigami and the evil god. In his first impression, Madara believed that this living thing in front of him should be one of these ghost things. But soon, Madara's face darkened. No, that's not right. Some of the characteristics of this thing are no less than my Gedo statue. Gedo statue was the shell of the 10 tails. At this time, Madara's eye power was still surging, successfully attracting the attention of this behemoth. Who? Godzilla unconsciously opened his mouth. The terrifying suction force triggered a terrifying hurricane and then Madara was swallowed in one mouthful. Pucci. In the outside world, Madara's figure twisted and showed signs of instability. His mind was injured. Originally, this body could still maintain 2 months of life if it cherished it. Now, there are only dozens of minutes left. Is it a monster that can devour spirit and chakra? It seems that it is no less than a tailed beast. Madara sat on the bed, feeling the rapid collapse of his body. He slowly moved his eyes and looked at Yuuji coldly. From beginning to end, Yuuji maintained a calm attitude and waited quietly. Little brat, what was that just now? Madara asked directly. Godzilla, Senior, that is my companion beast, Godzilla. Yuuji smiled. Companion beast, Godzilla. One on 2 sides. So that's how it is. It seems that you have become a fellow similar to Jinchuriki. Madara tried to figure out this word, but he had never heard of it. If he removed that special characteristic that was very similar to the Gedo statue, then he wouldn't even bother to look at an unknown giant beast. Although he didn't know how strong such a giant beast was, he was confident that if he was at his peak, he would be able to beat it with one hand. Have you seen Susanoo before? Beating a tailed beast is the same as beating a sun, understand? It is very similar to the characteristics of Gedo statue, but it is not a fusion of chakra, but a living thing that really exists. Madara narrowed his eyes and thought. As expected of Senior. Senior, I am more and more interested in you. I wonder what you want with Obito, and maybe I can help you. Yuuji was always standing neither servile nor overbearing. It is very similar to the Gedo statue? Of course, it is. Gedo statue is the shell of God tree. It is essentially a plant. And Godzilla in his body has been showing signs of awakening. Yuuji has established a preliminary and intermittent unstable spiritual connection with this Godzilla. After speculation, he basically determined which one Godzilla in his body is. Earth Godzilla, or called Planet Godzilla. It was the unique one who drove out all 3 civilizations of the universe, including humans, and single-handedly changed the ecological environment of the entire Earth, causing everything on the Earth to live because of it, allowing billions of lives to exist because of it, the strongest Godzilla. It was the 300-meter-tall horror individual who once came to the cross-dimensional dimension reduction and had engaged in a brief confrontation with the strongest Golden King in history, Ghidorah. Compared to the other Godzilla, Earth Godzilla was not only terrifying in terms of strength, it was unimaginably powerful. Earth Godzilla's uniqueness was reflected in his background. The other versions of Godzilla, the prehistoric Titan giant beast, the crazy evolution of sea creatures, can all be categorized as animals. Earth Godzilla is more powerful, it is a fucking plant. Moreover, it is a plant that can walk, jump, think, can split the subbody, can have nuclear fusion, can emit endless radiation clouds outside the body, can open its mouth to play a big trick. Have you seen this plant that is more animal than an animal? Oh, there is a similar one in the ninja world, the 10-tailed god tree. What an interesting little brat. Facing me, you should feel awe and fear, and not take the initiative to come up to me. There is no place for you on the stage that I planned. Madara said coldly. Yuuji walked forward and pressed Madara down with a smile. He carefully covered the quilt and said, "The cells of that white thing are very similar to the cells of the body of the legendary first Hokage, Mokuton. Considering the powerful eye power of you, Sharingan. Although it is very absurd, you are probably the legendary Uchiha Madara, right? If I don't have my position now, I will definitely have it in the future. How will I know if I don't try? I won't let go of any possibility that I can pursue eternal peace. I am walking on this path myself. Eternal peace. Greedy little devil, let's talk about it after you survive. Now, I don't have much time left. Bring Obito here." Madara looked deeply at Yuuji. The killing intent in his heart did not diminish at all. This little devil with a strange psychic beast in his body probably won't easily distort his will. There are very few idiots like Obito, but maybe it's also an interesting tool. Yuuji nodded slightly and walked out of the room. He divided a few shadow clones to search for the whereabouts of Obito. Peace, in this world full of chaos and killing, is really a sad word. Madara's method is destined to fail, and it is also dug into his heart and became the shell of Kagaya's resurrection. Yuuji chuckled. Since the birth of a ninja, it had developed all the way until now, and in just a few thousand years, it had already made the ninja walk a bloody path that could not be turned back. If the path that belonged to a ninja or Rikuta Senin failed, then it would be better to change to a completely new path. One was completely different from a ninja, and it was even completely different from Itsutsuki's clan, and it was filled with an unknown path. If I were the one to lead, I might be able to do it. Yuuji casually touched his stomach, stood in place, and waited patiently. Chapter 66, Rush to the East. Obito's grandmother was dead. Tears streamed down Obito's face as he personally buried his last kin. Everyone has to die. Obito, life is reincarnated from generation to generation. Yuuji patted Obito on the shoulder and sighed. Obito did not know that he was crying for Madara. Even the corpse that was buried was just a disguised white Zetsu. I know. From now on, I have no relatives. Yuuji, do you think there is really a pure land in this world? Is there really a place that can let my grandmother rest in peace? TL note, the Pure Land is the place where the souls of earthly beings generally reside in death. Obito cried until his eyes were swollen. He covered his face with his hands and cried. Pure Land, of course, exists. All the souls in the modern world will go to that place. Maybe you will meet again in the future. Yuuji comforted. In the Pure Land, there was not only Obito's grandmother, but even Rikuta Senin also lived there. All the dead souls, along with the fading chakra, finally converged to the Pure Land. For the Pure Land, Yuuji had always had speculation. If he recycled the chakra of the undead in the Pure Land would be recovered. But for whether this speculation was true or not, this required Yuuji to personally kill his way into the Pure Land to confirm. If it were true, then it would be too interesting. Pure Land. Obito clenched his fists and muttered in a low voice. Right, Obito, did Grandma tell you anything before she left? Yuuji seemed to speak inadvertently. Ah! I did say a lot. Grandma is complaining about the ugliness of this world. Maybe I have read too many papers you wrote, Yuuji. I think Grandma's literary talent is terrible. I don't have much fluctuation in my heart. Woo! Yuuji patted Obito on the shoulder with a pleased expression. Very good. This kind of Obito is a qualified possessor of the will of fire. After the funeral ended, Yuuji brought Guy and Kazue along and calmly walked on Konoha's street. Kazue, have you changed your hairstyle? You covered one of your eyes. Guy pointed at Kazue and keenly discovered the blind spot. Kazue smiled and nodded. It feels very boring to always keep the same hairstyle, right, Yuuji-san? Whatever you like. Yuuji casually replied, we are now genin. We should still form teams and participate in the new war. I heard that the war on the front line is getting more and more bitter. Even a batch of fourth-year graduates from the ninja school was sent to the battlefield. The war is cruel, but it is the stage for Yuuji-san to display her talent, isn't it? Kazue, who understood Yuuji's will, covered her mouth and chuckled. Since her human body experiment was successful, she temporarily got rid of the struggle between life and death, and her whole person became much more cheerful. Every day, her vitality was crazily surging, and the cancer cells in her body were constantly multiplying, which could bring her a terrifying amount of chakra. Right now, with Kazue's usual amount of chakra, Superior Ninja was directly beaten, and as long as she wanted to take the risk of losing control, she could completely refine the amount of chakra comparable to elite superior ninja, or even comparable to Bijuu without a tail. It was still the same sentence, the only risk was losing control, and too much stimulation of cancer cells would cause a very terrible thing to happen. If Yuuji could not be by her side when she lost control, and once she broke through a certain boundary, Kazue would become a disorderly and chaotic monster, forever losing herself. Speaking of which, didn't Elder Setsuna fill you with what you lack? With your qualifications, you can now carry my power without limit, or even take a step further, but Setsuna didn't say anything. Yuuji asked casually. At the same time, he was so idle that he casually bought some balloons from the roadside vendors to play with. He blew one and crushed one. Well, as long as I want to, I can do it at any time. But it feels a little strange when it is installed with other people's eyes. Kazue smiled. Yuuji nodded. It seems that old bastard Setsuna also has some ideas, such as Mangekyo Sharingan. He must also know the method to open the eternal Mangekyo. However, there is no need to think about that for the time being. Yuuji looked deeply at Kazue. That night, Yuuji came to Root's base. Danzo stood in the shadows and had been waiting for a long time. This man with a cane in his hand seemed to be carrying the endless darkness behind him. I heard about it. You conducted human experiments on Kazue and almost got into a conflict with that old bastard Setsuna. Danzo said gloomily. Yuuji nodded. Don't worry about Setsuna's matter. He is an old dog with a half-body in a coffin. If sensei feels that it is necessary, I can make him disappear right now. Humph, as expected of this old man's disciple. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Although the strong will revealed in Yuuji's words made Danzo, who was used to controlling the life and death of his subordinates, instinctively feel a little uncomfortable. But this kind of attitude, this kind of awareness, this kind of concept that is so similar to him. Very good, very good. Hiruzen, fortunately, I did not give this little brat to you. He was born to be my man. The Uchiha clan, from birth to death, all have the blood of evil flowing in them. Even my second Hokage-sensei is full of disgust and disgust towards them. You can use them as you please, but you can't get close to them. Don't cross this line. Danzo coldly said. Yuuji smiled and agreed, then said, Danzo-sensei, don't you want to ask me what kind of human experiments Kazue has conducted? With your knowledge reserves and the things you have in your hands, it must be related to your radiation power. Danzo shook his head, your bloodline is indeed powerful, and you also have abundant chakra. Presumably, your cell activity is different from ordinary people, but I am not interested in your body. Danzo was very confident, even if your physique is comparable to Senju and Uzumaki people, what can you do? I have something far beyond your imagination. Yuuji nodded solemnly as if he was amazed by Sensei's unfathomable strength. Danzo stared at Yuuji for a while and nodded with a sneer. No matter how strong Yuuji's physique was, he was only at the level of the Uzumaki clan. How could he be stronger than Hashirama? As long as he had Hashirama's cells and enough Sharingan, he would have the ability to survive. Hiruzen has issued a new task to completely solve the Eastern Front War. Konoha has no energy to continue the three-line battle. This old man has officially promoted you to a special superior ninja. Shiranui Yuuji, as my disciple, you will go to the East Line to fight with Kirigakure. I will assign you a route team, and you can choose the rest of Genin. Danzo heavily knocked on the ground. In your period, Hyuga Iroha will be the vice-captain of your team. As soon as he finished speaking, a root ninja wearing a mask knelt down in front of Yuuji. Chapter 67, Fugaku's Decision. In the Eastern War, Konoha and Kirigakure were in an anxious state. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, these two great dojutsu clans, had been squatting in the Eastern Front for the past 4 years, fighting with Kirigakure who had crossed the sea. Iroha, long time no see. There has been no news of you since graduation. Yuuji sized up the root ninja who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. After graduation, I was chosen by Lord Danzo and joined Root's department. I have been carrying out missions as Root. Iroha slowly took off his mask, revealing an expressionless face. The calm and proud youth of the past had been completely smoothed out, becoming an emotionless worker. So it's like this, no wonder. I still remember the wonderful showdown you had with Kazue during the graduation competition. Yuuji could not help but shake his head. Then from now on, please advise me. I can use your eyes. Hyuga Iroha agreed expressionlessly. The mission he had received was to protect Shiranui Yuuji at all costs. The former members of the rich and powerful families now had to fight to the end for the actual combat lesson. Yuuji walked out of Root's base. There were already 11 ninjas from Root's forces following behind him. These could be said to be zombie soldiers. As long as Yuuji wanted to, he could give any order, even if he wanted these people to die. Including me, there are 12 people in this team and a few more. The next morning, all the members of the team gathered and added 3 other people. Uchiha Kazue, Might Guy, these 2 reliable guys, needless to say, A and D. Today is a mission. Does Mr. Du also want to exercise? Yuuji led many ninjas to stand at the village entrance and smile. Oh. It's not training. I just did 1,000 push-ups to warm up. Thank you for your trust, Yuuji-san, and you are willing to take me, a 10,000-year-old genin, with you. Du shook his arms, then suddenly bowed with tears in his eyes. Yes, Might Du did not pass the exam. It was not that he was beaten down by someone in the actual combat exam. It was mainly because he suppressed himself and did not enter the second round of the actual combat exam. The first round of written exams beat him to death. Ah, it is just a trivial matter. Yuuji waved his hand. Although he was much stronger than he was 2 years ago, it was still safer to face Kirigakure and the others this time. In the past few years, Might Du has been acting as his guard, and now he is only continuing this mission and positioning. A total of 15 people, all of them are here. Then, let's go. Our mission is to clean up Kirigakure's team who sneaked into the Fire Country, and then go to the southeast of the Fire Country to step on the front line against Kirigakure. Shua, Shua, Shua. One figure after another moved quickly, following Yuuji through the dense forest. A team of 15 people directly supporting the front line of the war was already a force worth paying attention to. In the War of 4 Years, Konoha used all the strength of the Country of Fire, along with the ninja power of the famous and noble families. He barely mobilized 17,000 ninjas. Until now, the number has been reduced by 50. In Yuuji's mind, he quickly recalled the secret information he had obtained from Root. It was very miserable, very miserable. Even though Konoha had the most fertile land in the whole world and had the most people, it was already unable to bear heavy losses. It had to be known that 10 years ago, Konoha had just finished the Second War and had already lost a lot. Not to mention, among the less than 20,000 ninjas, many of them were famous, and the nobles controlled the ninja guards. Their strength was uneven. In addition, in the huge Fire Country, the third-rate ninjas stationed in various prosperous cities and towns were not even qualified. Even the so-called ninjas that did not even have the qualities of a lower ninja were all used. Since the third battle broke out until now, Konoha had always been in a terrible situation of 1 against 3. It had almost gambled everything. This time, the village had already made up its mind to completely deal with Kirigakure's threat and intimidate the restless Kumigakure, ending the Eastern Line War. As Yuuji's team moved, in the forest of the Fire Country, the many Kirigakure teams that had sneaked in to cause trouble suffered a powerful attack. Waves of screams rang out in the forest of Konoha. This is already the second Kirigakure team we found, and they actually allowed them to sneak in here. Yuuji made his move and unleashed a super vibration wave, destroying everything within 100 meters in front of him, blasting several of the concealed Kirigakure into pieces. In the surroundings, his team members had already spread out in all directions, chasing after Kirigakure and the others who had quietly surrounded them. In a short period of time, 2 teams had already been killed by them. Tell me your battle plan. Yuuji sat on the ground and looked at Kirigakure, who was caught by Du and Guy. Hey, 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 stop joking. We are not afraid of death. Do you think we will be as weak and ridiculous as Konoha? Ha, I killed a rookie kid on the front line not long ago. That kid just graduated, right? He cried and begged me to spare his life. Kirigakure ninja spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. What a stupid guy. Kazue. The 3 megatamas in Kazue's eyes rapidly rotated, and a huge amount of chakra gushed out, instantly controlling this enemy. Sneak into the Fire Country, investigate the garrison forces of Konoha, and do as much damage and slaughter as possible. Crack! Yuuji made a move, breaking the neck of this Kirigakure. Let's go to the front line. To be able to let Kirigakure's team infiltrate this place, it seems like the situation at the front line is not good. Yuuji gave the order. The group abandoned the corpses on the ground and quickly rushed to the front line camp. At this time, Guy caught up, Yuuji-san, what the enemy said just now. Well, they are probably new students who have just graduated. They were sent to the forefront. Yuuji shook his head. This was also something that could not be helped. In the ancient times of his previous life, it was common for 12-year-old cannon fodder refugees to be pushed onto the battlefield. Even sending a few arrows to consume the enemy was useful. Not to mention this Naruto world which had chakra energy. War, such a terrible thing. Yuuji muttered in a low voice. In the midst of whistling, he increased his speed, and the whole team instantly accelerated in silence, directly rushing to the front line. In the southeast of the Fire Country, the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure had always been filled with endless blood. The main forces of the two great Ai clans had gathered here. For a full 4 years, this southeast corner had exhausted the blood of the two great clans. The entire clan was male, female, young, and old. Anyone who could breathe would have to go to the battlefield. Lord Fugaku, Kirigakure, and the others have launched an attack again. Hisashi-sama's side has also been attacked. He is temporarily unable to support us. A communications ninja knelt in front of Fugaku and said anxiously. I understand. Then let's start to meet the enemy. Use our more than 200 Uchiha clansmen to kill all the enemies. Fugaku slowly raised his head. The 3-tomo Sharingan rotated, but there was a terrifying eye power that was far more than ordinary 3-tomo. Chapter 68, Yuuji's team joins in. Ha, it's you guys again. Did all of Konoha's people die? Did you only send Uchiha to fight with us, Kirigakure? How laughable. Using a fire escape ninja to deal with us, Kirigakure is truly terrible. Thank you for your bloodline. If not for Sharingan, you would have been killed by us long ago. One after another, cold voices rang out. Many bloody figures appeared in the sea. Kirigakure sneered and looked at these damned Uchiha with fear. Sharingan was really difficult to deal with. It was observed with dynamic vision, chakra vision, and illusion attacks. The power of these eyes was simply unreasonable. Are they here, the Kirigakure ninjas? Fugaku stood at the very front, looking at these fellows with a cold expression. Too many of his clansmen had died at the hands of Kirigakure's ninjas. The entire clan was greatly injured. Because of the village's orders, all the men and women in the clan, young and old, were sent to the battlefield. Right now, the entire Uchiha clan only had about 200 people left on this battlefield. At this time, a youth around 10 years of age next to Fugaku whispered, "Clan leader, the number of enemies seems to be a little abnormal. Shisui, remember to protect yourself in a while. Naya, stay by my side and prepare to support me with rolling eyes." Fugaku gave the order. Haiga also nodded solemnly. He put down his backpack and stood solemnly behind Fugaku, ready to fight to the death. Although the two Dojutsu families did not like each other and claimed that they were Konoha's #1 family, they all claimed that they had the strongest eyes, but in the war period, some misunderstandings were temporarily put aside, and joining hands to kill the enemy was the most important thing. The two sides gradually approached and saw each other's faces, filled with endless killing intent. Attack! A fierce battle erupted. Uchiha's clan had once again engaged in a battle with these fellows who had come from across the sea. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire escape, no fire destruction. A large number of fire escape techniques were shot out, but in an instant, they were covered by the surging water escape, causing a huge cloud of steam to appear. Everyone, remember to stay away from the sea and be careful of their silent killing technique. Right, report the location of the enemy in time. This time, the enemy is a bit aggressive. Fugaku roared and rushed forward. As the chief and commander of the army, Fugaku would always be at the front. This was very Uchiha. Puchi! Ah! A fierce battle erupted. Soon, some people screamed and fell. All kinds of escape techniques flew around the battlefield. Every moment, life was fading away. However, it was obvious that the Uchiha clan was at an absolute disadvantage in the face of ninjutsu. In the beginning, they only used fire style to cover and buffer. After that, almost no Uchiha clan member used fire style ninjutsu again. Using the fire escape technique to fight the water escape technique, that was useless. But the bad thing is, apart from a small portion of genin and all the superior ninja, they don't know any other attribute of ninjutsu. They only know the fire style technique inherited from their family, so it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to be on this kind of battlefield. Kirigakuru's technique. Some of the Kirigakure ninjas let out cruel smiles and joined hands to launch Kirigakuru's technique. In the midst of a moment, the huge mist mixed with chakra suddenly spread out, crazily spreading. It's coming again, silent killing technique. Fugaku gritted his teeth. It was this technique that became the reason why the village drove many Uchiha clansmen who could only use fire release to fight against Kirigakure. Sharingan did not have the ability to see through and could not see through the fog, but its powerful dynamic vision allowed them to be assassinated in close range. He quickly reacted and launched a counterattack. However, this was still very depressing. Many of the clansmen who had not opened their eyes had been assassinated. Straight. In a radius of 100 meters ahead, there are about 80 people. On the southeast coast, there is still a steady stream of enemies. The number of people coming ashore has already exceeded 300, and they are still growing rapidly. I can't see clearly from further away. The fog of chakra is very much affecting my vision. Straightening his eyes, he used his X-ray vision and said reluctantly. Just this alone has already surpassed our military strength. Fugaku threw out a large number of swords in his hands and used the sword technique to kill 2 of Kirigakure's ninjas. Hearing this, his face was extremely ugly. It was different from the past. Kirigakure's deployment is different from the past. It seems that he has a new war plan. Could it be? Fugaku's face sank. He immediately sent a clansman to the eastern camp and asked for help from Jiraiya. At the same time, he ordered to give up this temporary stronghold and retreat inland as much as possible to buy time. With the strength of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan not far away, it was very difficult to fight against so many enemies. As time passed, the casualties were increasing. It was easy to have Sharingan's ninjas to protect themselves in the thick fog. Still, those who did not have eyes could only gather together and passively endure the terrible assassination. Shua. Die. This time, it is different from the past. We, Kirigakure, want the southeast territory of the Fire Country. A Kirigakure ninja suddenly emerged from the thick fog and instantly assassinated an Uchiha clansman. He was about to retreat. Don't even think about escaping. Fugaku growled. The Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. He activated an illusion technique in an instant, forcefully controlling the other party and throwing out Kunao to kill him. However, similar things happened one after another. Thick fog and water escape were constantly weakening the strength of the clan and killing their clansmen. In just a short while, more than 10 people from Uchiha's clan had died. This made Fugaku's heart bleed. Lord Fugaku! The number of enemies has increased again. Moreover, it seems that the other strongholds have also suffered similar attacks. Hyuga also suddenly roared. In the next moment, his head was cut off, and his 2 eyes were automatically destroyed the moment they were dug out. Sure enough, they are from the branch family again. It is really difficult to get a second eye. Ao kicked away the body of Naya coldly with the white eye that he had snatched away, feeling a little regretful. Hyuga Naya rolled his eyes. The strategic significance was much greater than that of Sharingan. Ao, are you the one leading the team? It seems that if I don't use some tricks this time, I won't be able to bring my clansmen out safely. Sure enough, I still have to use that thing. Fugaku listened to the roars and screams coming from all around and was silent for a moment. The pair of jade eyes in his eyes unconsciously rotated even faster, and a terrifying eye power made Ao's face slightly change. What's with this deep and ominous feeling? Ao instinctively felt a burst of fear. This terrifying eye power. Shisui, who was struggling to kill the enemy, was suddenly shocked. He looked at the clan leader. The 3 jade hooks that were spinning around Fugaku seemed to be getting closer and closer, but it also seemed like an illusion. Just as this pressure was about to reach its peak, Fugaku was forced to reveal that technique. Suddenly, a shocking roar suddenly came. A huge shock wave, accompanied by a roar like that of Bijuu, blew away a large amount of fog high up in the sky. Just the aftermath that slightly leaked out made the fog much thinner. Dozens of figures suddenly landed around Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, it's Konoha Yuuji. Please join us. Yuuji put one hand on the ground and made a hand seal with the other. He instantly descended. Chapter 69, Nuclear Escape. Art of Erase. At the critical moment, Yuuji brought his team over. I didn't expect that the enemy would launch a large-scale attack. It seems that the enemy is planning to fight a decisive battle. Yuuji slowly raised his head and looked at Kirigakure's ninjas, who were rushing over. He said indifferently. Yuuji? Did the village send you to support us? But now is not the time to chat. Let's retreat. Fugaku glanced at Yuuji, then looked at Kazue and nodded. Of course, he recognized his own genius. Yuuji-sama, be careful of Kirigaku's silent killing technique. These guys hide in the thick fog and launch assassinations. They are very difficult to deal with. Shisui raised his voice and looked at Yuuji with a burning gaze. Silent killing technique. I understand. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Yuuji glanced at Shisui and nodded slightly. Oh, this guy was that depressed Shisui? It seemed that the battle for fame was at the end of the third battle, and he had established the name of Shisui in the blink of an eye on the battlefield against Kirigaku. Pa! Yuuji suddenly clapped his hands. A huge amount of radiation particles immediately began to spread wildly in his body and quietly mixed into the fog. Lord Fugaku, take your team and retreat. Time is on our side. Although the enemy has more troops than us, there is still a chance to win. Yuuji formed a seal with one hand and said indifferently. The terrifying radiation continued to surge forward, and it was closely connected to the fog of chakras. Some of the nearby Kirigaku ninjas felt some discomfort in their bodies. Their bodies were hot, and their bodily functions were declining, and their minds were dizzy. Is this ability of your nuclear releases Kekii Genkai, some kind of cellular level chakra poison? No, it is even more subtle than cells. Fugaku opened the 3 megatamas and used his powerful eye power to observe the burst of chakra from Yuuji. He vaguely seemed to see something. Ah, as expected of Lord Fugaku. To be able to vaguely see such a microscopic level, your eye power is a bit too strong. Yuuji smiled and stared at Fugaku's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he was only maintaining the shape of the 3-hook jade, he was far superior to ordinary 3 megatamas on all levels. In the original work, Obito could see the large movement of nano-bug in the eyes, and now Fugaku also had a similar vision. Fugaku's heart jumped, and he met Yuuji's meaningful gaze. How wide can your technique cover? All of the enemies. Yuuji made a powerful move, and the chakra within his body crazily surged and once again increased the intensity of the radiation. Gradually, the numerous Kirigaku who were fighting noticed that something was wrong in a short time. Quickly use chakra to cover your body. Konoha's nuclear release ninja is here. At this time, Ao couldn't help but shout, and with a cold expression, he released his chakra to protect himself. But this method could only be used on superior ninja and some outstanding ninja. For an ordinary ninja, this was hopeless. Attack, everyone follows me, kill Shiranui Yuuji. Ao roared loudly, and his heart was extremely shocked and angry. This nuclear release brat actually came directly from the western battlefield to the eastern line. He recalled the information about Yuuji in his mind. This was a guy who was unfathomable but possessed terrifying abilities. He had to kill him here. A large number of Kirigaku abandoned their opponents and quickly gathered together in this thick fog. Soon, Fugaku, Yuuji, and the others were surrounded and blocked by a large number of Kirigaku. No one could understand the anxiety in Ao's heart. According to the information he had obtained, many of IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja, who had fought with this little ghost, had a terrible physical illness and could not be cured for the time being. There was no possibility for them to recover in their entire lives. Uchiha could leave, but Shiranui must die. He is here. Lord Fugaku, get ready. No matter what cards you have in your hands, there is no need to use them here now. Yuuji said indifferently. As he quickly retreated, he increased the intensity of the radiation. A large number of Uchiha's clan members were freed and quickly retreated inland. Fugaku and his group attracted the pursuit of at least 400 Kirigaku. More than half of these 400 people were here to kill Yuuji. Soon, the weak Kirigaku ninjas began to collapse. They screamed in pain and fell to the ground. As time passed, more and more howls of pain rose. Many people grabbed their bodies in pain. Their internal organs withered, and their blood dried up. Large amounts of bumps and pus appeared on their bodies. They all died in endless pain. This kind of natural disaster-like technique. Ao's body trembled. In just a short while, his team had lost a tenth of their members. Although they were all cannon fodder and had no value, this terrifying reduction speed was shocking. Ao's eyes were red. He was looking at Yuuji, who was about to catch up. He gritted his teeth and chased after him. Even more Kirigaku ninjas went crazy. Suppressing the fear in their hearts, they roared and charged at Yuuji. As long as they could kill this little brat, everything was worth it. This is Lord Yuuji's technique. The young Shisui followed beside Fugaku, looking back with a shocked face. Under the gaze of his Megatama, one after another, chakra fell one after another. The dense fog made by the enemy was now like swallowing their poison, greedily and obsessively swallowing the lives of Kirigakure ninjas. The deeper they went into the fog, the more they could feel this indescribable horror. Yuuji, how much longer can you maintain this technique? 2 hours is no problem. Fugaku directly called out. It seemed that there was no need for him to use the unskilled Mangekyo Sharingan. Ao, along with a group of superior ninja and genin, finally caught up. Die, Konoha's evil little ghost. Ao looked at him with a face full of hatred. The blood vessels around the stolen Byakugan tightened, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Water style, water surge. Water walk, Ao dragon style hand. A large amount of water style ninjutsu came crashing down. At this time, many Kirigakure ninjas also hated Yuuji to the extreme. They even abandoned Uchiha, and all kinds of powerful ninjutsu greeted Yuuji. Especially Ao's dragon's hand, this was a type of technique that coordinated with Byakugan, using water attribute chakra to attack Yuuji's acupoints. As long as he could block the acupoints and interrupt Yuuji's chakra flow, this kind of terrifying range attack would naturally dissipate. But what a pity! I finally lured you here. A guy like you must be killed. You guys clean up the other trash. I'll deal with this guy alone. Ao, right? Return the Byakugan. Yuuji said. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Ao's palm. Ao's dragon hand had pierced through Yuuji's palm at that time, but Yuuji did not care at all. This kind of ridiculous injury, he could heal himself in 2 or 3 seconds. Die here. Yuuji used his other hand to form a seal. Nuclear release, core clone technique. As Setsuna moved, the cells in Yuuji's body began to reproduce crazily. 2 balls of flesh immediately emerged from his back and wriggled, gradually transforming into Yuuji's appearance. What kind of technique is this? Ao widened his eyes. This strange scene drove him to retreat instinctively. Pa! 2 of nuclear release's clones, who had just drilled out half of their bodies and had constructed their upper bodies, suddenly grabbed out with their hands. Their 5 hands had firmly grabbed onto Ao at that time. Yuuji formed a seal with one hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Nuclear release. Art of erase. A terrifying scene appeared in the blink of an eye. The 4 palms seemed to have melted and merged into Ao's body. Ah! A shrill scream resounded in the depths of the fog. Chapter 70, Bijuudama. In this chaotic battlefield, the cruel confrontation continued. Fugaku commanded the ninjas present to spread out in a small team formation, blocking the enemy's attack layer by layer. Most of the people looked like they were struggling to resist. It was slightly strenuous, and there were people who died at every moment. Lord Yuuji is facing that dangerous guy Ao alone. Is it really okay? Lord Fugaku is actually so assured. Shisui used a powerful instantaneous technique to kill an enemy instantly. Even if he was only 10 years old, as a new generation genius of Uchiha's clan, second only to Kazue, he had already revealed a trace of the characteristics of a strong person. He kept shaking his head. Sharingan captured the traces of the enemy and killed them the moment they were assassinated. Subconsciously, he stabbed another enemy in the neck with kunao. Shisui looked in the direction of Yuuji. This glance made Shisui's heart beat wildly, and he revealed a look of horror. What is going on? Is this one of Lord Yuuji's secret arts? In his field of vision, the legs of the 2 clones were completely constructed. They drilled out from Yuuji's back and stood firmly. The 4 arms had already merged into Ao's body. This terrifying scene violently impacted the nerves of Shisui, who had shallow knowledge. Ninjutsu could be like this. What type of clone technique was this? Ao's sudden scream shocked the young Shisui. Shisui, what are you doing? Pay attention to your mission. Fugaku shouted. Yes, clan leader. Shisui took a deep breath. When the other Kirigakure heard Ao's screams, they were also shocked. However, they were blocked by Fugaku, Kazue, and others. Dua and Guy directly opened 6 doors and 5 doors. They roared at Ao and the other unknown things. With their powerful speed and astonishing mobility, they managed to temporarily stop dozens of Kirigakure. Give me your eyes. Yuuji grabbed Ao's palm with one hand and said with a sneer. A Hyuga clansman's Byakugan, this was enough for him to have a preliminary glimpse of the genes of Hamura's bloodline. My body. What's with this kind of clone technique? Ao was both shocked and furious. He was gradually losing control of his body. Those two strange clones that he didn't know what they were, every time they merged, his body would become stiffer and out of control. The chakra within his body began to show signs of going berserk. Ao looked at his eyes and once again used Ao's dragon hand, trying to violently extend his water attribute chakra and pierce through Yuuji's head. But in the next moment, his arm fell off. It was not cut off but seemed to melt, directly falling off. To a certain extent, I have become more and more like Orochimaru. But forget it, combined with my ability, further developed into art of erase, is very practical. Yuuji sneered, the next moment, directly attacked, first cutting off Ao's 2 ears. There are seals hanging on these 2 ears. It is a kind of sealing technique. Oh, to seal Byakugan? I can't let you do this. Yuuji pulled out kunai. Under Ao's desperate gaze, he raised his hand and slashed. Puci. The huge head soared into the sky, and blood shot into the sky. When Yuuji stopped, there was a white eyeball lying quietly in the palm of his hand. This was Byakugan. In the previous war, one of the Hyuga clansmen was attacked by Kirigakure, and one of their eyes was dug out and transplanted to Ao. Byakugan's Kekii Genkai was in his hand. At this time, the many attacking Kirigakure finally broke through the defense line of Fugaku and the others and looked at Yuuji angrily. Or should I say, look at the 3 Yuuji? Do you still want to fight? Your leader was killed by me. You used your chakra cloak to resist my power. Now you have used up a lot, right? Who do you think will win with just these 200 people against the remaining 300 people? Yuuji's voice was calm. The numerous Kirigakure was furious, but looking at the rapidly gathering Uchiha ninjas, they finally gritted their teeth and planned to retreat. Without my permission, who told you to run? Attack! Kill this group of idiots! Yuuji waved his hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa! As expected of Yuuji-san, all the blood in my body is burning. The father and son were so excited that they felt that this was too strong, and they were even more desperate. Some of the Uchiha ninjas looked at the two with disdain, but in their spirits, they immediately pursued Kirigakure. The fog was dissipating, and the silent killing technique was gradually disintegrating. Konoha ninjas launched a crazy counterattack against the enemy. Kill these damn things! Avenge the clansmen! The battle that was originally at an absolute disadvantage was reversed with the addition of Yuuji and the death of Ao. The many Kirigakure who fled in panicked. Although they were shocked and angry in their hearts, they still had no choice but to escape. They were extremely aggrieved. In addition, they only believed in strength and did not have the slightest trust in their companions. Take the initiative to cover the rear and buy time for our companions to escape? Ha, it doesn't exist. Would we, Kirigakure ninjas, be as stupid as Konoha ninjas? The tide of the battle reversed, and a large number of Kirigakure fled. They did not even hesitate to attack their companions and slow down their speed. As time went on, more and more Kirigakure ninjas were killed, and this was gradually evolving into a terrifying pursuit battle. At this point, many people were gradually running out of chakra, and their combat strength was rapidly declining, and their physical exhaustion was severe. But the more they did this, the more they could not give up on making chakra coats, and they would only die faster. This was an unsolvable vicious cycle, and they could only run away with their lives on the line. Many of the fleeing Kirigakure ninjas had encountered such a terrifying effect after exhausting their chakra. Even if Konoha's ninjas did not kill them, they would still be crushed to death. The power of that little brat! Why is the range of his attack so exaggerated? One of Kirigakure exhausted all his chakra, and with a howl, he spread out his outer chakra. The continuously brewing radiation rushed in, destroying all the cells in his body. Dead. After a long time, the fog completely dissipated. The corpses all over the place, as well as the many dead bodies, he silently described how terrifying this battle was. I've already tried my best to reduce the impact on you, but there might be some insignificant side effects. A faint smile appeared on Yuuji's face as he began to recover all of the radiation. I understand, Yuuji. Although this is the first time we've met, I can't express my gratitude. Fugaku looked at the dead Kirigakure and took a deep breath. Shiranui Yuuji is indeed the most terrifying new generation. Many of Konoha's ninjas returned, especially those Uchiha clansmen who respected the most power. At this time, they looked at Yuuji with awe. For this battle to be like this, it is simply unimaginable. I originally thought that their clan would suffer a painful loss, but I didn't expect that Yuuji's Kekkei Genkai ability be terrifying to this extent. Yuuji-san, you can get another generous reward. Kazue covered her mouth and smiled. Her face, which was covered by her hair, slowly raised her head. 3 tomo appeared in her remaining eye, but in the next moment, her expression changed slightly. Hyuga Iroha suddenly said, Lord Yuuji, we are in trouble. A terrifying amount of chakra is gathering in the sea. Yuuji immediately looked up. Vaguely, a terrifying pressure was coming from within, and an extremely oppressive chakra was condensing into a ball in the distance. Kirigakure actually sent out Jinchuriki? Tisk. This was Bijuudama. Chapter 71, Lord Fugaku is flying. Lord Mizukage, almost all of our troops in Sea Point have been wiped out. A Kirigakure ninja knelt on the ground, trembling all over. In front of him, a slender figure with long black hair reaching his waist. His tightly closed eyes were narrow and long, standing coldly in place. Everyone around, even the 7 ninjas, were not willing to get too close to him. The eyes that moved from time to time contained deep fear. Sandaime Mizukage, the person who claimed to have inherited the will of the second Mizukage, had led Kirigakure to a path that no one had expected. Severe betrayal and slaughter. Is that so? The Sea Point should be the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. To think that it would be such a waste to be defeated by that clan. Sandaime Mizukage closed his eyes and spoke indifferently. The next moment, a water escape technique surged out from the sea and killed the ninja who came to report. Lord Sandaime, why don't you let me go? With the sharkskin in my hand, I can kill any enemy. Sukazan Fugyuki suddenly laughed and pulled out the sharkskin on the spot. The sharkskin knife was Three-Tailed Beast's little brother. In the past, he had been by the side of the Three Tails all year round to help the Three Tails transform external matter and extract chakra to feed it to the Three Tails. No need. Just destroy the entire sea landing point. Sandaime Mizukage said in a low voice. The expressions of the others changed, and they immediately retreated far away from Sandaime Mizukage. In the next moment, blood-colored chakra gushed out from the body of Sandaime Mizukage, and in an instant, half Bijuu transformed, and a huge amount of chakra began to gather in the air. A shot of Bijuudama was continuously forming, and then, with a loud bang, it shot towards the sea point. The vast sea was split into 2, instantly tearing apart. Even the hard earth had a ravine pressed out. The power of destruction was descending. A terrifying sense of oppression surged over. Everyone saw that the sea in the distance had suddenly caved in. It was as if the power floating in the air was releasing terrifying gravity. Bijuudama? It seems that the Sanbai is here. Yuuji frowned, somewhat puzzled. At this time, the Sanbai Jinchuriki, who could it be? The Sanbai Jinchuriki that appeared in the original work, the first one was Nohara Rin. But she was killed by Kakashi, and the second one was the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura. After Yagura died, the Sanbai regained its freedom until Akatsuki's Deidara and Obito captured it. But at this time, the Sanbai was controlled by Uchiha Madara? That would be interesting. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Fugaku immediately shouted and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. There was no time to rest. They dragged their tired body and quickly moved inland. After staying on the battlefield all year round, even if many people had not experienced it, they had heard of how terrifying Bijuudama was. Clan leader, the other party has started to create Bijuudama from such a distance. Can we escape from the enemy's attack range? Shisui said in a low voice. Maybe. You should leave quickly. Staying here is a burden. I will find a way to deal with the enemy's attack. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Yuuji smiled faintly. I'll stay too. This is the first time I've encountered something like Bijuu. I'm rather curious. Fugaku frowned. Yuuji, you're still too young. This is Bijuu. Lord Fugaku, even if you use some trump cards, you'll have to pay a terrible price. If I were by your side, I could at least think of a way to escape with you when you're exhausted. Yuuji said. At the same time, he handed Byakugan, who was stained with blood, to Kazue. This eye is very important. Don't lose it. In addition, no matter who asks you for it, you can't hand it over. You understand what I mean? Of course, you can also use it on yourself. Yuuji said with a smile. The others did not understand, but Fugaku's expression changed, and he looked deeply at Kazue. Hiding an eye, was she blinded by the enemy, or is an Agi? I still prefer my own eyes. Please rest assured, Yuuji-san. I will protect your eyes with my life. Kazue took Byakugan over, and then immediately led the group to retreat. The others had withdrawn, but Du did not move for a long time. Now, it is time to burn my youth. Watch me get rid of that big ball. Death Gate. Du clenched his fists and growled. He wanted to burn himself in one breath and kick that Bijuudama away. Fugaku looked at this 10,000-year-old genin with a stunned expression. Stop, you go too. Du, it's just a single attack from Bijuudama. Lord Fugaku and I have the ability to deal with it. This is an order. Yuuji ordered. Du hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed and quickly left. Yuuji, the guy who kept shouting about youth, can he deal with Bijuudama? Fugaku frowned. If you say it like that. Yes, he can do it with just a kick. However, the price is a bit high. Lord Fugaku, please help me keep it a secret. In return, I can keep your secret. Yuuji stood up straight. The two nuclear release clones stood on his left and right respectively and looked up at the astonishing scale Bijuudama. A shocking dent appeared on the ocean and ground. Fugaku sighed. It seems that you have many secrets hidden on you. You are like this. Even the 10,000-year genin who followed you has this kind of power. And Kazue, I am afraid it is you. Fugaku looked deeply at Yuuji. In the next moment, he opened his eyes again, and a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. There were 3 curved blades in these eyes, and there was a small ring between the blades. At the same time, white translucent chakra ribs appeared on the surface of his body. Aren't you surprised at all? It seems that Kazue has already told you about this kind of eye. Mangekyo Sharingan Suzanu. The ribs on the surface of his body suddenly expanded, becoming more solid and powerful. Fugaku roared, forcibly enduring the pain brought by these eyes. His whole person brazenly rushed towards that Bijuudama. Rumble. The two figures collided with each other. In an instant, Bijuudama exploded with a loud bang. An astonishing fluctuation suddenly erupted. Even the air itself was shaken by the powerful impact, and it instantly blasted out the vacuum zone. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything in his field of vision was covered and shrouded by this terrifying void. All that was left was the stalwart man, who seemed to be victorious. He carried everything, his figure extremely imposing. At that time, Yuuji exclaimed, as expected of Lord Fugaku. He is really domineering. Ah, Lord Fugaku is flying. Fugaku was blown away. After rolling on the ground a few dozen times, he was covered in dirt. After struggling to get up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was panting and his face was pale. He sat on the ground, covering his bloodshot eyes in pain. Phew, he actually blocked it. Fugaku spat out blood as he spoke. Most of the chakra ribs on his body were smashed, and the rest were covered in cracks. Ah, Lord Fugaku, it is so weak. Yuuji decisively stopped what he had just said. Sure enough, the initial form of Susanoo is useless. Speaking of which, when Sasuke attacked the 5-cage summit, Susanoo seemed to have been smashed by Raikage first and then dissolved by Terumi Mei. When it came to Fugaku, he took a hit from Bijuudama at the beginning. Well, as expected of a father, the style was different, and when Uchiha Sasuke was born, I had to find a way to remind him to teach Saki. It would save him. In the distant sea, new chakra gathered again, and the second time Bijuudama came. Damn, don't look down on me. Fugaku struggled to stand up and roared. A large amount of eye power surged and began to repair his ribs crazily. This time, he successfully extended an arm. At this time, Yuuji moved. The 3 Yuuji directly stood in front of Fugaku. Forget it, Lord Fugaku, take a rest first. You are still not familiar with the power of those eyes. Let me do it. Fire, thunder, water. The 3 Yuuji quickly formed 3 seals. A terrifying amount of chakra began to surge within their bodies, and the surrounding temperature began to rise at an explosive speed. Under the shocked gaze of Fugaku, the 3 Yuuji burst out with shocking fluctuations. Nuclear release. White hot light. 3 terrifying white rays suddenly burst out and collided directly with the incoming Bijuudama. Chapter 72, I'm ready. At this moment, the 3 beams of white-hot light were the strongest attacks that Yuuji could unleash. At this moment, Yuuji and his 2 clones had joined forces to blast out 3 beams of white-hot light. This was an extremely powerful attack that far surpassed everything else. The moment this terrifying attack was unleashed, it transformed into 3 long white clouds. The terrifying temperature directly burned everything close to it. Vaguely, even the air itself became extremely restless at this moment. The earth was melting, the water vapor was boiling, and all the plants and trees were burning. Whoosh! Boom! Under the shocked gaze of Fugaku, the 3 white-hot light and Bijuudama collided with each other. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have lost all sound. This time, Bijuudama is clearly stronger than before, but Yuuji actually possesses such a terrifying power, directly facing Bijuudama. Fugaku looked at the 3 Yuuji in front of him with incomparable shock. If it were for only Yuuji himself who used this forbidden technique, he would not have been so shocked. But now, even those 2 strange clones who did not know what was going on could use this power. This is simply unimaginable. Rumble! A terrifying confrontation erupted. 3 ultra-high temperature rays swept out in a frenzy, directly hitting Bijuudama. In the moment of the violent collision, the 3 white-hot light and Bijuudama intertwined, and they began to surge wildly in an instant. White clouds scattered in all directions under the violent impact at this moment. The combined strength of the 3 white-hot light worked on Bijuudama, and the power that erupted was extremely exaggerated. Just the high temperature that dissipated after the collision caused a disaster. Not good. The complexion of Fugaku changed. That rapidly rising temperature already made him feel pain. In the next moment, Susanoo continued to grow, firmly protecting him. The more it was like this, the more Fugaku understood how shocking this scene was. If my Susanoo can enter the next stage, then I should be able to. Fugaku looked at this scene in disbelief. Bijuudama was pushed back. The joint force of 3 white-hot light pushed this Bijuudama, and after a violent explosion, little by little reversed this terrifying power. The terrifying shock wave wreaked havoc on everything. The nearby earth was almost turned into a lake of liquid by the shock wave and the terrifying heat. At the end, when Bijuudama burst out a series of chakra fluctuations, he was pushed back by the original road before the explosion. On the sea, Sandaime Mizukage still had his eyes closed, standing in place with an indifferent expression. He slowly returned to his human form from the half-tailed beast. Humph, I didn't expect this kind of power to appear in this clan again. But it doesn't matter. They are all supporting characters. Sandaime Mizukage said indifferently. Sukazan Fugyuki revealed an ugly smile and immediately agreed, 2 consecutive Bijuudama. No matter how powerful Uchiha's clan is, they are still extremely weak in front of Lord Sandaime. They are dead for sure. Look! Suddenly, there was a commotion. Some of the ninjas who were landing on the land started to look up in confusion. Then, their expressions changed. That thing looks a bit familiar. It's Lord Sandaime's Bijuudama. Hurry up and run! Many of Kirigaku's ninjas screamed and fled in all directions. He actually pushed it back? It seems that there are capable people among the enemies. Sukazan Fugyuki was shocked at that time. He glanced at Sandaime Mizukage secretly and then under the inexplicable gaze of the others. He could only pull out the sharkskin. Forget it, I will deal with this Bijuudama. No matter who did it, I will personally cut off his head. Kisame, I appoint you as the captain of the frontline assassination unit. Think of a way to assassinate that guy. Sukazan Fugyuki had a cold expression. After giving an order to Kisame, he directly carried the sharkskin and pounced towards Bijuudama. The sharkskin can even devour Bijuu's chakra. Kisame looked at it greedily and buried his head deeply. Yuuji took a deep breath. At this moment, the 2 clones of nuclear release had exhausted their chakra, and there were faint signs of melting. This nuclear release clone was version 2.0. He only needed to use chakra to stimulate the proliferation of cells, and the clone could create new chakra in large quantities. Looks like it has been resolved. Controlling a white skeleton, Fugaku gazed at the shocking scene before him and fell into a long silence. Yuuji immediately retracted his clone. Fugaku had a complicated expression. He really wanted to ask something. Yuuji clearly had this kind of ninjutsu, so why did Bijuudama? Lord Fugaku, don't be in a daze, Quickly withdraw, there are too many enemies, and there is also a very troublesome guy watching. Yuuji looked up. His face was solemn. Is the current Sandaime Mizukage under Uchiha Madara's control? Considering that in the original work, it was Madara who turned Nohara-rin into Jinchuriki. I'm afraid that Madara has controlled all the higher UPS of Kirigakure. Fugaku nodded, controlled a skeleton hand, grabbed Yuuji, and then turned to escape. In order to be wary of Kirigakure's new attack, Fugaku had been maintaining Mangekyo Sharingan's form. What a pair of powerful eyes! Yuuji glanced at this pair of Mangekyo. He was deep in thought. This pair of eyes only appeared in the anime version. Fugaku used the power of this pair of eyes to show Itachi the consequences if he revealed that he had Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto was captured by Uchiha's radical faction. Fugaku had no choice but to control Naruto. He released the nine-tailed fox and triggered the second nine-tailed chaos. This pair of eyes seems to have the ability to predict the future. It is somewhat similar to the ability of the old toad in Mount Myaboku. Yuuji shook his head and thought about it carefully. In the world of ninjas, there were actually quite a few things related to fate. In the prophecy technique of Mount Myaboku, Izanagi of the Uchiha clan was more capable of rewriting fate. It was not a big deal to have a pair of prophetic eyes. However, things like fate and prophecy are very interesting in themselves. 1,000 years ago, that old toad intentionally guided Rikuta Sennin. Later on, he guided Jiraiya and Naruto. If. 5 minutes later. Fugaku was already exhausted, but he did not dare to close Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that the enemy has not caught up. We are temporarily safe. We must report Kirigakure's movements to Lord Jiraiya as soon as possible. Yuuji, we won't die. Fugaku whispered, you used that technique, so your body must have suffered heavy injuries. I will definitely bring you back safely. That's right, my injuries are very serious, and the amount of chakra I lost just now is not small. Many people know that this is my forbidden technique. Yuuji said with a solemn expression. Fugaku nodded. Forbidden technique, that was understandable. Immediately, he looked at Yuuji with admiration. Don't worry, no matter how serious your internal injuries are, I will find a way to cure you. You used that forbidden technique. I'm afraid you will do everything you can, right? About the same, I used 30% of my chakra. Does Lord Fugaku know how terrifying this is? I haven't used this much in a long time. Hey! Lord Fugaku, put me down. Hey! I'm fine. What? I said, my chakra has barely recovered a bit. I'm about half an achievement away from fully recovering. Chapter 73, The Beginning of a New Era. Sandaime Mizukage was an enigmatic existence, and he had the least information about him among the 5 villages. When he died, how he died, and what techniques he was good at were all mysteries. This Mizukage with long hair and closed eyes were only summoned by Rikuta Sennin at the end of the 4th Ninja World War in the original work as a tool to summon Team 7 back to the Ninja World. Sandaime Mizukage. From this person onward, Kirigakure's policy began to tighten, and he began to reach the peak of blood. Along the way, Yuuji ignored the complicated look in Fugaku's eyes. When they caught up with the retreating troops, Yuuji could not help but turn around and look in the direction of the sea. Sandaime Mizukage is probably already a puppet. At this time, the entire eastern camp began to stir restlessly. On the coastline, the news of the various strongholds falling one after another was constantly transmitted. It was clear that Kirigakure had already launched an all-out attack and was about to fight a decisive battle. The battered and exhausted teams returned to the camp one after another. Damn it, those bastards of Kirigakure actually. Many of our companions have died. It is said that only the temporary base of Uchiha's clan did not have any major problems. They even defeated the enemy. This, as expected of the number 1 clan of Konoha. But the news I heard is that they have obtained Lord Yuuji's help. They relied on Lord Yuuji's powerful secret arts to kill all the enemies. Taking the initiative to block the enemy. Such talent, such strength, and such willpower are too strong. Among the many defeated soldiers, Uchiha's side was the only team that sent back good news and saved Konoha's face. Yuuji's name, with Konoha's status as the youngest superior ninja in history, resounded throughout the entire camp and became one of the few highlights. This kind of battle record was too shocking, so much so that many people who did not see it with their own eyes instinctively did not believe it. What ability was so powerful that it could create a strong poison to kill enemies in a large area? Could it be that another Hanzo of a Megakure appeared? In the military camp. You said that the enemy launched Bijuudama and was blocked by the two of you. At the time when he was not joking, Jiraiya was a very dignified existence. At this time, he looked at Yuuji and Fugaku in surprise. These two people looked extremely miserable at this moment, as if they were still alive after dying. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, I used a forbidden technique to barely block the enemy's Bijuudama, we almost die. Yuuji was the first to speak. Fugaku paused for a moment, maintaining his silence, and accepted Yuuji's goodwill. After all, he knew very well what his eyes meant. They could control Bijuu. Jiraiya nodded solemnly and said, so that's how it is. Kinjutsu, The old man mentioned in my letter that your forbidden spell will consume your lifespan. Is your body really okay? I can hold on. Everything is for Konoha. Well, technically, it's not a lie. In order to use this technique, Yuuji had used up dozens of seconds of his lifespan. Jiraiya was also very touched. Amazing, then you should take a rest during this time. I'm afraid the enemy won't care about everything and will start a decisive battle. What a good new generation, this kind of realization made him extremely moved. Who knows, when the worst comes, he might even use Yuuji's forbidden power. Mizukage, Bijuu. Jiraiya shook his head. When will this chaotic world be peaceful again? After walking out of the tent, Yuuji asked Fugaku for the hand seal and the method of chakra flow. Silent killing technique also needs a geographical environment. I know about this with the dark killing technique, but I am very interested in Kirigaku's technique. Yuuji politely said goodbye to Fugaku for the time being. Before the two separated, they looked at each other deeply. Some things only needed to be buried in the bottom of their hearts. Yuuji followed a ninja back to his personal tent. His subordinates were already stationed here. Lord Yuuji, the conditions are a bit simple. Please forgive me. The ninja spoke with a face full of respect. At the same time, he stared at Yuuji in amazement. How could that be? This place is already very good. Thank you for your hard work. Yuuji smiled and nodded. He watched the ninja leave in awe. He sat in the tent and rested for a while. He adjusted his state to the best. Then, he suddenly sneered and slapped the ground. A large amount of radiation surged and began to spread wildly underground. A white thing was forced out of the ground. What a sharp fellow! You can even find me like this. White Zetsu spread his hands helplessly. If I were that person, I wouldn't be at ease either. If I'm not wrong, the one controlling Kirigaku this time is also him, right? Even Sandaime Mizukage and the three-tailed beast are under his control, Yuuji said coldly. According to the normal timeline, it would not be long before Nohara-rin would become a new three-tails Jinchuriki under Madara's arrangements. If he wanted to achieve this result, he would first need the higher UPS of Kirigaku to implant a three-tailed decree into Rin. Was he planning to give his own strategic weapon to an enemy and then detonate it? At the very least, Sandaime Mizukage needed to agree. From this, it could be inferred that Sandaime Mizukage, this enigmatic fellow, had a certain probability of becoming Madara's puppet. The two Bijuudama just now was not to destroy Uchiha's clan, not to destroy Fugaku, but to kill me. Yuuji stared at White Zetsu in front of him. White Zetsu shook his head. No, I'm guessing that Madara-sama is testing your tolerance. If you can't even avoid Bijuudama, then you will die, if you die. So, Kirigaku is indeed under your control. Really? I didn't say anything. Forget it. What does Madara want me to do? It's nothing important. He asked me to tell you. After a long time, White Zetsu planned to leave. Go back and tell Madara that I want to meet him and his heir and draw up a plan for his actions after his death. A luxury like peace is not so easy to get. Yuuji stood up and suddenly spoke. White Zetsu was silent for a moment. I understand. I will tell Madara-sama, but whether he agrees or not is not up to me to decide. I will use methods to get him to agree, Yuuji said lightly. White Zetsu left. Yuuji stood where he was and raised his head to look at the sunlight that came in from outside. Don't do anything unnecessary and wait patiently. These words of warning. That guy is probably going to make a move on Obito and detonate the decisive battle on the Eastern Front to speed up the war on the Western Front. Is the time needed to create a difference? Obito, might have already received a new order to head to the Western Front to participate in the battle with Konoha Bridge. The next time he met Obito, it would probably be the beginning of a new era. Obito. Although our methods are different, our goals are the same. I only hope that you don't stray too far from the beginning. At this time, there was a burst of noise outside. Enough, don't hide it anymore. Your people have taken our Hyuga family's Byakugan. Let your captain come out to see me. I, Hyuga Hisashi, will never condone your evil deeds. Author note. Seeing a book friend in front talking about Sandaime Mizukage's problem, there was a special explanation. First, the blood mist policy must have started with Sandaime Mizukage. If he didn't kill him, he would be 26 years old and be the same age as Kakashi. Moreover, his policy at that time was to kill a companion before he could graduate. He graduated at the age of 12. At that time, Obito had just turned black. Rin was killed by Kakashi, and the Three Tails also died. Yandame Mizukage, Yagura, was the Three Tails Jinchuriki. It was impossible for Yandame Mizukage to be controlled by the 12-year-old Obito at this time. If he didn't graduate at the age of 10, it would be even more ridiculous and impossible. Second, Madara clearly said that Rin became the three-tailed Jinchuriki and was killed by Kakashi. He deliberately let Obito see it so that he could turn black. He sealed the three-tailed into Rin's body. Kirigakure must agree. This meant that Sandaime Mizukage was controlled by Madara. Third, Sandaime Mizukage is the three-tailed Jinchuriki, and this is my original creation. Because according to the original timeline, the first three-tailed Jinchuriki appeared was Nohara Rin. Who was Nohara Rin before? From the first generation of the Hokage to the third battle, how did Kirigakure arrange the three-tailed? It was blank, and there was no information. It couldn't be that these decades were all free, right? There will definitely be Jinchuriki, so I made it up like this. It is better to arrange Sandaime Mizukage, who is controlled by Madara, than to arrange an original character I made up. Fourth, the troublesome ones put down the steel bars in their hands for the time being and put all their strength into me after I got on the shelf. Chapter 74, No-Tailed Beast. The people of Hyuga's clan blocked the outside of Yuuji's tent, and the crowd was furious. Lord Hisashi, Lord Yuuji has just made a military contribution. He urgently needs to rest. Please go back. Kazue stood in front of Hisashi with a calm expression. It was as if, as a superior ninja of a rich and powerful family, they could not let her have the slightest bit of emotion and fear. This kind of courage did not come from the support of the Uchiha clan but from her confidence in her own strength. Please forgive my rude clansman. I just want to meet Yuuji. Hisashi used Byakugan to stare at Kazue firmly, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. This little brat's body. What a shocking chakra. Hisashi was shocked in his heart. In his field of vision, there was a huge amount of chakra flowing within Kazue's body, and it even surpassed him, this old superior ninja. One after another, root members appeared, and they faced off against Hyuga clan without any expression. Hisashi, as the main family, you should fight to the death to serve clansmen. Now that clansman's Byakugan has been taken away by an outsider, you must stand up. The elder of clansmen coldly said. Hisashi was silent and looked at someone. Iroha, you are a member of Hyuga's branch family. Do you still recognize me as the head of the branch family? I'm sorry, Lord Hisashi. I am now a member of Root. Since the clan agreed to hand me over to Lord Danzo, I have already been a member of Root. Iroha said coldly. The way he looked at Hisashi was extremely unfamiliar. Damn it! The people from the branch family actually dared to betray the main family. Looks like I'll have to make you suffer a bit. Elder clansmen gritted their teeth, intending to activate the birdcage secret technique. At this time, Yuuji slowly walked out of the tent and directly arrived in front of Hisashi. Seeing Yuuji, Hisashi's heart jumped again. Another one, this terrifying amount of chakra, moreover several times that of Kazue, simply, like a sleeping Bijuu. At the place where the chakra gathered at the abdomen, there seemed to be something deeper hidden by the majestic chakra, which Hisashi and Root could not see through. Kazue and Yuuji, these two guys, it could not be a coincidence, what exactly was going on? You finally know to come out. After getting Byakugan, you ignored us for such a long time. You clearly want to steal the eyes of our clan. We repeatedly came to visit you, but you avoided us. Is this your attitude? The people of Hyuga clan were extremely angry. Byakugan was their biggest secret, and they did not want it to be taken away by the enemy. Hisashi said calmly, Yuuji, right? I've heard of your name. I'm sure you know how important Byakugan is to our clan. No, I don't know. I only know that clansmen's people intend to attack my subordinates. Lord Hisashi, I understand that Hyaga's clan wants to declare war on Root's clan while facing a great enemy, is that right? Yuuji slowly raised his head, and a smile blossomed on his face. This time, the entire Hyaga clan fell silent. No matter how angry and annoyed everyone was, when they heard Root's group and thought of how terrifying the darkness of tolerance was, they were immediately doused with cold water. Shimura Danzo was an existence that lingered in the shadows like a ghost. But this is the eyes of our clan. Even if Lord Danzo is here. When my sensei is here, he will make the decision. According to Root's rules, I should hand over all the spoils of war to Danzo sensei. Yuuji interrupted Hisashi and said with a smile, so, Lord Hisashi, please go back. I do not have the decision-making power in this matter. I want Lord Danzo to make the decision. Hisashi lost his voice for a moment. Elder clansman was so angry that his entire body was trembling. When will our Hyaga clan be able to stand up? A few of the radical Hyaga clan members opened their eyes in anger. The Hyaga clan had been desperately protecting Byakugan's Kekkei Genkai for 1,000 years. They absolutely could not tolerate it being taken away by outsiders. Especially when it fell into the hands of a disciple who endured the darkness. At this time, astonishing chakra began to spread out from Yuuji's body. This increasingly heavy and massive scale made Hisashi completely calm down. In his vision, Yuuji was like a terrifying monster, his body brewing a sea of chakra. At this moment, the ocean was releasing waves. The few of you, enough. Go back to your respective tents and prepare for battle. At this time, Jiraiya, who was sitting on a big toad, came in time and shouted to stop the conflict. Hyaga and Root, just thought about it, and it already gave him a headache. Moreover, this disciple of Danzo seemed to be very strong and inherited Danzo's character. Lord Jiraiya. Our Hyaga clan will not let this matter go. Elder clansman gritted his teeth and said. Hisashi sighed and apologized in a low voice, leaving with his clansmen. As they left, the cold gazes of the Hyaga clansmen all landed on Yuuji and the others. Yuuji bowed slightly towards Jiraiya and said with a smile, Thank you very much, Lord Jiraiya. As expected of the disciple of that fellow Danzo. Jiraiya glanced at the slightly bent Yuuji and shook his head. After everyone left, Yuuji calmly stood in place and slowly extended his hand. Kazue placed the glass container in Yuuji's hand. The white eyes were shaking in the liquid. Byakugan, you can't return it now. Yuuji calmly looked down. This was an important prop for him to spy on Hamura's bloodline. He couldn't let it go. As for taking Danzo out and carrying the pot, Yuuji felt that Danzo-sensei should not care about this kind of detail. With his gloomy and unwilling personality, he might even say, as expected of my disciple. Yuuji took out a scroll and sealed Byakugan in it. Everything would wait until the war was over. Get ready. An even more tragic war is about to break out. I don't want our team to be wiped out after the war ends. Yuuji looked at his subordinates and ordered. Don't worry, Yuuji-san. As long as I am alive, I will never let the enemy hurt you. Do clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with flames. Not long ago, he almost opened the gate of death to fight against Bijuudama. He had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. Next, the dark clouds of the final battle shrouded every corner of the battlefield. The ninja teams of both sides spread out, using every means possible to obtain information, and began a fierce battle in the southeast region of the Fire Country. Whoosh! Kisame used his katana to easily cut off the head of one of Konoha's ninjas. He quickly made a series of hand seals and used a water-release ninjutsu to devour two fleeing Konoha ninjas. I have already locked onto the target. Uchiha Fugaku, and Shiranui Yuuji, they made my head hurt. Fugaku is not easy to kill, so I will kill Yuuji first. Kisame slowly raised his head, and a sinister smile appeared on his shark face. A mere freshman, no matter how strong he is, he can't escape from my hunt. After all, I have the potential of Bijuu without a tail. Chapter 75, So Many Tailless Bijuu? Hoshigaki Kisame accepted the mission to kill Fugaku and Yuuji. He was patiently waiting for an opportunity. After this mission is over, I should consider how to seize the sharkskin. It really hurts my heart to let that damn fatty grasp the sharkskin. Kisame sneered. Only after obtaining the sharkskin, his name of Tailless Bijuu was completely solidified. Shoo! A large number of figures shuttled through the forest. On the eve of the decisive battle, the teams fought endlessly. Lord Kisame, there is news from other teams. They have found traces of the target. A ninja said in a low voice. Very good, let's begin. Kisame quickly got up, a terrifying smile on his face, and quickly rushed to the destination. Yuuji's face was already reflected in his eyes. Found it. Go to hell. Kisame swung his katana but was sent flying by a kunao. A young girl stood in front of him, the three tomo in her eyes slowly spinning. Now, all kinds of strange things are about to appear. Be careful, Kazue. This guy is a Hoshigaki Kisame. Yuuji casually broke the neck of one of Kirigakure ninja and casually said. So that's how it is. You are the guy who was mentioned by many people in the clan. The one with astonishing chakra. Kazue rolled her eyes. That's right, it's me. If you don't want to die, then get out of here. Kisame quickly made a series of hand seals, his movements extremely skilled, and each pause was filled with a mysterious rhythm. Water escape water shark bullet technique. A huge water shark suddenly appeared and pounced towards Kazue. However, Kazue did not even blink. At that time, she used an exaggerated fireball technique and collided with the water shark, igniting a large amount of hot steam. Wasting so much chakra on the grand fireball technique. What a brainless idiot! Kisame sneered and continued to form seals. Water escape 5 feeding sharks. Fire escape, extinguishing arrows. Water escape 4 range sharks. Fire escape, great fire annihilation. The water vapor of an astonishing scale seemed to be a large-scale Kirigakure spell. It brewed a terrifyingly high temperature and spread. When the two of them used ninjutsu, the amount of chakra consumed by any one of them was already far beyond the normal range. What's going on with this guy? How can she have so much chakra? Kisame used all kinds of ninjutsu in succession, and his face was full of astonishment. No matter how he attacked, that guy in front of him always used his exaggerated fire escape technique without changing his expression and forcibly offset his water shark. This. Tailless Bijuu, that's all. From now on, I am also Tailless Bijuu. A smile finally appeared on Kazue's face. While using fire-style ninjutsu, she crazily extracted chakra from the countless cells in his body. A steady stream of new chakra was created. This amount shocked everyone. The amount of chakra consumed by the endless ninjutsu was already far beyond the scope of superior ninja. Moreover, it seemed that these two guys could continue to fight until the end of time. Interesting, this is the first time I see someone like me. A person who is not Jinchuriki can have so much chakra. You should be the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, Kazue. Kisame used wind release to blow away the steam, and his terrifying eyes slowly widened. I just used 20% of my chakra. How much did you use? Kazue evaluated. About 50%. To be honest, she herself did not know how much chakra she could have if she went all out because the cancer cells in her body could reproduce at all times. As long as her spiritual force could withstand it, she would be able to refine new chakra endlessly. Kisame grinned hideously. It's not bad. Although it can't compare to me, it's still excellent. Now it's 40%. Are you fooling me? Kisame's face was full of question marks. What was going on with this woman? At the same time they were fighting, could the chakra in her body be restored quickly? The confrontation between the two gradually intensified, and endless ninjutsu attacked each other so that the surrounding terrain was changed in a large area, but no one could do anything to each other. In the end, Kazue's expression suddenly changed. The cancer cells in her body crossed the critical point and broke through the suppression of Indra's genes. They began to lose control, forcing her to choose to retreat. Humph, you finally can't hold on anymore? Ho, I am Bijuu without a tail. Kisame panted heavily, dripping with sweat. He moved his gaze, only to find that Yuuji had killed all his subordinates. Humph, you're lucky this time. Kisame shot out a wave of water, disrupting his line of sight, and then ran off in a hurry. A few hours later, Kisame pulled up a new team and once again came back to kill. You actually haven't returned to the camp yet. You really are courting death. Kisame looked at Yuuji with a sinister smile. He immediately made his move. This time, he directly used greater strength. Water escape, 1000 meal shark. 1000 shark water bullets roared as they pounced towards Yuuji. Since that Uchiha clan isn't here, I don't have anything to worry about. Based on my chakra. A few white rays shot over, covering everything. A few minutes later, Kisame, whose entire body was festering and almost cooked by his water escape technique, had once again become a commander without an army. This time, he could only use a water blast wave to destroy the terrain within a 100-meter radius, intending to take the opportunity to escape. Damn it, that Kazue from before, chakra is already a little abnormal. But, what's wrong with this little brat Shiranui? It's fine if his main body has a lot of chakra, but the amount of chakra his clone has is also so ridiculous. Kisame was seriously injured, and his state of mind exploded. How many Tailless Bijuu appeared in one breath? Could he still kill them properly? As a ninja, he had failed 2 missions in a row. Kisame almost saw his cruel end. Whether it was Sukazan Fugyuki or Sandame Mizukage, they would not let him off easily. He had just rushed out of the flood. At this time, Youth Sonata. Feel my youth. Guy, who opened 5 doors, somehow came over, roared, and kicked over, accurately kicking Kisame away. Bastard, bastard! Kisame spat out blood. He glared fiercely at Guy and planned to run away. Then, another guy who looked almost the same but was even older immediately rushed over. Guy, this is the youth. Bang! With another kick, Kisame rolled over a dozen times and fell to the ground. Half of his ribs were broken, and he looked up at the sky with a collapsed face. What is this? His mouth is full of funny words, and he actually fell into the hands of these 2 beast-like guys. A failed ninja has no value. Kisame formed a seal and was about to summon a shark to bite him to death. At this time, from where he was, 2 arms immediately reached out from the ground and grabbed his hands. A clone of Yuuji emerged from the ground. In a way that Kisame could not understand, his body melted and entered Kisame's body. In an instant, Kisame's movements became stiff. Shua! Yuuji landed in front of Kisame and said lightly, Kisame, right? I have finally caught you. Please advise me. Chapter 76, The Great Eastern Front. Kisame fell to the ground and fell into Yuuji's hands. What was worse was that his body was integrated with an unknown object. He, who was already seriously injured, lost control of his body. Shiranui Yuuji, you are really terrifying. I didn't expect that your subordinates also have this kind of strength. Kisame followed behind Yuuji stiffly, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth. You didn't lose unjustly. Even if you are Tailless Bijuu, it is nothing to me. Yuuji glanced at him, raised his hand, and pointed. A ball of flesh immediately appeared on Kisame's bleeding part and began to stop the bleeding. The broken ribs in his body were also corrected by the proliferation of flesh and blood. It seems that the one who defeated Bijuudama before was not Fugaku, but you. I really don't know whether my luck is good or bad. Kisame followed behind Yuuji, trying to find an opportunity to commit suicide, but every time he moved, his body would not listen to him. A clone of nuclear release emerged from his body and stretched out his neck to stare at Kisame. Give up. Don't think of committing suicide. To me, you still have a lot of value. At this time, Yuuji threw a mask and robe of Root to him. Wear this and pretend to be a member of Root to avoid the examination. I spent so much effort to catch you, not to kill you. Then, what do you want me, an enemy ninja, to do? Aren't you afraid that I will find an opportunity to assassinate you? Kisame was controlled and put on Root's mask and robe. If you can do it, you are welcome at any time. However, if you want to kill me, you can only take the opportunity now. If you wait for a few more years, even if you scatter my ashes, I can find a way to revive. Yuuji spoke casually and brought Kisame back to the camp. When the guard saw Yuuji, he immediately felt deep veneration and opened the door to let the group in. Lord Yuuji, I heard that you have killed dozens of enemies. Many of the teams have been saved by you. I am very grateful. Along the way, many people looked at Yuuji excitedly. In the end, they returned to Yuuji's tent. The others guarded outside the room, and Yuuji went straight into the tent. Kazue was in there with a painful expression. Strange protrusions appeared on her body from time to time, as if something terrible was wriggling in her body. Fortunately, it didn't deteriorate to the point of being uncontrollable. Yuuji directly slapped the cells and suppressed them. Gradually, Kazue returned to normal. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and was silent for a moment. She whispered, "It was really dangerous just now. I felt like I was going to disappear and become a mass of flesh and blood. Don't worry about it. This is a very normal thing. My strength is not so easy to bear. If it were for someone else, they would have died a long time ago," Yuuji said calmly. Fortunately, Kazue's talent was focused on stimulating genes. In the end, she activated Indra's genes. If it were someone like Hirako, even if that guy had chimera technique, at most, he could only continuously weaken the cancer cells in his body, unable to control them. As long as he dared to use chakra, those cells would go berserk at any moment. However, do you really not plan to transplant a new Sharingan? If you have 2 eyes, I think you can further stabilize your body. Yuuji looked at Kazue. 1-3 Jade Hook Sharingan is still a little weak. I might have found a way to heal my blindness. Mangekyo Sharingan, if I can awaken these eyes, I might be able to solve the problem. Kazue said with a smile. Mangekyo. This thing isn't that easy to obtain. It is indeed possible for Mangekyo to repair her eyes. Even if she couldn't heal herself after advancing, she could awaken a special eye technique through her powerful will. Madara, that guy's eternal eyes, after becoming blind, he would have to advance to Rinnegan to be able to repair it. This guy Kisame, how should I deal with him? It would be a pity to kill such a qualified ninja. Yuuji controlled Kisame to walk in. It's you. We meet again. It seems that you have fallen into the hands of Yuuji-san. Kazue looked at this guy. Humph, I originally had a chance to escape, but you people are too strange, especially you. Kisame stared at Kazue. How did the Uchiha clan have this kind of terrifying chakra and self-healing ability? He recalled the strange clone that had merged into his body. He seemed to have thought of something. Kisame, leave the hypocritical and bloody Kirigakure and serve me. The past you have been killed by me, and the new you only live for a new goal. Oh? Is this considered solicitation? You, a ninja of Konoha, a disciple of Shimura Danzo, are in the core circle of Konoha. How dare you recruit me, an enemy? The world itself is hypocritical. War, slaughter, children are homeless. In this sick world, there are only 2 types of people who can live, the people who issue missions, and the people who carry out missions. Yuuji calmly said. He stopped for a moment and continued, I need you to help me. Kisame was silent for a moment. He suddenly sneered and no longer spoke. After the war is over, I will return your freedom. Whether you want to return to Kirigakure or defect, it is up to you. When the time is right, I will tell you what to do. In order to achieve eternal peace, destroy this hypocritical old one. Yuuji's voice was flat. If you follow my method, you can achieve this goal. Because my method still has hope. The other methods are doomed to fail. Kisame was still looking for an opportunity to commit suicide. He immediately sneered, is this only way? Just say that these empty things are for me to brainwash? When I meet you next time, I will not show mercy. If you can do it, you are welcome to do it, but sooner or later you will come to me. Yuuji raised his hand and pointed. A large number of balls of meat began to proliferate, wrapping around Kisame, and were slowly stuffed into the ground. Kisame was the most ninja among the many ninjas, cold-blooded, rational, and persistent. Since Yuuji decided to use Madara to clear some obstacles and seize Bijuu's chakra, then Hoshigaki Kisame's power could be used to make it convenient for him to mix some sand into Akatsuki. Time passed. The battle between the 2 sides was getting more and more intense, and the information they grasped was getting more and more. There was no need to endure any longer. On this day, a total of more than 10,000 ninjas from both sides gathered together, officially opening the prelude to the decisive battle in the east. After this battle, the dawn of peace is not far away, Fugaku whispered. I hope so. I only hope that it will be as Lord Fugaku said. Yuuji led Root's group and Kazue's group to stand in the middle of the group, raising his head to look into the distance. The killing intent of the decisive battle spread out, making it hard for people to breathe. 3-tailed beast's chakra. Suddenly, Yuuji frowned and patted his stomach in surprise. Chapter 77, Radiation Realm. Godzilla liked chakra, and Yuuji knew this. As long as there was a large amount of chakra, it could attract Godzilla's interest. I don't know what the consequences are of cutting off a part of three-tailed beast's chakra and feeding it to Godzilla. Yuuji thought for a moment. Earth Godzilla is essentially a plant, and the 10 tails are plants, and the chakra comes from the 10 tails. Plants against plants, and they are all planet-level life forms. If my guess is correct, then I must also participate in the fight for Bijuu. Yuuji narrowed his eyes and looked up. In front, Kirigakuru's ninjas had already begun to gather. Sandame Mizukage, Genji, Yagura. Kirigakuru's higher UPS had gathered together. We have the advantage in terms of military strength. Konoha has about 5,000 people, and we have 6,000 people. They are multi-line in battle. No matter how many troops they have, they are not enough. Moreover, Lord Sandame Mizukage has Bijuu. Many of Kirigakuru's ninjas looked at the black-haired man with fear and fear. Sandame Mizukage, the blood conqueror who controlled Kirigakure. Lord Mizukage, that fellow Jiraiya needs you to deal with him. Genji, an existence whose status was second only to Mizukage, said in a low voice. After a few seconds, Sandame Mizukage responded with a dull N, which made Elder Genji a little confused, but he could only suppress his doubts at the bottom of his heart. Then let's start the war. Genji and Yagura will lead the team to defeat the enemy. The 7 ninjas will be responsible for the assassination. Sandame Mizukage slowly raised his head, and on his slightly stiff face, blood. In an instant, he completed half of Bijuu's transformation. This is three-tailed beast's strength. The baby-faced Yagura revealed a trace of longing in his eyes. He immediately lowered his head respectfully and agreed. Although he had a baby-faced face and looked very young, he actually had a son. Kirigakure charged forward. Endless fog appeared and rolled over, enveloping everything. Countless Kirigakure mixed in the fog, killing intent pervading the air. Although the vast majority of Kirigakure ninjas were not proficient in the silent killing technique, as long as they were in the fog, they would have the advantage, not to mention the few that knew the silent killing technique. In this kind of environment, they were simply killing gods. Facing this kind of attack, Konoha was restless. Damn it, it's this troublesome fog again. Wind escape ninjas, immediately blow away this fog. Jiraiya shouted. Many wind escape ninjas began to move, barely blowing away the fog. Konoha ninjas took the opportunity to launch an attack. The decisive battle of the eastern battlefield erupted in an instant. Over 10,000 ninjas began a fierce battle in the southeast region of the Fire Country. Every moment, a terrible roar could be heard. All kinds of ninjutsu flew in succession. Every collision could take away many lives. Lord Jiraiya, it's about time for me to make my move. Yuuji stood next to Jiraiya and looked at the intense battlefield in the distance. Jiraiya nodded and said solemnly, use your Kekki Genkai as much as you can and try to kill more enemies without affecting my ninjas. If Lord Jiraiya, you don't have to say any more. I understand what you mean. I will do my best. Yuuji nodded. He understood what Jiraiya meant. The position that Jiraiya gave Yuuji was that of an emotionless poison machine. Yuuji didn't need to rush to the front line. He just needed to hide in the rear and crazily poison them. The more people who died, the greater the credit. Yuuji, you are very smart. You know the significance of this battle to Konohagakure. Jiraiya patted Yuuji on the shoulder with a solemn expression. Yuuji nodded calmly. He looked at the chaotic and fierce battle that had begun to erupt. He looked at the battlefield that erupted with explosions everywhere within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. I obtained an enemy technique from Fugaku not long ago. I can give it a try. He began to form seals. Ox, snake, ram. The original ninjutsu has only 3 seals, it is a D-level ninjutsu. Kirigakure's ninja, this technique is called Kirigakure's technique. Then, this technique of mine is called Nuclear Releases Secret Technique, Radiation Realm. In the next moment, water releases chakra within his body began to surge out, turning into dense fog. The amount of chakra determined the density of the fog. And now, Yuuji was desperately stuffing goods into this fog. Countless radiation clouds quietly mixed in this dense fog, unable to be detected by anyone. No matter how one looked at it, it was as if it's Kirigakure's ninja technique and there's no problem. However, in reality, this thick fog had already turned into a forbidden area that slaughtered everything and crazily reaped lives. Thick fog spread out and covered the battlefield. Under Yuuji's secret control, he began to desperately greet those Kirigakure ninjas who were shouting. Every moment, a large amount of radiation particles would crash into the enemy's body, destroying their cells. Weak Konoha ninja, surrender. The name of the blood fog is not something you guys who grew up in a greenhouse can understand. The fog that covers everything is the home ground of us, Kirigakure ninjas. Kirigakure ninjas had crazy looks on their faces. They were in the fog and had a look of enjoyment on their faces. Even if there was a bunch of Konoha ninjas, they would not be able to blow it away in one breath. Kirigakure would soon create a new fog. Wherever the fog is dense, we will go there. The fog over there is very large, and it is also close to Konoha. It is convenient for me to assassinate the enemy. The fog over here has dispersed. Let's go over there. The concentration of the fog over there is simply outrageous. Kirigakure's ninjas sneered and shuttled through the fog with great tacit understanding. From time to time, they killed Konoha's ninjas and rushed into the thickest place. Damn it! This damn Kirigakure, he only knows how to hide in the fog. Is there a more shameless tactic than this? One of Konoha's ninjas could not help but curse loudly. The next moment, an enemy with a sinister smile appeared. He silently raised kunai and ruthlessly stabbed him. Fortunately, he was blocked by his companions who had rushed over in time. This time, he had survived. You can't be so lucky every time. Kirigakure ninja sneered and quietly hid. Ha ha ha, stupid Konoha ninja, this is the horror of our blood fog. As long as we are in the fog, you are all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kirigakure laughed cruelly. When necessary, he even gave up attacking and drilled into the fog. Drill the thickest fog and kill the strongest. Looking at the terrifying fog, the air was so fresh and delicious that it felt as if he was floating. Is this taste of victory? Kirigakure ninja licked his own kunai cruelly. Then, his expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. My body! What's going on? More and more people crouched in the fog and started to sense that something was wrong with their bodies. But when they noticed that something was wrong, it proved that they had discovered it too late. Chapter 78, Ready to Move. More and more of Kirigakure's ninjas showed terrible signs. Their whole body was hot, and the speed of refining chakra dropped sharply, and their bodies were slow. Their fighting strength collapsed. What the hell is going on? My whole body is hot, and my heart is beating very fast. Something seems to be jumping out of my chest. It's an illness. You're sick. That damned nuclear release brat, beast. He's hiding somewhere and throwing poison. This, poisoning in the fog? How despicable is this? The minds of many Kirigakure roared as they gritted their teeth and looked around. However, the fog also blocked their line of sight. Instinctively, they still drilled into the fog, trying to prevent themselves from being targeted by Yuuji. But gradually, they found that the more proficient they were in the silent assassination technique, the faster they died in the fog. On the contrary, the symptoms of those who were fighting Konoha's ninjas in the open space were not so obvious. Get out of the fog. The enemy has poisoned the fog. I understand now. That little brat has also learned Kirigakure's technique. He then specifically poisoned the fog. Damn it. Then wouldn't we, the elites who have mastered silent assassination technique, be crippled by him alone? Many of Kirigakure felt extreme hatred in their hearts. However, feeling the increasingly terrible condition of their bodies, they could only brace themselves and fight Konoha's ninjas in a place where there was no fog. In just a moment, they were at a disadvantage. Their bodies that were already in radiation continued to collapse, their combat strength declined, and they were all killed by Konoha's ninjas. The enemy took the initiative to walk out of the fog, and his strength became weaker. It's Lord Yuuji. It's his secret technique. He possesses a terrifying type of chakra poison. So that's how it is. It's actually Lord Yuuji? It's great that we have such a companion. On Konoha's side, their morale was greatly shaken, and they roared as they launched a wild attack. For a time, on Kirigakure's side, there were teams that were successively defeated. Bastard! How are we going to fight this battle? There is no need for Konoha to kill me. As long as I stand here and breathe, I will die. Find that little brat and kill him. If he doesn't die, we will not be able to fight this battle. The more radiation he devoured, the weaker the strength of Kirigakure's ninja became. It was magnified to the entire battlefield. Even the slightest change, under the constant accumulation, was affecting the momentum of the entire battlefield. Jiraiya, who was focused on commanding the battle, discovered these changes for the first time. He saw that the moving fog had become a domain that Kirigakure ninjas were afraid of. As long as the fog moved, Kirigakure ninjas would hesitate and flee in a panic. But in fact, even if they avoided it, there were still radiation particles it was controlled to attack their bodies. Well done, Yuuji. Is this your technique? Even Hanzo, that guy, in terms of poisoning, is definitely not better than you. Jiraiya laughed and slapped Yuuji on the shoulder. No one knew better than him what this meant. Combining the art of Kirigakure and the secret technique of Kekii Genkai. This genius idea directly destroyed the most elite and most troublesome group of silent assassination troops. Unless the enemy did not hesitate to use a large amount of chakra to protect himself and then hide in the thick fog, but this level of consumption was courting death in this large battlefield. The situation was more and more advantageous for Konoha. Get ready, Lord Jiraiya. The enemy is about to make a new move. Yuuji formed a seal with one hand, and as he continued to observe, he spoke calmly. The ones who truly decided the direction of the war would still be those few Kage equals levels combat strength. As for Kage level on Konoha's side, Jiraiya was the only one on the surface, and he needed to stop Sandaime Mizu Kage. Soon, the higher UPS of Kirigakure began to move. This poison fog was not made by our people. Combining poison and fog, that hateful little brat nuclear release is really annoying. Lord Sandaime Mizu Kage, if we continue, our superior ninja can still hold on, and the middle ninja will die in large numbers. That little brat is too terrifying. His special secret technique is a threat to us, and it even surpasses Jiraiya to a certain extent. We must kill him in this battle. Genji said with an iron-faced. That little brat Shiranui's ability is simply born to be on the battlefield. He has to die. Sandaime Mizu Kage paused for a moment. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened a crack. At that moment, when no one could detect it, three things in the shape of jade hooks flashed. Is that so? Sure enough, it's better to kill that self-righteous little brat. Sandaime Mizu Kage murmured. At the same time, he began to transform into half Bijuu and directly killed his way into the battlefield, about to create a Bijuudama on the spot. At this time, fire release, flame bullet. Multiform spell. Jiraiya spat out a huge flame. The guard of the second Hokage, the elite Jonin who died in the chaos of the Kyuubi in the original work, Akamichi, took the wind. At this time, he immediately took action, turned into a giant, and attacked with a heavy fist, smashing Sandaime Mizu Kage, who was charging. I'll deal with you. I can't disturb Lord Sandaime. Yagura stood in front of Akamichi with a cold expression and immediately attacked. Wind release, art of weathered. This technique immediately broke all the thick fog. Is it to solve Kirigakure's technique? How ironic. You actually gave up your biggest advantage on your own initiative. Akamichi sneered. His huge palm slammed down and fought with Yagura. At this time, Yagura was not the three-tailed Jinchuriki, but he was evenly matched with Jinchuriki. On the entire battlefield, the intense battle continued. When Jiraiya personally came down and killed Sandaime Mizu Kage, this battle reached the most intense and cruel time. Jiraiya, what a funny guy. Sandaime Mizu Kage stood up as if nothing had happened, and the three tails behind him were constantly swinging, and that almost solid chakra was brewing in astonishing pressure. Three-tailed Jinchuriki, it's really tricky, and I absolutely can't lose this battle. Summoning technique. Fukasaku and Tsuhima, the two immortals, I'll have to trouble you this time. The two old toads, one on the left and one on the right, stood on Jiraiya's shoulders. I'm cooking. Hey! You're so noisy, my wife. Now, think of a way to help Jiraiya. If the enemy is Jinchuriki, he is a good opponent. Fukasaku and Tsuhima, the two toads, glanced at Sandaime Mizu Kage in front of them. The three-tailed Jinchuriki is still in the range they can deal with and defeat. They only need to spend some time. In fact, they came here this time for other things. The old man said that there is a strange creature that has mixed into the trajectory of fate. It seems that it will cause a disastrous result. So, we must find an opportunity to find out. What exactly is it? Fukasaku study and Tsuhima looked at each other, deep in thought. Strange creature, what was it? What creature could attract the attention of the great toad sage, who had lived for more than 1,000 years? In that case, let's defeat this guy first without using the sage mode. Jiraiya felt the intermittent natural energy and had a confident face. With the two sage here, he had a trump card and could find an opportunity to activate sage mode. At this time, Yuuji suddenly raised his head and stared in the direction of Jiraiya. Those two-toed immortals can attract natural energy. If Senjutsu Chakra. Yuuji narrowed his eyes. Chapter 79, To Die and to Die and to Die. For something like Senjutsu, Yuuji had to grasp it, not for anything else, but for the omnipresent natural energy. Chakra is something belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, and natural energy is something that only the mainland of the ninja world has. Yuuji stared at Jiraiya, watching the instantaneous clash of cage level, and terrifying cracks spread out, tearing apart the earth and shaking the earth. The power of a cage was far beyond the limit of a normal superior ninja, and it was very simple to change the environment of the earth. Everyone who was fighting felt this heavy pressure and began to fight even more crazily. Everywhere was filled with corpses. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that even though Kirigakure had the numerical advantage, they slowly fell into a disadvantage. This was because, the radiation world that Yuuji had opened was continuously suppressing the weak. As far as the eye could see, many ninjas, Kirigakure, who were in pain, fell to the ground and were killed. That little brat, we have to kill him as soon as possible. Sukazan Fugyuki and his team of 7 swordsman ninja of Kirigakure immediately stared at Yuuji. They slaughtered all the way and rushed toward Yuuji. But halfway, they were stopped by Fugaku, Hisashi, and others. Don't think about going over so easily. The 3 Tomo in Fugaku's eyes spun. Hisashi even used the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Humph, 2 great dojutsu clans. Speaking of which, Hyaga's guy, I heard that your lost Byakugan was taken back by that little brat. Is it really okay? Sukazan Fugyuki kept sneering. Hisashi said solemnly, that's a matter of our Hyaga family. You don't need to care about it. In short, if you want to touch him, you have to cross over my body first. Tisk, what a boring guy. Sukazan Fugyuki immediately led the 7 people to attack, waving the shark muscle and smashing it over. Even more Uchiha and Hyaga clansmen rushed over, desperately stopping Kirigakure's 7 people. Hyaga, widen the road. Yuuji glanced at Hisashi, who was charging at the front with an expressionless face and nodded slightly. Lord Yuuji, do you need us to make a move? Iroha knelt on one knee and asked. No, you are no match for them. Kirigakure's group of 7 is not an enemy you can match. Mr. Du, you go. You only need to block them. At most, you are only allowed to open 7 gates. Yuuji ordered. Du solemnly agreed. 7th gate, shock gate, open. Du roared, his entire body almost burning. The power brought by the 7 gates brought him the power of youth from before. He turned into a shocking rainbow and rushed towards Kirigakure's group of 7. Kick. He gave a fierce kick at that time. What a fast speed. Who is this guy? Munashi Jinpachi waved his explosive blade and slashed horizontally. The next moment, the Du in front of him had already disappeared. By the time he reacted, his entire body had already been kicked away by Du. Jinpachi crashed through several rocks in succession before he finally stopped in a sorry state. What's going on with this guy? Jinpachi spat out a large mouthful of blood with a face full of horror. This kind of speed actually made him unable to react. Might Du, the 10,000 years of Genin, actually grasped this kind of power. No wonder he dared to stand out and block Bijuudama back then. Fugaku was shocked in his heart, and his expression changed slightly. This should not be all of Du's strength. The 8 inner hidden gates technique was actually so powerful. While Hisashi was pleasantly surprised, he also felt a trace of fear. Might Du is just an unremarkable subordinate of Yuuji. I didn't expect. I hope that after the war ends, clansmen's people won't be too impulsive. Everyone was shocked by the power that Du displayed. As for the mastermind, Shiranui Yuuji, he had always been controlling Du, keeping him low-key. Shiranui Yuuji, just how much more power does he have? Everyone looked at the chaotic battlefield. At this time, all of them gathered and fell on the calm face of the person. A steady stream of fog emerged. Everyone knew that this was a forbidden area of death. More and more people felt awe and even more surprised and excited about the power that Yuuji had grasped. If Lord Yuuji is here, we will definitely win. Stop those damned Kirigakure, don't let them disturb Lord Yuuji. Ha, the more we fight, the weaker we get. So you want to attack Lord Yuuji? Are you kidding me? I definitely won't let you go. More and more people began to gather unconsciously. No matter if it were for friend or foe, the closer they got to Yuuji, the more intense the battle became. Even if they had to use their last breath, they had to grab a few exploding talismans and die together with the enemy. But at the same time, the closer they got to Yuuji, the more terrifying the radiation that Kirigakure ninja suffered. Their body was covered in pus, and he would soon die on the spot. Gradually, Kirigakure's people felt fear, and there were signs of scattered fleeing. Run, damn fellow, Lord Yuuji is also someone you can touch. Ha, without Kirigakure's technique, you guys are like a bunch of laughable rats. Konoha's ninjas launched a wild attack. For the time being, no one could get close to Yuuji. This scene is familiar. I remember the battle on the West Line last time. It was the same as this. Guy couldn't help but look left and right, especially at his father's heroic appearance. He was incomparably excited. This was the power of the 7 gates. This was the power of the 8 gates escape armor, and it was even more so the power of youth. This is also something that can't be helped. Protecting our powerful long-range attacks is common knowledge. Yuuji revealed a faint smile as he looked down at the battlefield. From the start of the battle until now, how many people had died at his hands? There were definitely more than 200 people. If they were considered to have been weakened and killed indirectly, it might have already broken 1,000. Boom boom boom. Sandaime Mizukage, end this battle. You have already seen it. The situation of the battle is disadvantageous to you. If you continue to fight, it will only increase the casualties. After fighting with Sandaime Mizukage, Jiraiya quickly retreated and said loudly. That little brat's ability is quite interesting. Sandaime Mizukage indifferently said. He transformed into half Bijuu, and new chakra crazily gushed out. Not good. This guy is going to become a complete body. Jiraiya's complexion changed, and his mouth became bitter. Fukasaku and Shima, the sages, also felt a headache at this time. Fukasaku sage sighed, Jiraiya, to be safe, let's use that spell. My wife and I will help you. There's no other way. If we don't use that spell and directly confront a complete Bijuu, the risk is too great. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, put his hands together, and began to activate Sage mode. But just as his figure retreated and began to absorb natural energy, he was stunned. A large amount of new chakra that was constantly surging out from Sandaime Mizukage's body suddenly stopped covering his entire body. Instead, it started to gather at an astonishing speed. Crap, this guy's target is not me. Jiraiya's complexion changed greatly. This guy was not trying to completely transform into Bijuu. This guy was trying to lure him to take the opportunity to launch Bijuudama. And the target that Bijuudama was aiming at was Shiranui Yuuji. Chapter 80, Godzilla's Coat. When Jiraiya launched Sage Mode, Yuuji was keenly aware of it. Facing Jinchuriki, who was about to enter the complete form, he really needed to use Senjutsu's power. One must know that in the original work when Jiraiya faced the Naruto with 4 tails, he was seriously injured. But suddenly, the 3 tails Jinchuriki suddenly changed direction, gathering all the chakra quickly, condensing it into a Bijuudama, directly smashing towards Yuuji. This sudden change made many people change their complexion. No. The enemy's cage is actually so far away, attacking Lord Yuuji. Damn it, what should we do? Many people showed fear and helplessness on their faces. This was Bijuudama, how could they resist this attack? Not to mention, this attack was too sudden, even Jiraiya was unable to interrupt it. Oh no, that little ghost is going to be killed. Shima Sage cried out in alarm. Focus your attention. Old woman, we can't care so much. We can only help little Jiraiya gather natural chakra first. Fukasaku scolded. Jiraiya turned his head with a tense expression and took a deep breath. If it were for Yuuji, he should be able to withstand it with the forbidden technique in his hand. The terrifying Bijuudama charged over with a loud bang, directly tearing open a terrifying ravine, destroying all the objects that blocked it. That shocking sense of suppression made many ninjas who were fighting instinctively feel fear. It's Bijuudama again. Fugaku blocked the heavy chop of Biwajozu and stabilized his body. His eyes moved slightly. Don't think about it, Uchiha Sky. Although we don't know how you blocked Bijuudama back then, we definitely won't let you rush over. That little devil is dead for sure. Jozu sneered and let out a hoarse voice. 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigaku sneered and rushed towards Fugaku, using all kinds of knives to stall him. For a time, the rhythm of the battle suddenly accelerated, but Fugaku's expression was still calm. These guys of Kirigaku didn't know that they had neglected such a shocking monster. Fugaku turned around and said, "Watch carefully, Shisui. Didn't you always ask us how we managed to block 2 of Bijuudama's attacks?" Shisui, who was being protected and carried by several of Uchiha's superior ninja, was shocked at this moment. His eyes widened, and he quickly thought of something. He looked at that figure with an incredulous expression. Could it be Senior Yuuji? This. At this time, Bijuudama had already smashed towards Yuuji. It seemed that Yuuji and his team, along with the nearby area, would be turned into nothingness by the exploding Bijuudama. Bijuudama, what a convenient power! Yuuji did not panic at all. For the first time, he admired this huge chakra ball at close range. Bijuudama was getting closer and closer, and the consciousness of the big guy in his stomach was getting clearer and clearer. Obviously, Godzilla was very interested in Bijuu's chakra. A planet-level plant versus a planet-level plant? Something like Bijuu. Yuuji suddenly smiled and felt that the connection in his body suddenly became much clearer. This smile, at this suffocating moment, made people inexplicably feel strange and terrifying. Yuuji-san, are you? Kazue gritted her teeth and prepared to use the last eye to activate Izanagi. If Yuuji died, then there was no meaning for her to live. It was better to try to use Izanagi to modify the regional fate and try to revive the dead Yuuji. Although this was almost impossible, Kazue still wanted to take a gamble. If you die, I will also lose die. The speed of Kazue's 3 tomo suddenly accelerated. Under the terrifying pressure, that sky was covered. Under the despair of having no way to escape, it was almost suffocating. In the next moment, Yuuji's consciousness instantly sank. In that dim space and time, he once again met with that incomparably huge big fellow. This time, he stood about 50 meters away. This time, he was able to clearly see this big fellow. It had an ancient body that was undulating, and many ravines that looked like 1,000-year-old trees appeared on its body. This was Planet Godzilla, an existence that bound the entire ecosystem. In the darkness, when Yuuji looked up, his consciousness intertwined and formed a closer connection with this big guy. It's time. If you really like Bijuu's chakra, I can find a way to help you take it. Yuuji looked up and said with a smile, but the premise is that you hand over your body to me. Who? A powerful air current that seemed to be breathing suddenly surged. In this dim space and time, it triggered a terrible hurricane. It was as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Then, the huge shadow suddenly leaned forward like a giant mountain pressing down. Vaguely, there was a terrifying claw that grabbed at Yuuji. Yuuji only slowly raised his hand and gently touched the giant claw that seemed to be able to crush everything. Pa! Something that was destined to shake the entire ninja realm had happened in this indescribable time and space. In the outside world. What is he doing? Why is there no movement? Is he brewing that forbidden technique? Why is it taking so long to accumulate power? Many people revealed looks of disappointment and helplessness in their eyes. Was the strongest genius of Konoha going to draw a truce? Ha! That troublesome evil little devil is finally going to die. Kirigaku ninjas were overjoyed. Just as Bijuudama was about to devour everything and turn into a terrifying roar to erase everything. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. In that split second, the 3 tomo in Kazue's eyes accelerated at a crazy pace. The Indra gene she had awakened was now activated at an unprecedented rate. Just as Bijuudama was about to erase everything. Kuzi, Beizi. A strange sound rang out. A terrifying oppressive aura immediately emerged from Yuuji's body. It was as if an inexplicable existence that was incompatible with this world had suddenly appeared. Within time, dark and vigorous substances immediately emerged from the surface of Yuuji's body, densely covering his entire body. Immediately after, a large amount of chakra was frantically refined, and once again covered Yuuji's body. Bijuudama's might was suppressed on the spot as if he had encountered an even more formidable pressure. Yuuji suddenly raised his hand, and his palm had already turned into a dark, unknown giant claw. He grabbed forward. Rumble. The huge roar shattered the eardrums of countless people, and blood flowed out. The Bijuudama that carried endless power actually stopped on the spot in front of countless disbelieving eyes. The earth shook, smoke and dust seethed, the sound of everything being crushed, and even more so, a terrifying hurricane erupted, tearing everything apart. Everyone saw that the terrifying Bijuudama was being tightly grabbed by a giant claw. This was Godzilla's coat. Chapter 81, He is also a Jinchuriki. This shocking scene caused the entire battlefield to become silent. The terrifying claw of an unknown creature was grabbing Bijuudama. Old man, is this what the old master is talking about? Shima was shocked. Fukasaku was shocked. I can't come to a conclusion yet. There are some techniques in the ninja world that can change parts of the body. Little Jiraiya, how much do you know about him? Jiraiya was also shocked and looked at him in surprise. I only know that Yuuji has mastered the forbidden technique, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of forbidden technique. Speaking of which, what did the big toad sage say? This horrifying scene shook the entire battlefield, and they felt their scalps go numb. That was Bijuudama. They had never seen a scene where he could block this terrifying attack head-on and catch it. Kazue, put away your Izanagi. There's no need to use your last eye in this kind of place. But it's really dangerous. I almost missed this chakra ball. At this time, Yuuji slowly raised his head and spoke indifferently. His skin had become much deeper, and faint ravines had also appeared on his face. A part of his body, especially one arm, had changed into the appearance of Godzilla, especially the continuous production of chakra, which had turned into a layer of thick coat attached to Yuuji's body. This was the first time that Yuuji tried to master Godzilla transformation. Although it was only the thickest coat, it still greatly increased his strength. The only flaw that can't be considered a flaw is that Yuuji wants to use this body to refine his own chakra. Godzilla himself doesn't have something like chakra. Even if I have its body, I still have to think of a way to make it myself. However, the manufacturing speed is very exaggerated, so it doesn't matter. Yuuji laughed lightly, feeling the doubled increase in his spiritual force and vitality. The chakra coat attached to the surface of his body became thicker and thicker, not inferior to Bijuu's coat at all. From a distance, it was another Jinchuriki. This Bijuudama. I'll return it to you. Yuuji slowly raised his head. The terrifying strength that came from his arm instantly threw Bijuudama back under countless shocked gazes. Shoo! This Bijuudama howled as it returned to its original path, tearing the air in half as it smashed towards Sandaime Mizukage with a loud bang. He had already turned into a small three-tailed beast. It only raised its head to take a look, and in the next moment, it was struck on the spot. Boom! A huge explosion occurred and swallowed some of the nearby Kirigakure ninjas. This attack severely impacted the morale of Kirigakure's camp. Many people revealed deep fear on their faces. Even Bijuudama was so easily blocked. What was going on with that nuclear release guy? Could it be that he was also a Jinchuriki? Wow, so scary, but what kind of forbidden technique is this? It seems different from what the old man told me. Jiraiya hurriedly jumped into the distance, still seizing the time to activate Sage Mode. At this time, he looked at this scene with a look of amazement. In the letter that Sandaime Hokage gave him, he clearly described a kind of super high-temperature technique called white-hot light. In other words, what Yuuji was using now was another forbidden technique. Just based on this alone, it could take Bijuudama head-on, and to a certain extent, it was no less than white-hot light. And looking at it, it looks so similar to Bijuu's coat, including that transformed arm, it seems to be a kind of Bijuu. Imitating Bijuu's tricks is indeed beyond my expectations. A cold voice came from the core of the explosion. When everyone looked again, at the place where the smoke and dust dissipated, an incomparably huge silhouette appeared. Three tails that were comparable to small mountains were constantly swinging. This was the complete form of Bijuu. Three tails. Everyone, be careful. The enemy has completely transformed into Bijuu. No one is allowed to approach without orders. Konoha ninjas instinctively changed their expression, but when they thought about what happened to Yuuji and the unknown ninjutsu, they miraculously felt much more at ease. The huge three tails crashed across the battlefield. It was a strange-looking turtle with three tails. Even if it were just lying there, it was nearly 60 meters tall. It was shocking. Sandaime Mizukage's will, or more precisely, Uchiha Madara's will, was currently looking down on everything indifferently. The main point was to observe Yuuji. Is this unknown giant beast I saw before? It is called the companion beast. It seems that I have underestimated you before. In the depths of his pupils, 3 megatamas flashed, giving off an ominous feeling. The companion beast, actually has the possibility of defeating Bijuu. At this point, Uchiha Madara finally became truly interested. Originally, he had planned to completely wipe out this restless little brat, Yuuji, through this battle. What he needed was a spokesperson who could carry out his will, even if he had his own thoughts. As long as he was generous and there was no problem, he was confident that he would not overturn the car. The person that Madara had his eyes on was Obito. He was definitely not a cunning and intelligent person like Yuuji, who did not even have Uchiha's bloodline. And now, for the first time, Madara began to look at Yuuji seriously. Something that could rival a Bijuu, a companion beast, was quite interesting. At this time, an incomparably huge flame suddenly attacked. Fire release, Great Flame Bomb. A tail twitched, causing countless splashes of water, crushing the fireball that was dozens of meters in this realm. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan. Boom. The three tails were hit head-on, and a violent explosion erupted. The ground instantly caved in again. This guy's turtle shell is too hard. Jiraya's face showed signs of a toad transformation. This was the sign of Sage Mode successfully activating it. However, even with Senjutsu's chakra, he couldn't use the Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan continuously. Not everyone had the physique of Naruto. He was Uzumaki clan, the reincarnation of Azura Chakra and nine-tailed Jinchuriki. With the three buffs added together, no one could compare to them. At this time, just as the three-tailed was about to stand up, an incomparably terrifying white-hot light came crashing down with a loud bang. The high temperature of 100,000 degrees almost lit up the entire battlefield in an instant and directly smashed into the three-tailed. Wherever white-hot light passed, everything began to burn, almost crushing all forms of fire releases technique, and many Kirigaku ninjas who failed to dodge in time vaporized on the spot. This was the strongest white-hot light in the history of Yuuji, and the temperature was also close to white-hot light's upper limit, 100,000 degrees. Lord Jiraiya, I'll help you. I'm very interested in three-tailed beast's words. Yuuji landed in front of Jiraiya with a loud crash and slowly spoke. Chapter 82, Cutting of a Tail Isn't Too Much. Yuuji's eyes constantly scanned the three wagging tails. He planned to take the opportunity to cut off one tail and feed it to Godzilla to confirm a certain idea. Yuuji, is it really okay for you to use forbidden techniques one after another? Moreover, your current state is also very strange. Even your chakra aura has changed. I feel like you are like Jinchuriki now. Jiraiya asked solemnly. If he wasn't certain that Yuuji had nothing to do with Root, he would really suspect that there was a Bijuu sealed in Yuuji's stomach. After Lord Jiraiya entered this strange mode, he even had the ability to sense. Yuuji smiled and said, my current change is also my Kekkei Genkai. I can still hold on for the time being. Let's focus on dealing with this guy. Jiraiya nodded seriously. He looked at Yuuji with a hint of approval in his eyes. Yuuji had actually used such a terrifying thing frequently. He really didn't know how much lifespan he should burn. Such a young junior would definitely become the backbone of Konoha in the future. He couldn't fall here too early. Jiraiya led the two toad sages and took the lead to launch an attack at the three-tailed. There was a hint of urgency in his gaze. The earlier they beat down the three-tailed Jinchuriki, the more it would cause Yuuji to lose a bit of his lifespan. A terrifying battle broke out. Jiraiya, who was under Sage Mode, unleashed all of his fire powers. All kinds of super terrifying ninjutsu, all received several times or dozens of times the power amplification, facing Bijuu head-on. Yuuji also began to move, focusing on attacking from the side. Against such a big guy, radiation is originally useless. Either seal or attack, it is really troublesome. Yuuji frowned slightly. No matter who it was, dealing with such a huge monster would give them a headache. Rumble. He suddenly stretched out his hand. This hand instantly turned into a giant claw. The moment the Sanbai stood up, it pressed down on the head of this guy. After a loud bang, it was forcefully pressed down for a short time. Die. An unprecedentedly large Bijuudama gathered. This was the real complete Bijuudama. The complete Bijuudama that could destroy a mountain in one shot. Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. Jiraiya slapped the ground, and the three tails immediately sank. Sage Art, Toad Singing, Confrontation Chant. Fukasaku and Shima also immediately used the strongest illusion technique they had mastered. After the sound of toads singing reached the three-tailed beast's movements instantly became stiff. The terrifyingly large Bijuudama also struck out at this moment, missing the direction and hitting a distance. In the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion. A strong storm spread and overturned countless people on the spot. Tisk, if I were to be directly hit by this thing, it would be troublesome. Yuuji forgot to look into the distance and praised. The power of the Bijuudama formed by half Bijuu was limited, but once he stepped into the complete form, then Bijuudama was simply unreasonable. Little brat, your luck is pretty good, allowing you to avoid a calamity. The three-tailed was attacked by Swamp of the Underworld and Toad Illusion, not moving at all, but his eyes were staring straight at Yuuji. It was as if only Yuuji could truly attract his interest. Jiraiya and the Toad Sage, along with this battle, were not in his eyes. That deep indifference and disregard were clear and distinct. Even if Bijuudama really hit me, he might not be able to kill me. You should be able to think of this. Yuuji sneered and confronted the big guy in front of him. Is that so? The three-tailed slowly closed his eyes. A companion beast. There is such an interesting thing in this world. If it really has the strength to rival Bijuu, it is barely qualified. At this time, Yuuji attacked again. Godzilla's outer coat, nuclear release, core clone technique. 3 lumps of meat immediately drilled out of Yuuji's body. They wriggled and quickly turned into Yuuji. The moment they landed on the ground, the 3 clones immediately began to produce chakra madly. The nuclear clone 2.0 version had a very clear advantage. Not only did it have a terrifying self-healing ability, but it only needed to consume chakra when it first knew about the clone. As for the rest, the clone could create a huge amount of chakra. More importantly, after these 3 clones were separated, in a very short time, they also quickly put on Godzilla's coat. Fresh red semi-transparent coat of chakra was constantly surging. As the amount of chakra was refined, the outline of this coat was also clearer and clearer at this time. This is the outline of an unknown creature with a tail. A tail, but not a tail, nor any of the 9 Bijuu. The smell of chakra is also different. It is not Bijuu chakra. Old man, do you know what kind of creature this is? Could it really be the one that the old master mentioned? Jiraiya and the 2 toads, Sage, looked at the 4 Yuuji with a serious expression. Various thoughts flashed through their minds, and there was even a deep doubt. Just what is this thing? Nuclear release, a special Kekkei Genkai is able to do this. Simulate the form of Bijuu and Jinchuriki. But now was obviously not the time to think about this. Sage, we have to make a move as soon as possible. Yuuji's forbidden arts consume life. If this drags on, I'm worried that he... Jiraiya shouted in a low voice. Although he did not understand the reason, he was still happy and pleased with the strength and characteristics that Yuuji had displayed. He even felt a deep worry. After this war ends, we have to find a way to restore his lifespan. Orochimaru seems to have some research on this. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Lord Jiraiya, think of a way to end this big guy. We don't have powerful sealing techniques, so we can only rely on strong attacks to defeat him. The 4 Yuuji immediately shifted their positions and stood in 4 positions, surrounding the big turtle. Jiraiya also nodded, and the 2 toad sage also looked at each other, then joined hands to take action. Powerful Senjutsu's chakra burst out, transforming into a powerful cyclone visible to the naked eye. Sage Art, Gomen. Fukasaku, Sage, Shima, Sage, Fire Release, and Jiraiya spat out heavy oil. The combination of the 3 techniques instantly triggered a terrible fire field, swallowing the entire 3-tailed. Yuuji also attacked at the same time. Godzilla Coat Nuclear Escape Quadruple Incandescent Light. Under the enhancement of Godzilla's transformation, 100,000 degrees of high temperature instantly burst forth, bombarding the body of the 3-tailed beast from 4 different angles. The huge flames combined with the terrifyingly high temperature and possessed the ability to destroy all matter. At this moment, they completely enveloped the 3-tailed beast. A crazy roar rang out, brewing endless pain. When the 3-tailed beast was submerged, its entire body began to show signs of loosening. This was a sign that even the complete Bijuu could not maintain. Just at this time, when the terrifying attack covered everything, the powerful white-hot light blocked his line of sight, triggering the power of a natural disaster. Under the feet of Yuuji, flesh and blood suddenly squirmed and quietly separated and replaced Yuuji's body at the moment of intense light. When Yuuji's real body appeared again, he had already appeared behind the 3-tailed. This time, I cut off one of your tails. It isn't much. Chapter 83, Shisui found faith. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly, a tail was cut off on the spot. The huge claw suddenly grabbed out. When three-tailed beast's figure was heavily injured by quadruple white-hot light and Gomen and gradually disappeared, this tail was caught by Yuuji. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz In that dim time and space, Godzilla opened his mouth and released a terrifying suction force, and in a twinkling of an eye, he swallowed this tail. Smack smack! After swallowing his stomach, he let out a heavy breath, seemingly very satisfied. Vaguely, there seemed to be some changes in this planet Godzilla, but it also seemed that nothing had happened. I feel it. It seems that Godzilla has become more native. Yuuji was the first to feel that the chakra on the surface of his body had quietly become stronger. This was not something he refined himself after obtaining Godzilla's power, but a spontaneous new chakra. Using foreign plants to fight against native plants, just thinking about it was interesting. And at this time, the three-tailed that was about to disappear suddenly let out a furious roar. The three-tailed that should have been controlled by Sandaime Mizukage, or it could be said that it was controlled by Madara, suddenly sensed that its chakra name had disappeared, and instinctively let out a roar. And this was not the loss of chakra, but the share of the chakra it controlled had been taken away. How could he endure this? However, the three-tailed did not have any room to resist. The three Megatamas once again controlled its thoughts and suppressed its consciousness. At this moment, even Uchiha Madara, who was secretly manipulating all of this, did not know what had happened. Although he was a little surprised that the three-tailed had suddenly become so crazy, he did not mind. What evil thoughts could a mere three-tailed have? It was just a plaything. This big guy can't hold on any longer. Jiraiya was delighted. The enemy was actually wailing in pain under such a terrifying attack. Hehe, the three-tailed Jinchuriki is going to lose. Soon, when all the terrifyingly high temperature dissipated and the flames rose, only a heavily injured figure was left. His entire body was burned. It was Sandaime Mizukage. I won, but if I capture Kirigakuru's Mizukage, then the problem will be big. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. This time, he had relied on Yuuji's powerful forbidden technique to take down Sandaime Mizukage so quickly. This was simply a miraculous battle record. In the past, no cages of any village had been captured alive. Lord Jiraiya, I'll leave it to you to handle. Yuuji took back all his clones, looking exhausted. At the same time, he controlled a clone in the distance and took the opportunity to let Kisame go. Jiraiya said with relief, it's all thanks to you this time. I didn't expect that your Kekii Genkai still contains such amazing power. Don't worry, I will help you, beg Orochimaru. Then many thanks, Lord Jiraiya. Yuuji nodded, then pretended to do everything he could to return to the camp. Many of Konoha's ninjas had already rushed over, and with a serious face, they protected Yuuji in the middle. In their excitement, they looked at Kirigakuru's ninjas with a bit of ferocity. The entire battlefield, along with Sandaime Mizukage's defeat, changed dramatically. Lord Sandaime Mizukage actually lost. Impossible, Lord Sandaime is Jinchuriki, he can use three-tailed beast's power, how could he lose? Even he used Bijuudama. But he actually lost to Konoha's ninja. Shiranui Yuuji, this little brat. I already knew that he would become a great threat to our village. Damn it! Didn't the village give the order to assassinate this kid? Why didn't 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure take action? At that time, there were Kirigakure ninjas who fell into chaos. They couldn't help but curse in fear. At this time, 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Lord Sandaime actually lost? He lost to Jiraiya and that kid nuclear release. Kurosuke Rega slashed out a large amount of thunder, and his face revealed a strong sense of unease. That kid, the guy who followed Jiraiya and severely injured Sandaime Mizukage, was previously their assassination target. Hiss! 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure's expression was extremely bad. Such a terrifying kid, the village actually wanted them to find a chance to assassinate him. Fortunately, I didn't listen to those guys back then. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It is said that the kid used Kinjutsu, but I don't know what kind of price he has to pay for using this power for the time being. Even if we have to pay the price, it will be very troublesome to force this kid into action. He is not someone we can easily deal with. No matter how much one paid attention to any kind of forbidden technique, it would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, the forbidden technique that Yuuji possessed was a powerful attack. And that chakra coat that is very similar to Jinchuriki. Retreat, even Sandaime Mizukage was defeated, Genji and Yagura can't say anything. I really hope that the next time I see that damn brat, he has already used too many forbidden techniques and is about to die. At this time, the swordsman ninja were afraid and sneered, forcing back the attacks of Hyuga and Uchiha's clan, and quickly fled. Lord Clan Leader, the enemy has retreated. Should we launch an attack? Shisui asked excitedly. The eyes in his eyes had shockingly advanced to 2 tomo. Since Jiraiya has not issued an order, we do not need to do anything unnecessary. Shisui, a second tomo on a less than 11-year-old kid, this kind of talent might be able to barely match Kazue. Fugaku sat on a stone pile, exhausted, and looked at Shisui in surprise. My Uchiha clan is worthy of being called the cradle of geniuses. No, Lord Patriarch, compared to that senior, I am nothing. Only becoming someone like Senior Yuuji is what I should do. Shisui looked at the person who was being protected by more and more companions. Cheers, tears of disbelief, the dawn of victory. All of this flooded the surroundings of that senior. Under the gaze of Shisui and Sharingan, Senior Shiranui Yuuji was like a sun, spontaneously attracting more and more people to come closer. Senior Kazue shouldn't be the target I am pursuing. Senior Yuuji is the one. I heard that Senior Yuuji is a man with a perfect score in theory and an unshakable status in theory. Shisui's breathing quickened, and his eyes shone. No wonder Senior Kazue, such an outstanding and proud person, is willing to follow by Senior Yuuji's side. Calm, modest, reliable, inheritor of the will of fire. This. Shisui couldn't help but tremble as if a person walking in the darkness had suddenly found a beacon of light. Although he was only 10 years old, Shisui, who had vaguely sensed the huge gap between the Uchiha clan and the village, vaguely knew what he should do. If he followed Senior Yuuji, if it were for Senior Yuuji's wisdom, perhaps he could guide him to find a way out. A road that could restore peace to the Uchiha clan and the village. Chapter 84, Shock Ninja. Kirigakuru's ninja was completely rooted. Genji and Yagura managed to pull up a force and charge at the heavily injured Sandaime Mizukage. They picked him up and looked warily at Jiraiya before quickly retreating. This time, it was still Konoha who won, Yagura said coldly. I only hope that you can learn your lesson and not start a new war, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Genji sneered, this is not up to you to decide. If the war of the ninja world does not end, then we will definitely not stop attacking. The entire camp of Kirigakure was defeated. Jiraiya looked at the enemy that was far away and fell silent. After this battle, the pressure on Konoha will be a little lighter. Little Jiraiya, if there is nothing else, we will go back. That's right, the food is probably cold. Shima Sage complained. I'll have to trouble the two of you, Sage. However, you just said that the old master mentioned an unknown creature. This, when you go to Mount Mayuboku next time, ask the old master personally. The two toads looked at each other and disappeared with a bang. Jiraiya frowned. Looking at Yuuji, who was surrounded by countless people cheering in the distance, he relaxed his brows and shook his head with a smile. No matter what happened, this Yuuji was Konoha's person. This was enough. Compared to worrying about this kind of illusory thing, what made Jiraiya more worried was, how much did Yuuji pay for using those forbidden arts just now? The battle on the east side ended. On the vast battlefield, the environment suddenly changed and changed beyond recognition. There were traces of various ninjutsu attacks everywhere. Countless exhausted people were bathing in the setting sun, enjoying this hard-won peace. Out of the 5,000 people, only 3,000 remained. One could imagine how tragic this battle was. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. Every name that resounded under the sky. They were all destined to stand on the pile of bones. Using this battle, Shiranui's name began to spread wildly in the entire ninja world. Every country knew the name of Yuuji. The leaders of every village picked up the information about Yuuji with solemn expressions. Shiranui. From the Warring States period until now, this small family clan has never produced any powerful ninjas. TL note, the Warring States period, Sengoku Jidai, was the long, violent era preceding the formation of the hidden villages. During the Warring States period, the countries of the world were uniformly small, constantly battling each other for land, power, and opportunity. Nuclear release, what an enviable talent. Why would he appear in a place like Konoha? This little brat blocked three-tailed beast and Bijuudama? It's just a forbidden technique. Such a short-sighted fool is essentially a weapon. It will be crippled after a few uses. There's no need to worry. The leaders of the various villages all received information about Yuuji. All the information that Yuuji could gather had fallen into their hands. What really caught their attention was the thorny poison attack. It was said that many IWA ninjas and Suna ninjas had terrible side effects. Ordinary medical ninjas were helpless in the face of such side effects. At most, they could only alleviate it. I hope that Konoha can use such a dangerous weapon as soon as possible. Many people thought of this for many years. They hoped that Yuuji could perform a few more highlight performances, and then because the frequency of using the forbidden technique was too high, he eventually disabled himself. A young man who was less than 13 years old could barely hurt a cage with a forbidden technique. The more he used, the faster he died. Soon, the news of the victory of the Eastern Front was finally sent back to Konoha. The entire Konoha fell into a great cheer and celebration, turning into a sea of joy. Everyone understood the meaning of this battle. This meant that at least half of the cruel 3 battles had ended. As long as they could defeat IWA Ninja and Suna Ninja in the Western Front, this war that had lasted for 4 years could be declared over. At the Hokage building. Is that so? Has the war on the Eastern Front ended? A deep sense of gratification appeared on Sandaime Hokage's face. In his heart, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Although they had lost close to 40% of their forces, as long as they could win, there would be no problem. Who knew how much pressure Konoha was currently under? Hiruzen, we have defeated Kirigakure. Our main target is IWA Ninja, and Kumigakure will also be intimidated. The overall situation of the Eastern Front has stabilized. Koharu turned around and said with a face full of joy. Homura sighed in admiration. Danzo, in the letter that Jiraiya sent back, he praised your disciple greatly. If not for him, this battle wouldn't have been so successful. Danzo's face was still gloomy. He knocked heavily on the ground and said, he is not something to be celebrated of. For a moment, the entire office fell into a brief silence. Even Sandaime Hokage looked at Danzo with a strange gaze. Danzo continued, the biggest problem now is, how much is the price for the power that Yuuji used? White hot light and that kinjutsu. The means that used to imitate Bijuu's coat, I'm afraid that it is also the Kekkei Genkai forbidden technique. Hiruzen, you understand. Sandaime Hokage took a puff of his pipe and nodded solemnly. Konoha will never treat his heroes and geniuses unfairly. No matter how much his lifespan is shortened, the village will do its best to remedy it. Danzo nodded. The few of them were slightly worried. How much lifespan did Yuuji have left? What exactly was the unknown forbidden technique that imitated Bijuu's coat? Danzo, when Yuuji returns, I intend to summon him to ask about that forbidden technique. Perhaps it is another forbidden technique that can be included in the Book of Seal. Sandaime Hokage said. I will personally handle this matter. I will take responsibility for my disciple. Danzo had a cold expression on his face. However, everyone could understand that after this battle, Danzo en route truly had a successor. Moreover, he also possessed a talent that surpassed everyone's imagination, and he even grasped a forbidden technique that possessed shocking strength. In this way, I have more confidence in my plan to become the Hokage. If Hiruzen's disciple can do it, my disciple can do it too. In this way, I don't have to rely on Orochimaru. Danzo thought silently. There is one more thing, it is about Might Do. Sandaime Hokage took out another document and showed it to the other 3. Might Do, 10,000 years genin, using the 8 gates escape armor on the battlefield, can actually fight against 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure in a short period of time. 8 gates escape armor. Konoha's advisors were very surprised and began to read the contents carefully. They were not familiar with this technique. 10,000 years of genin could fight against 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure for a short period of time? Moreover, Might Do was Yuuji's subordinate. This was very interesting. As for Might Do, I think. Homura was tempted and was about to speak. Danzo suddenly knocked on the ground. I don't want you to think that Might Do has been my disciple's subordinate for many years. He is also Root's man. Homura immediately shut his mouth. This organization, Root, was very troublesome. It had too much power and too much authority. Sometimes, even the Hokage did not know what Roots people were secretly doing. Since that's the case, let's wait until Yuuji comes back. Sandaime Hokage put aside the dispute. Chapter 85, Roots' Goal, Akatsuki. A portion of the ninjas from the east line returned to the village first. A large number of villagers stood by the road and cheered loudly, calling for the dawn of peace. When Yuuji crossed the gate and entered the village, this major welcoming ceremony reached a peak. It's really lively. These people who call for peace. I really hope that things like war will never appear. Yuuji waved around with a smile on his face. Behind him were many injured people wrapped in bandages. These were the first batch of ninjas to return to Konoha. But unfortunately, it was only an extravagant hope in the end. Is that person Lord Yuuji? It is said that he joined forces with Lord Jiraiya to defeat Sandaime Mizukage at the front line. So young. The war on the eastern front is over. As long as Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato defeat Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja, everything will be over. Many people revealed deep expectations and joy on their faces. In the 4 years of bloody battle, they had lost too much and sacrificed too much, finally seeing the dawn of peace. Many of Yuuji's peers also stood in the team and looked at Yuuji with complicated expressions. He has already left us far behind, Kurane said in a low voice. Asuma gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree with a low voice. He was rebellious, but not a fool. Moreover, facing a monster like Yuuji, he temporarily could not see any hope of surpassing him. Is such a guy who inherits the will of fire really right? The old man is right, I am wrong. Asuma was a little doubtful about life. Shisui was also in the village team, looking left and right excitedly. His name, Shisui, also became famous in this battle. Senior Yuuji, many people are calling your name. Shisui said excitedly. Calm down, Shisui, this is just a routine operation. Yuuji patted Shisui on the shoulder. Yes. As expected of Senior Yuuji. So you were prepared for such a scene? Yes, I guess so. They not only cheered for us, but also for peace. All warriors who can bring peace to them will be sought after. Shisui, you have to remember this. Everything I have to do is to achieve eternal peace. Senior Yuuji. Is this realization of the inheritor of the will of fire? Shisui looked at Yuuji's back and was greatly shocked. He found that not only the level of strength and thinking, but even the vision of this senior was far ahead of him. Shisui was shocked to find that he, who was obsessed with the competition between a clan and a village, had unconsciously become narrow-minded, which made Shisui feel extremely ashamed. Shisui, don't look at me like that. Yuuji was a little puzzled. What is wrong with this depressed Shisui? Is he starting to be depressed now? How could this be? This guy's eyes were very useful. He couldn't commit suicide like the original work. After the ceremony, Yuuji finally welcomed his freedom. The first thing he did was to go to Root's base to meet Danzo. I heard about you at the front line. You are indeed my disciple. Danzo nodded coldly as if everything that Yuuji had done was just normal. I heard that you got Byakugan. Yes, I took back this precious eye from the enemy. Yuuji took out a glass container, which contained a Byakugan. Byakugan. Hyuga clansmen are getting worse and worse. He tried his best to develop the bird in the cage to protect Byakugan, but he was taken away by Kirigakuer. Danzo sneered. Sensei, why don't you let me deal with this eye? I am very interested in the bloodline of a 1000-year-old clan like Hyuga. Danzo gave Yuuji a deep look. For some reason, the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he became. To be able to ask for Byakugan in such a straightforward manner and even say that he wanted to decipher the secrets of Hyuga and clansmen's bloodline. As expected of this old man's disciple. Although I don't know how proficient you are in human experiments, this old man didn't stop you because this old man doesn't care about the life and death of that genius. Do you understand what this old man means? Of course, don't worry. I won't destroy this precious Byakugan. Yuuji said with a smile. It was indeed easy to deal with Danzo. Many things only needed to be mentioned, and the gloomy Danzo immediately understood. He didn't even bother to pretend. In that case, there is no need for this old man to hide it from you. Actually, this old man is also ordering Root to conduct some necessary human experiments. All of this is for Konoha. Yuuji also said solemnly, everything is for Konoha. Danzo nodded. The master and disciple were silent for a while. Danzo suddenly asked, "You used a brand new secret technique again? The technique to imitate Bijuu's coat?" Yuuji nodded calmly. "That's right. I was only trying. I didn't expect it to really succeed." "You must have obtained some kind of spirit beast and tried to create Bijuu. Was the Cumin Saoika from before was prepared for this?" Danzo asked. TL note, Cumin Saoika is a chanting that's used to summon 9 masked beast, Cumin Jiu, by Menma, Road to Ninja, Naruto the movie. Ah, Danzo-sensei actually saw through the problem at a glance. "Humph, not just me, even Hiruzen and the others can think of it. Please don't worry. This is also the power that I have grasped. It's just that the spirit beast is more troublesome and likes to sleep. As my disciple, I must not be threatened by a beast. There are many sealing techniques and brainwashing techniques en route. Take them all. It's not enough for me to take them. I will find them for you from the Book of Seal. In short, you must find a way to tame that lowly beast." With the walking stick in hand, Danzo knocked heavily on the ground. It spread far in this dark underground base. Yuuji looked moved. This attitude made Danzo very satisfied. He could not help but nod secretly. "In addition, if this old man asks you to hand over the method of artificial Bijuu, Danzo-sensei, of course, I am willing to hand it over. But the problem is, other than me, no one can repeat this technique. So, Danzo-sensei," Yuuji said with a smile. Danzo subconsciously frowned and was a little unhappy. At the same time, he remembered that Yuuji's ability seemed to be involved in the operation of molecules and atoms. This did not match him. Cumin Saoika. Forget it, compared to Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, it was not worth mentioning. After a cold snort, Danzo did not say a word and turned to leave. Just as his entire body was about to disappear into the darkness, he spoke again. "If your lifespan is not enough, you can come to find this old man. In addition, you are very compatible with this old man's will. It is time for you to carry out some secret missions. This old man has some connections with the Omegakure's Hanzo. This is done without Sandame's knowledge. On the 12th of next month, you will lead a team of Roots ninjas to Omegakure to meet that dangerous fellow, Hanzo. This mission is not difficult. The two sides are going to strengthen their trust and launch a joint operation. The goal of the mission is to destroy a local armed organization in Omegakure. The name of that organization is Akatsuki." Chapter 86, Water Dragon Bullet. Yuuji walked out of Root's base and faced the blue sky. He took a deep breath. Behind him, a few of Root's ninjas spread out and hid in all directions, spontaneously protecting Yuuji's safety. He was actually going to attack Akatsuki? Some of this can be done. The idealist must die. This guy is the leader of the current Akatsuki. That kind of idealism is really too infectious. Yuuji thought. He did not object to idealism, but such an ideal guy had a huge obstruction for him to flatten this world. Not to mention that he was now on the road to compete for Bijuu, wanting to take over Bijuu's authority in this world bit by bit. As for Konan and Nagato, Konan is easy to deal with. Living is no different from dying, but Nagato, his Rinnegan. Yuuji touched his chin. He was very interested in Rinnegan, but Madara obviously would not let him succeed so easily. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, would not allow him to succeed. It's getting more and more interesting. Yuuji chuckled and strolled along the streets of Konoha. As the Eastern War came to an end, there was now a little more popularity on the streets, and the pedestrians also felt a little more relaxed. The dawn of victory was waving, and they should celebrate. Yuuji could also take the opportunity to relax and develop new skills. The first time I used Godzilla Coat, it didn't cause any damage to my body, and I even discovered something very interesting. Yuuji came to a training ground and directly jumped onto a wooden stake, carefully scrutinizing it. Godzilla Coat was only using Godzilla's strength for the first time. Moreover, that feeling was bizarre, as if he was transforming from a flesh and blood body into a walking plant. As for plants, Yuuji thought about it. He thought of White Zetsu, of Shao De Hokage's Mokuton. Both of these came from the power of the Juhobi God tree. Godzilla was also a plant, and he had once transformed all the animals and plants on the earth into its sub-organisms. Even the most ordinary plant had a radioactive ability, and it was even harder and sharper than steel. Mokuton, this kind of thing. If I can further grasp Godzilla's strength, it is not impossible, but it is not the same as the first Hokage, but the special Mokuton that belongs to me. Yuuji touched his chin. Time flew. In the evening, Yuuji got up. First, he went to the food street to buy big and small bags of food. Then, he returned home. Due and Guy had already started to clean up Yuuji's house crazily. They had been doing this for many years. They had been used to it for a long time. Take a rest. I bought a lot of delicious food. Eat it while it's hot. Yuuji smiled. Oh. Yuuji-san, then we won't be polite. I'm going to eat. The father and son immediately sat on the fat table and wolfed down the food. Speaking of which, Yuuji-san, it's really delicious. You haven't come back for a day. Do you have a new mission? Guy stuffed a grilled fish into his mouth and asked vaguely. Yes, there is indeed a new mission. Don't look at me like that. I don't intend to take you on this mission. This is Root's mission, and it has nothing to do with you. Yuuji smiled faintly. No. If it's Yuuji-san's matter, it's our matter. Guy will stay behind to cultivate. Please let me go with you. Do immediately said solemnly. The position they gave themselves was more and more inclined towards family officials. Pa. Yuuji put down his chopsticks and shook his head. Bring Due and Guy. Don't joke around. When we carry out the mission, these two idiots will rush up and use Konoha's whirlwind. As long as Nagato isn't an idiot, they would definitely be able to track them down. Bringing Due and Guy along was the worst idea. Even if he brought Kazue along, it would still be better than bringing the father and son along. I have decided that you will stay in Konoha to cultivate. Although the war in the east is over, Kirigakuru's people will definitely not be so willing to admit defeat. There will only be endless spies and assassinations. The two of you must stay behind to guard Konohagakure. In addition, Mr. Du, without my permission, you are not allowed to open the door of death. This is an order. Yuuji ordered. According to the deceptive tricks of Sandaime Hokage people, Du would definitely be used as a feeder. I will also tell Danzo-sensei about this matter. The next layer of insurance. Yuuji glanced at the ignorant father and son and shook his head. Let's continue eating. After eating, Yuuji got up and prepared to wash the dishes. Wait. Yuuji-san, during the day, I exchanged for a very powerful water release ninjutsu from the village and learned it. I can use water release ninjutsu to wash the dishes. Guy immediately raised his arm and shouted. Oh. Guy, my son, you actually learned ninjutsu? This is the power of youth. That's right, father, Yuuji-san, I found that cultivating ninjutsu is actually not difficult. As long as I extract chakra and then circulate it in the meridians, I can use it. Let me show you the results of my cultivation. Guy began to form seals with both hands, circulating chakra. Yuuji looked at this scene with interest. Guy, the future green beast of Konoha under his command, actually turned to learn ninjutsu? And able to learn it? Guy formed 44 seals in a row. This complicated process made Yuuji's brows jump. Such a long seal, could it be that technique? Yuuji's gaze focused. Guy, could it be that you? Water release water dragon bullet. Guy shouted loudly. His power was astonishing, and his entire body seemed to be on fire. He puffed up his cheeks and spat out a stream of water that was 10 centimeters long. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Water release, it really is water release. Guy, you have grown up. Father, I've succeeded. I didn't disappoint you. Due and Guy knelt on the ground and cried. Yuuji looked at the two guys with a blank face, then turned his head and looked at the dishwasher. Is this water dragon spell used by the second Hokage to cheat people? Good fellow, it was not easy to cultivate the water dragon bullet. After a long time, Yuuji slowly opened his mouth. Guy, go throw away all these bowls and buy a new one. The cost will be deducted from your payment and will not be reimbursed. Mr. Du, I think it would be better for Guy to continue working hard on his physical skills. The 8 inner hidden gates is enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Guy was shocked. What? What? Yuuji-san, these bowls are fine. Why throw them away? It's too wasteful. Although we are rich now, you can't forget how poor we were back then. Go quickly, or I will kill you. Chapter 87, Left Eye, Right Eye. Root's Secret Base. Yuuji used the shadow clone technique to directly separate a large number of clones. He picked up all kinds of medical books to study and experiment. Every shadow clone had its own mission. After completing the mission, they would immediately disband. Then, Yuuji would create a new shadow clone and repeat the process. The knowledge that Yuuji had grasped was superimposed at an astonishing speed. With such a reserve of knowledge, it is enough. Yuuji began to make his move, officially starting to study the precious Byakugan. Yuuji was not interested in controlling the bloodline of Hamura, but he had to at least understand it. Sooner or later, he would go against the Otsutsuki clan. According to Yuuji's estimation, if he wanted to achieve the goal of flattening the world, he would even think of a way to pull out the extraordinary road of ninja. Otsutsuki Kagaya was just one of the stumbling blocks. The descendants of Hamura on the moon, the people who were wandering in the universe and destroying life planets one after another, and the Otsutsuki clansmen who were hiding somewhere in Ninja World were all targets he wanted to eliminate. Every single Otsutsuki has the combat strength of Rikuta Sennin level, easily exploding the moon with his bare hands, easily exploding the golden wheel to split the moon. This was a group of people who were extremely difficult to deal with. Naruto and Sasuke were both defeated by Otsutsuki. If Yuuji really wanted to achieve his goal, he really needed a lot of fighters. God of Chakra, Otsutsuki, this universe-level race. Yuuji couldn't help but shake his head. What chakra? What blood chain net? Sure enough, it was better to devour all of them. Let you fucking cross the universe to come and check Ninja World's chakra. Yuuji began to carefully remove some surface cells from Byakugan. This process had to be extremely careful. Then, Yuuji began to monitor Byakugan's DNA sequence. Byakugan is the preparation stage for the reincarnation eye. If we gather enough Byakugan, we can produce the reincarnation eye. The key was gene fusion. As time passed, Yuuji silently began to remember Byakugan's gene sequence. Then, he used a bit of radiation to stimulate Byakugan's cells. A large number of DNA sequences began to show signs of instability, but at the same time, a portion of genes was as stubborn as a rock. Even the radiation stimulation would cause these genes to transform from deep sleep to an active state. It's very similar to Kazue's condition. The life genes of Otsutsuki's clan are indeed powerful. Yuuji revealed a look of understanding. Otsutsuki's race could cross the universe, and they were Rikuta Sennin, level life forms. It could be said that they were all sacred. Their core genetic code had the ability to resist the radiation of the universe. However, even though they had high resistance, without the protection of chakra, cells that activated the genetic sequence appeared. After struggling for a while, they eventually died. Kazue awakened Indra gene before she died. She has successfully gained the ability to convert my negative radiation energy into an ability to stimulate her body. At least for a few minutes, she can withstand a large amount of radiation with his body. As for the Hyuga clan, Hamura's bloodline. Yuuji pondered for a moment and called Iroha over. He lowered his head to look at the expressionless Iroha. Even when Iroha saw clansman's Byakugan, his cold and numb face did not reveal any emotions. He had already been transformed into a good tool by Danzo. Yuuji said, Iroha, as my peer, you can be said to have seen my growth with your own eyes. Not to mention me, even Kazue has left you far behind. The current you cannot last more than 3 rounds against Kazue. Iroha said, yes, Lord Yuuji and Kazue are both geniuses. This is a bit one-sided. I need to confirm one thing now. Do you want to become a genius like Kazue? Do you want to follow in my footsteps? Iroha, I want to conduct an experiment on you. Maybe you can become a genius like Kazue, but the price of failure is death. Yuuji stared at Iroha. Iroha was silent for a moment and said coldly, if I can become a better tool in Lord Yuuji's hands, I am very willing to accept experiments. Very good, I can clearly feel this realization. Yuuji patted Iroha on the shoulder with one hand. Then, with a loud bang, countless radiation particles rushed into Iroha's body and began to wreak havoc. Iroha fell to the ground in pain, and his body began to undergo an obvious change. Is it still not enough? Indeed, not everyone has the talent to stimulate genes like Kazue. Yuuji shook his head and directly reached out his hand to pull up the extremely painful Iroha. Then, he directly threw her onto the experimental platform. Several clones immediately gathered over. Iroha, as a member of the branch family, you have been planted with the art of birds in a cage. This pair of eyes naturally have a visual flaw. Now, I will give you a chance. Dig out an eye of your old and transplant this precious Byakugan to you. Don't disappoint me. Yuuji had yet to make a move. Iroha had already endured the pain and reached out with a trembling hand to dig at his right eye. However, in the next moment, just as his right eye was about to be dug out, the bird in the cage activated and this eye was destroyed. Even his other eye was destroyed. Iroha covered his bleeding eyes and let out a roar. However, the brain was not destroyed and survived. The birdcage technique is really a harsh sealing technique. Not only is the life and death of the victim controlled by clansmen, but even Byakugan's potential has also been locked, and he will never be able to surpass main family. Logically speaking, this sealing technique will automatically activate when Byakugan is stolen and destroy the eyes and brain of the victim. However, there is a loophole that is not a loophole. Yuuji chuckled. What if, for various reasons, the people from the branch family only lost one eye in an instant? For example, on the battlefield, if they did not dodge in time and one eye was stabbed by Kunao, there was still another healthy eye that could continue to maintain combat strength. The bird technique in the cage would activate automatically. Not only would it destroy the healthy eyes of this family member, but would it also destroy the brain. Yuuji was also gambling, but now it seemed that this seal technique was not so harsh, and there was a possibility of taking advantage of the loophole. Iroha was blind, but he survived, and the brain was temporarily not damaged. The transplant operation officially began. At this moment, Byakugan, who only belonged to clansmen, was transplanted to Iroha's right eye. Then, Yuuji stretched out his hand and pressed it on Iroha's face. Medical ninjutsu activated it and accelerated the healing of the wound. When Iroha knelt in front of Yuuji again, his empty left eye was extremely dense, but his incomparably bright right eye was emitting light in the darkness. The taut muscles were telling him the value of this pair of eyes. This pair of eyes, I can see them very clearly. Iroha murmured. At this moment, a rare fluctuation appeared in his emotions that should have been erased. The haze of separation was leaving him. From then on, Yuuji had two kinds of eyes in his hands. Left eye, Uchiha Kazue. Right eye, Hyuga Iroha. Next, we need to solve the problem of main family. Chapter 88, Eternal Tensagen. The Hyuga family was in an intense argument about getting that Byakugan back. Hyuga main family naturally did not intend to let the matter rest. There was only one person in each generation, which led to Byakugan's preciousness. Some of Hyuga's main family's people intended to seek justice from Sandaime Hokage directly. If it were for Lord Sandaime Hokage, he would definitely not let that Yuuji fool around. This is not Yuuji's problem. It is not even Root's problem. It is Denzo's problem. The person who endured was not someone who could easily compromise. In the Hyuga clan meeting, many of Hyuga's higher UPS were in an argument. The clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, looked at these people expressionlessly. Hisashi is still stationed at the front line. I plan to listen to his opinion first. Hayashi spoke. Clan leader. We can't delay the return of Byakugan. Otherwise, what? Are you worried that the secret of our Kekii Genkai will be exposed? Ever since that eye was dug out by Kirigakure, our blood supply has no secrets. Now that Byakugan has fallen into the hands of Root, it is at least much better than falling into the hands of the enemy. But Lord Hayashi, this matter. There is no need to say any more. Let's continue to wait. If I go to see Denzo at this time, it will attract Sandaime Hokage's attention. If I go directly to Sandaime Hokage, it will be difficult to explain to Denzo. Wait. Let's wait for Hisashi's suggestion. Hayashi said in a firm tone. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to offend. They were all cautious and extremely conservative. In fact, many of the Hyuga clansmen had already vaguely realized that if Denzo and Yuuji really forced them into a corner, they might as well abandon that eye. At this time, someone reported that Yuuji and Iroha had come to visit. Iroha is here too. Hayashi frowned. Lord Clan Chief. This is good news. He wants to reconcile. No matter what Yuuji wants, ninjutsu, secret arts, wealth. As long as we can return the eyes of our clan, everything will be fine. He is Denzo's disciple. Other than the birdcage curse and gentle fist technique, we also have. Soon, Yuuji brought Iroha in. Many gazes looked at Iroha in shock. Some people even stood up on the spot and shouted angrily, Iroha, what exactly is going on? Your eyes, you transplanted Byakugan. How can a branch family transplant the main family's eyes? It can't be wrong. The birdcage curse has been activated, and his original eyes are all blind. The branch family members were shocked, but their expressions changed slightly, and they remained silent. A few of the main family's clansmen felt that they had been offended and were so angry that they were about to activate the caged bird curse on the spot to destroy Iroha's brain. Everyone, I came this time to tell everyone that I have found a good way to deal with Byakugan. Yuuji stared at the few guys who were staring at clansmen with an indifferent gaze. Ka. Large amounts of ancient tree bark-like protrusions appeared on Yuuji's body. A thick layer of chuk draped over his body, and behind his back, a chakra tail whipped out. The immense pressure caused cracks to appear on the ground. If you are so rude in front of me and want to use the birdcage curse on my subordinates, I will not hold back either. Yuuji slowly raised his head. This is an extremely offensive move. Do you know what you are doing? The hearts of everyone in the hall sank. They all activated Byakugan and examined Yuuji's current state. However, no matter how they looked at it, they realized. At this moment, Yuuji was essentially no different from Jinchuriki. What the hell is going on with this guy? The outline constructed by the outer coat of chakra is not the Bijuu that is known to all. This is what Hisashi mentioned in the letter. Hayashi endured a lot of pressure as he looked at Yuuji. After a long time, Yuuji said in a low voice, "Spread out your seals. The birdcage curse shouldn't be used on people of the same race." He looked at Yuuji again and said, "From the looks of it, you must have made a decision to destroy Iroha's eyes and transplant them into branch family's clansmen's eyes. This is also an offense to our clan. Byakugan has always been in the hands of your clan. Iroha's surname is Hyuga. This is the explanation I have given you." Yuuji slowly withdrew Godzilla Coat and calmly said, "This is an opportunity that Hisashi fought for by relying on his own performance. Hyuga's clan's Byakugan will belong to Hyuga. This is the answer I gave. Moreover, this eye is my spoils of war, and I have the right to deal with it. If you really have the ability, you should go kill me and take back the eye. Iroha, let's go. Danzo-sensei's mission must be completed as soon as possible." Ha! Yuuji took the silent Iroha and turned to leave. Just like that, he walked out of the Hyuga clan's residence. This made all of the clansmen's expressions extremely ugly. However, the branch families were unexpectedly calm. They buried their heads as if they were asleep. Hayashi sighed, "What a terrifying brat. In this case, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, the Hyuga family will be cut off first. Main family and the branch family." There had never been such a situation in the past 1,000 years since the existence of Iroha, who had transplanted clansmen's eyes. Moreover, this was probably incited by Danzo. This kind of thing. Although he was a little unwilling, when he thought about how his eyes had fallen on his family, he could barely accept it. Yuuji walked out of Hyuga's door and looked back. "Iroha, this is the family you came from. What did you see with your new eyes?" Yuuji said indifferently. "Decay, numbness, lifeless, indecisive," Iroha said. "Remember, your surname is Hyuga, but your Hyuga is different from their Hyuga. Don't walk the same path as these guys. You've already broken away half of the caged bird. I will find a way to let you break free completely," Yuuji said. If he used the Tensegan, it would be easy for him to break through the birdcage curse. If Byakugan wanted to advance to the eternal Tensegan, it would definitely be impossible for him to learn the emotional stimulation of the Uchiha family. He could only take the gathering route, just like the descendants of Hamura on the moon. He gathered countless Byakugan together to combine them into Tensegan. Of course, at Satsuki's family transplanting Byakugan was another method. They could also upgrade Byakugan to Tensegan, but if Tensegan were to be deducted again, it would automatically retreat into Byakugan. Only the eternal reincarnation eyes were valuable. Let's take a look first. If it's really necessary. Yuuji stared at Iroha's right eye and then turned to look at the door of Hyuga's family. He pondered for a moment. "Get ready, Iroha. Come with me to the Omegakure next month to carry out a mission." "Yes, Lord Yuuji." Chapter 89, Death of Obito, Goodbye Obito. The Uchiha clan. On the training ground, two figures were engaged in a fierce confrontation. In the face of Kazue's attack, Shisui was suppressed from beginning to end. Only his instant movement technique and illusion technique could cause some interference to Kazue. At the end, when Kazue placed Kunao on Shisui's neck, this battle finally came to an end. So powerful, Senior Kazue left me far behind. Body techniques, eye techniques, ninjutsu, even her resistance to illusions is so strong. Shisui was shocked. Facing Kazue, this so-called genius, he fell into a disadvantageous position in all aspects. You are already very outstanding. At your age, I am probably not as strong as you. Kazue praised. She knew her own weight. Back then, she had relied on Yuuji's strength to be crowned as a genius. Shisui was the true genius of Uchiha. No, you are too modest. I still have a lot of things to learn from you. Shisui said and then immediately changed the topic. Senior Kazue, your other eye, exactly. Yes, there was a small situation. It was used to save my life. Shisui nodded silently. A senior with one eye was already so strong. If she could gather two eyes. Senior Kazue, may I know what Lord Yuuji is doing? Shisui stiffly changed the topic. Him? Guy said that he is going to carry out Root's secret mission. Is that so? Shisui felt a bit regretful. He still wanted to find a chance to visit Senior Yuuji, hoping to get some inspiration from him. Kazue ignored Shisui and looked up into the distance. News of Yuuji entering Hyaga's clan had already quietly spread. Naturally, Uchiha had also received the news. Hyaga, hat. Kazue sneered. Thinking about it, Yuuji-san would not easily compromise with the Hyaga clan. Moreover, compared to this, Kazue focused more of her attention on her left eye. Back then, when he faced Bijuudama, this eye seemed to undergo some changes, but in the end, it didn't realize. Time passed. More and more people from the East Line started to return to Konoha. This made this prosperous village, which had withered a lot, finally a little more alive. Everyone was looking forward to the dawn of victory. At this time, a piece of exciting news came back from the Western Front battlefield. Konoha Bridge was blown up, and the Western Front won a major victory. Everyone was celebrating, but some things mixed in with this great news were ignored by the happy people. Uchiha Obito had died in battle with Konoha Bridge. It was said that his entire body had been buried underground. Is Uchiha Obito dead? After hearing this news, Kazue paused. After all, they had once carried out a mission together. Kazue immediately found Yuuji. However, he discovered that Yuuji was very calmly practicing ninjutsu. He did not show any unnecessary emotions. It was this calmness that made Kazue, who was familiar with Yuuji, feel that something was wrong. Yuuji-san, have you developed a new tactic? I guess so. I just barely have a clue. Yuuji glanced at Kazue and walked directly into his range of radiation. Only Kazue dared to do this. You don't look surprised at all. Kazue seemed to be deep in thought. As smart as she was, she thought of many things. From the white zetsu that they killed to the time when he conducted human experiments, Yuuji mentioned the function of white zetsu's cells. Kazue vaguely felt that she knew something, but after thinking about it carefully and finding no clue, she decided not to think about it. She just needed to follow in the footsteps of the person in front of her. Let's continue to wait, Kazue. There will be new news coming back from the Eastern Front. For example, the death of Sandame Mizukage. Yuuji said something that Kazue could not understand. That night, in the dead of night, Yuuji waited quietly. After a while, White Zetsu came out and looked at Yuuji with a strange smile. Yay, you are ready. Madara-sama has already started to take action. I want to inform you in advance. So, let's go. I want to see Madara before he dies. Take this and bring it to him. Just open it directly. Yuuji got up and handed a scroll to White Zetsu. How cautious! White Zetsu looked at the scroll suspiciously, then his body sank and began to move rapidly underground. Near Konoha Bridge. In the huge underground hole, Obito was trying to adapt to his new body. The original flesh and blood, combined with sewing, were like patches of white body tissues. Aya, you're cultivating again. With this time, why don't you tell me more about what it feels like to be casual? Shut up, Toby. You don't understand. I need to recover as soon as possible and then find Rin and Kakashi. They need me. Obito gritted his teeth and struggled to do push-ups. From the corner of his eyes, he sized up the old man in the distance. These days of getting along had made him familiar with this old man. However, he didn't know if it were an illusion or not, but Obito subconsciously felt that this old man gave him a familiar feeling. Perhaps it was because he was of the same clan. The thick-headed Obito couldn't think of anything else. In his heart, he was full of gratitude towards this old man who called himself Uchiha Madara. At this time, White Zetsu returned. Madara, who was sleeping with his head lowered, finally raised his head at this moment. Is he here? What? Who is here? Obito looked at him in confusion. Then, he saw White Zetsu open a scroll. Then, the tactic set on the scroll began to activate, and Yuuji's figure slowly emerged. A voice that he was extremely familiar with sounded. Long time no see, Obito. You seem to be a stitched monster now. Speaking of which, everyone thought that you were killed by the enemy. They were very sad. This outsider casually greeted Obito. Ah, damn Yuuji, I won't be killed by those IWA ninjas. Obito, must be, wait, Yuuji. Why are you here? Are you here to pick me up? Obito's eyes immediately fell on Yuuji. In his excitement, his eyes were filled with tears. He was trapped here and had been in despair for a time. Unexpectedly, when he was most helpless, Yuuji actually found him. Woo, it's great to be able to see you. Let me tell you, there is a strange old grandpa over there. It's so scary. There are several tubes on his back and a sickle in his hand. Obito rushed over excitedly and hugged Yuuji, talking non-stop. After talking for a long time, Obito scratched his head in a daze and felt something was wrong. How did you come here, or were you brought in by Zetsu? Do you know each other? Obito, you. Yuuji could not help but laugh. At this time, Madara coldly said, cut the crap, little brat, let's talk. You know what to say and what you should not say. Of course, Madara-sama. Yuuji hugged the sutured Obito and said with a smile. Chapter 90, Good Boy. Yuuji carefully observed. Obito's two eyes were intact. He gave Madara a meaningful look. The two eyes of Obito were intact. If he opened Mangekyo Sharingan, how terrifying would it be? I have been waiting for you. If it were for decades ago, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me. The Sharingan in Madara's eyes emitted terrifying eye power, which was extremely oppressive. Yuuji calmly said, Madara-sama, the times have changed. In order to achieve eternal peace, you need a new generation like me. Madara snorted coldly. Obito was completely confused. He looked at the two of them in confusion. The two of them, actually knew each other? When did this happen? Obito, there are some things that you still don't understand. Don't ask too much. I won't harm you. Everything I did was to end this chaotic ninja world dispute and obtain peace. Yuuji had a solemn expression on his face. At least, when he said this, he was sincere. To end this terrible world. Madara looked at Yuuji coldly. Tell me what you think. Uchiha's clan has a forbidden technique called Izanagi. If we can find a way to use this forbidden technique without harm and correct this chaotic real world, it might be a good idea. Yuuji said. Madara's expression changed. Infinite Izanagi. Although it is unrealistic, it is also a method. It does not change people's hearts, only correcting reality, unable to achieve eternal peace. Little brat, I can barely believe that you really came for peace. Infinite Izanagi was indeed a plan that Madara had never thought of, but the execution difficulty was also countless times higher than that of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Was it to correct reality countless times, change the tragedy that happened, change the thoughts that had just fallen, and make all the changes in this world forever set within the scope of true goodness and beauty? Just a slight deviation from this scope and it was immediately corrected. It was indeed very interesting. This made Madara intrigued. He slightly raised his evaluation of Yuuji. At the very least, he is a guy who had done some research on how to achieve eternal peace. I understand. You can go back now. Obito will tell you what happens next. Madara said. Yuuji smiled and nodded. In the next moment, his clone was about to leave. Wait. What do I have to tell him? Whatever, Yuuji, take me away. I want to help Rin. Obito said excitedly. No, Obito, your current body is too weak. Even if you return to their side, you will only be a burden. Yuuji shook his head and left the underground cave. Before leaving, he took a serious look at the huge Gedo statue. Interesting clone. To a certain extent, it is similar to the white Zetsu I created. Madara nodded. Such a little brat was indeed qualified to join his plan. Of course, he would join as an assistant. Only Obito was the successor that Madara had chosen. When necessary, he could also abandon him without hesitation. A distance away from Konoha, a sneaky figure had been squatting here for a week. As Ninja World's top bounty hunter, Kakuzu's patience was beyond imagination. Someone is passing by again. Unfortunately, it is still not that guy. Jiao was a little disappointed. When will the little ghost leave the village? Logically speaking, this was one of the main roads that Konoha led to the west. The probability of meeting the little ghost was higher. When he thought about the bounty offered by the various big ninja villages, Kakuzu was excited. 60 million taels. He couldn't imagine that this wasn't a veteran ninja, but a new generation kid. The big ninja village actually offered a bounty of 60 million taels. As soon as Jiao thought of this huge number, he felt a burst of excitement. Therefore, he ate soil in this damned place for a week and specially waited there. He waited for a long time. Finally, his body moved. He felt something invading and attacking the cells in his 5 hearts. This? It really is him. Kakuzu was extremely excited. Without a second word, he began to take off his clothes. After all, this set of clothes also needed to be spent, and no one would reimburse it if it were torn. Yuuji's clone, who was returning to the vicinity of Konoha and planning to find a secret place to self-destruct, suddenly stopped and sensed a certain person. Who could it be? There are 5 cores on him that are absorbing radiation. Horn Capital. Yuuji had a strange expression on his face. He really did not expect that this guy would be so bold to run to such a place and squat. In order to earn money, Horn had also given it his all and had a goal. Yuuji pondered for a moment and quietly approached. Humph, don't hide anymore. I have already discovered you. My body is very sensitive to all kinds of invading forces. Kakuzu sneered. The 4 hearts behind him immediately flew out, and black silk also spat out from his mouth. He wanted to end the battle quickly, take the head of this little ghost, and immediately retreat. Wait. Are you an assassin? It's just for money. I have money. Yuuji immediately shouted. Oh? My fee is very expensive. Kakuzu stopped. I also have a lot of money. If I give you money, what can you do for me? Yuuji said. Everything, as long as the money is in place, I can even kill the Hokage. Back then, when I fought with the man called the God of Ninja, I did not hesitate at all. The battle between me and him shocked Ninja World. Jiao sneered. Is that so? You actually fought against the first generation, and even survived until now. That's really amazing. I've decided to give up all my wealth to hire you. Humph, a wise choice. Let me say it first, I'm very trustworthy. As long as you give me enough money, I can do anything. How much can you pay? I can pay 10 million to hire you. 10 million. That's not bad. After that, I'll kill this little brat and exchange it for the 60 million bounty. He. Jiao was very satisfied. Tell me, little brat. What do you want me to do by hiring me? Kill Sandaime Hokage? If it involves a shadow mission, 10 million is too little. I have to add money. Yuuji pondered for a moment. Can you really do anything? Of course, I am the man who fought with Hashirama. I will definitely keep my promise. Then, I will give you 10 million and you will give me 20 million. Kakuzu looked confused as if he had opened the door to a new world. Brat, you dare to fool me and buy time? Even if Sandaime Hokage comes to save you, you will die. Kakuzu was furious and attacked. In just a few rounds, he cut off Yuuji's head. Humph, in the end, it's only the new generation. Even if it has a strong Kekkei Genkai, it is still so fragile in the face of my attack. This money is really easy to earn. Kakuzu held Yuuji's head and examined it carefully. He confirmed that it was the real head, and the texture of the flesh was very bright. He immediately carried the head happily and ran to the nearest bounty place in the Fire Country. Chapter 91, Light of Rebellion. Yuuji looked at the disappearing figure and fell into deep thought. Kakuzu, this guy is so miserable. He had almost foreseen the end of Kakuzu, and at the same time, he was keenly aware of a certain way of making money. My head, is it so popular now? Yuuji could not help but touch his neck and fell into deep thought again. The Underground Bounty Bureau was an organization that covered the entire ninja world. No one knew who set up these bounty centers at the beginning and how they did it. Most of Ninja World's bounty centers could communicate with each other through intelligence. Not to mention, they could accept missions from one bounty and go to another bounty to receive a commission. It could be called Ninja World's biggest black market. At this time, Fire Country's number 3 bounty station. Whoosh! Kakuzu pushed open the door and walked into the underground bounty. Ah! Isn't this Lord Kakuzu? It seems that he failed. That little ghost is a guy who can hurt the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. Moreover, he is closely protected by Konoha. It is very difficult to kill. Shut up! As long as I make a move, there is no mission that can't be completed. Kakuzu sneered. The cold aura around his body suddenly spread, but for some reason, the more powerful and overbearing he was, the more confident he gave people a feeling. Pa! Shua! Kakuzu took out a scroll and directly opened it. With a pat of his hand, he immediately pulled out a head. Look, it's just a freshman kid who relies on the forbidden technique. No matter how strong he is extremely weak in the face of me, a man who has fought with Shao De Hokage. Kakuzu sneered again and again. The person in charge of the bounty office was shocked at that time. He looked at the head with a shocked face and immediately put on a serious expression and carefully examined it. It is indeed a real head. As expected of Lord Kakuzu. You actually killed this kid. Unfortunately, it only has a head and no body. Since that is the case, I will settle the bounty for you. Is that kid's body very valuable? Kakuzu frowned. Of course, many people are very interested in that kid's blood limit. They want to research his bloodline gene. It is said that Kirigakure has added another 30 million ryo of silver to the bounty recently. Give me 60 million first. I will go and bring back the body of the little ghost. Kakuzu counted with his fingers. He had earned less than 30 million. Suddenly, his 5 hearts were in great pain. Kakuzu carried 2 big boxes, turned around, and left in a hurry. Lord Kakuzu is really diligent. The person in charge of the bounty office sighed and immediately examined the head, planning to find a scroll to seal it. But when he took the scroll and turned around, he was stunned. The head was gone. Where's the head? The person in charge was shocked. Such a big head, how did it disappear after turning around? This is a head worth 60 million. After he carefully examined it, he confirmed that Yuuji's head was indeed gone, and his face immediately turned ashen. The loss of 60 million had to be repaid with his life. Damn it, could it be Kakuzu? It must be him. How could he do such a thing? The person in charge grasped the last straw of life and gritted his teeth. He didn't even talk about business and took away 60 million ryo of gold from me empty-handed. Outside the number 3 bounty station. This is the bounty station. Later, I'll go to route to get some information and record all the locations of the bounty stations. Yuuji looked up and found a way to make a fortune. A way to quickly raise funds and build his own secret base without doing missions or relying on route. For many things in the future, he had to avoid route. The plan to build a secret base had to be put on the agenda. Not to mention anything else, just to plan Tensagan's plan, he must not let outsiders know. After walking far away, Yuuji's clone, which was made of the proliferation of a head, immediately found a secret place to make sure that there was no one around, and there was no surveillance of White Zetsu. With a spell of fire release, the clone directly jumped into the open space and began to decompose until the last cell was killed. At this time, Kakuzu still did not know what had happened. He hurriedly returned to the place where he killed Yuuji. When he found that the body was gone, he immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. Damn it, damn it! In the future, when doing missions, you must take all the corpses away. You must not just take the head. Kakuzu covered his chest, feeling extremely sad. But now, he still did not know that there was something terrible waiting for him. The first thing Yuuji did was to obtain information about the bounty from Root. He discovered that there were 4 underground bounties within the borders of the Fire Country. He noted down the specific locations of the 4 bounty locations and the method to open them. This time, won't the Fire Country's underground world be wiped out? Yuuji immediately began to create his own clones as corpses, and then separated them into multiple clones. He put on Root's mask and immediately moved out. He began to go to various bounty places. After arriving outside the bounty places, these clones immediately used the transformation technique. Bang! It turned into the appearance of Kakuzu. He immediately pushed open the door of the bounty office with a cold face and shouted, "I'm here to hand in the mission." Many bounty hunters who were also in the bounty office frowned at this moment and their expressions immediately changed. What a strong aura! Such a domineering and confident style! Could it be the legendary one? Many hunters changed their expressions and subconsciously moved away. At this kind of clothing and appearance, could it be Lord Kakuzu, who is famous in the underground world? This is the first time you have come to our number 2 bounty. I have fought with Xiao Hokage before. I can go wherever Ninja World wants. Kakuzu snorted coldly as if he was extremely impatient. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately calmed down and felt that the possibility of Kakuzu himself had increased to 70 to 80%. Only Kakuzu would speak like this. Kakuzu directly placed Yuuji's corpse on the ground, causing waves of exclamations. This is actually the complete corpse of Konoha's strongest genius? Lord Kakuzu is worthy of being the strongest bounty hunter. After the other party checked, he readily took the money. 3 large boxes, 90 million ryo of silver. Remember to tell all the big ninja villages about that little brat's bounty mission. I, Kakuzu, have completed it. I don't want to see any random fish accept this mission again. That is insulting me. Kakuzu said coldly. Of course, Mr. Kakuzu, don't worry. In a few days at most, the entire ninja world will know that you killed Shiranui Yuuji. Humph, that's more like it. A few days. Kakuzu estimated the time. He carried 3 large boxes and nodded in satisfaction. This kind of power intimidated the other bounty hunters, Root, to begin with. No matter how greedy they were, they did not dare to attack Kakuzu. After all, this was the man who could fight with Xiao Hokage. Similar things kept happening in the 4 bounty rewards of the Fire Country. During the 3 battles, information exchange was not as smooth as it will be in the future. Not to mention that the underground bounty was a secret place that could not be exposed to the light. It was difficult for Root to keep ordinary communication secret, so they still had to use ninjutsu or psychic beast to transmit information. This gave Yuuji a chance. Several clones ran around frantically, pulling wool. With the 3 bounty centers, he had earned 270 million ryo. Other than the number 3 bounty center, the other 3 bounty center heads were surprised to find that Lord Kakuzu had come again. When I passed by the battlefield, I accidentally cut off Kitsuka's head. How much is Konohagakure's Abarameshibi worth? Humph, Suna Ninja's Pakura is just so-so. I didn't even take off my clothes and she lost. The name of Kakuzu shocked the entire underground world of the Fire Country. Countless bounty hunters secretly passed on the name of Kakuzu, their words full of shock and worship. As expected of a big man who had fought with Xiao Hokage. The person in charge of the number 4 bounty office respectfully handed over the money and said with a wry smile, "Sir Kakuzu, our gold reserve is limited. Even if we use summoning technique, it is at most 100 million. I didn't expect you to empty it out by yourself. Noisy, then you have to ask for more from the higher UPS monkey in the future." Yes, Sir Kakuzu, take care. Not long after, the person in charge of the bounty found that the corpse in their hands was gone. It was the literal meaning, and it mysteriously disappeared. Without the corpse, they couldn't explain it to their patron, so they didn't get it, and they had to bear all the losses themselves. At this time, the warning from bounty hunter number 3 came late. The person in charge of number 3 told them that Kakuzu was a liar and he wanted to make a one-time deal. Not long after, 3 of the 4 major bounty centers announced bankruptcy. When the real Kakuzu took the corpses of the rebels he killed and stepped into the entrance of the bounty bureau again. Humph, I don't know why but I heard people talking about my name everywhere. Kakuzu dragged a few corpses with one hand and sneered as he pushed open the door to the bounty office. Really, these people are so annoying. Praying will only delay my speed of earning money. The only person in charge of the number 3 bounty office was managing it with difficulty, his mind full of thoughts on how to fill the deficit and turn the deficito avoid being killed. The moment he saw Kakuzu, his eyes immediately fell on Kurane. Fuck you. The alarm sounded directly. What's wrong? This alarm. Has the bounty been encircled by the Fire Nation? I can help, as long as the money is in place. Kakuzu directly threw the corpse over, indicating that he should quickly pay up. Although it was only a few million ryo, he had always been a thrifty person and did not dislike money. Kakuzu, enough. So you are such a person. From now on, you have been blacklisted by all the bounty, and you will pay the price. Kurane, the person in charge of number 3, roared angrily. Then, with a bang, he dismissed this shadow clone. His main body hid in the distance and ran away in a panic. Blacklist. Although I don't know what happened, if it really means literally. Could it be that my horn is going to lose its job? Chapter 92, Dual Kamui. Madara stood in the dark underground cave. He listened to the news of Ninja World that White Zetsu had brought back. A large number of bounty offices in the Land of Fire have closed down. The mysterious powerhouses are all helping justice. The light of betrayal, the number 1 mortal enemy of the underground world. Madara muttered the name of Kakuzu and felt that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Oh, now that I think about it, it seems to be a guy from the Hidden River village who threw a sword at Hashirama from a distance. He is just a small character that is not worth mentioning. More importantly, I still have to find a way to lead Obito to blackening and walking on the path that he wants to walk. The people that Obito recognizes are none other than Rin, Kakashi, and Yuuji. It just so happens that this chess piece, Sandame Mizukage, has been crippled. Originally, I planned to use the final value of this chess piece to control him to transplant Bijuu and let Kakashi and Rin kill each other. However, with this little brat, Yuuji, it would be better to start with Yuuji first. Madara slowly closed his eyes. A close friend? This kind of ridiculous thing was ultimately a part of this fake world. White Zetsu looked at Obito, who was training crazily in the distance, and whispered with a smile, "Then what are you going to do? Let Yuuji kill Rin and Kakashi?" "No, Yuuji is a barely qualified tool. His strength and will can be used. It is a pity to make the two of them become enemies." When Madara opened his eyes again, he revealed a deep indifference. "Then, just tell him the truth. This world is full of lies and lies. Root is not worth remembering, and Yuuji will understand what to do." The 3 tomo in Madara's eyes emitted a strange light. He called Obito over. "What, you said that they have been deceiving me all the time. They never cared about me, what a joke." Of course, Obito did not believe it. "That's why I said that this world is fake. Deception and lies lead to estrangement, estrangement leads to war, war destroys everything, and creates new lies and lies." Madara said coldly, "You've already noticed it, right? That guy who was praised by everyone, Shiranui Yuuji, claimed to be the inheritor of the Will of Fire, but he has already secretly left the Will of Fire. To him, you are just a foolish passerby, not worth his time." Obito was about to refute, but suddenly fell silent. He remembered the discussion between Yuuji and Hirako, and then remembered that Yuuji came to discuss with this guy who claimed to be Madara. His mouth was full of hypocrisy and peace. "No, it won't be like this. That's the truth. The best friend you fancy is only treating you as a tool. If you don't believe me, look at this." Konoha. Yuuji also found out some information about the Fire Country. He took 500 million taels of gold and was ready to find an opportunity to build a secret base. Building a base was simple, and the facilities and equipment in the troublesome base were the most costly. Kakuzu is really a good person. Yuuji sighed with emotion. He arranged a clone to store a huge sum of money. When he walked out of the house, he heard the news that Kakashi and Rin had returned to Konoha. "Kakashi, I heard about Obito." Yuuji greeted Kakashi. "Well, casualties on the battlefield are inevitable." Kakashi's face was cold, and he seemed to have frozen himself. "Kakashi." Rin looked at Kakashi worriedly. In the past, the seed that Yuuji had planted had already broken out of the ground at this moment. "Because my heart is sad, but revealing sadness is inconsistent with my will and position, so I deliberately let myself slip into the cold abyss." Yuuji glanced at Kakashi. If Obito saw this scene, he did not know what he would think. Discovering that the world was not worth it and turning black on the spot? "Rin, you have to be prepared as well. You should know that too many people have died in this war. Not only Obito, even we have to be prepared to die." Kakashi said coldly. "I have already made up my mind. I will seriously help you." Rin lowered her head. Kakashi looked at Yuuji. "Yuuji, is there anything on your side that you haven't completed?" "No, not at all. But is it really okay for you to be in this state?" "I am very good. I am unimaginably good. I feel like I have lost a burden." In the extreme state where he had lost his father, Kakashi had once again advanced a little deeper. After Kakashi and Rin left. What? How could this be? In a shop on the side of the road, a man in a black robe with his back to the street was trembling. Yuuji walked directly into the shop and casually sat next to the man in the black robe. He raised his hand and ordered some food to the shop. Obito, when did you come back? It seems that you have been doing well since the last time we parted. Yuuji sat opposite Obito and looked at the guy with his head deeply buried. He suddenly stood up, lowered his head, and quickly walked out of the shop. Yuuji followed them all the way to the grave area of Uchiha's clan. Yuuji, is this true? My death does not have any value to you. Obito stood in front of a tombstone, his entire body trembling. A deep sense of madness was growing. In a way, it is true. In this world, anyone can die. Even if it is the son of fate, as long as he is used up, he will have no value. Yuuji looked at Obito very seriously. No matter how smooth and powerful the protagonist of a storybook is, his fate will be drawn at the end of the story. Including Kakashi and Rin. You can say that, including Kakashi and Rin. You heard what they said just now. What about you? You tried so hard to disguise yourself, deceived everyone, and even me. Before he could finish speaking, Yuuji snapped his fingers first. It seems that Madara has told you a lot about me. That's right, everything I did was to bring peace to this world. It was too miserable, wasn't it? You also went to the battlefield and watched the innocent civilians and children who lost their parents. All of this was wrong and needed to be corrected. That will of fire. What will of fire? Obito, will you believe it? Do you still believe that now? Yuuji chuckled. It was this laughter that greatly stimulated Obito. No. The ominous eye power in Obito's eyes became more and more crazy. He trembled and pointed at the tombstone in front of him. He didn't speak for a long time. My grandmother, you took care of my grandmother for 2 years. She saw you as her own grandson and kept praising you in front of me. Is this also fake? Yuuji looked at the current Obito and quickly thought about it. Did Madara cast an illusion on him to stimulate his emotions, or simply stimulate him with words? Originally, I never intended to tell you this in my entire life. Because this reality is too cruel, so cruel that you can't accept it. Yuuji slowly squatted down and began to dig out the tombstone. He dug out a coffin. Ka. Open the coffin. Obito's only relative was lying peacefully in the coffin, as if he had fallen asleep. However, this was the most abnormal thing. The corpse should have rotted. Yuuji raised his hand and shot a ray of light at the corpse. In the next moment, the corpse immediately moved. After a distortion, it transformed into white Zetsu. Hey, don't use your power to affect me. It's very painful. White Zetsu wailed and continued to squirm. Rumble. Obito was completely dumbfounded. He was like a bolt of lightning as he stood rooted to the ground. The entire world seemed to have collapsed. My grandmother, how could it be White Zetsu? You never have a grandmother. Obito, you only have White Zetsu. Your only closest relative is fake. The old man you help to cross the road every day is also fake. Root does not exist. Your friend, the object of your love, are all fake. Yuuji replied. Yuuji revealed with blood, in this world, there is only one thing that is truly hungry. That is to eliminate all false targets. Only this will absolutely not be wrong. Woo. Obito hugged his head and cried bitterly. Tobi, who was attached to him, also remained silent at this time. At this moment, the Megatama in his eyes crazily gathered. At this moment, there was only one thought in his nearly shattered spiritual world. Escape this world full of lies and deceit. Everything was fake. Family, friends, lovers, all of them were fake. Terrifying eye power emitted a dense ominous aura and continuously erupted. A pair of Manjaku's eyes took shape at this moment. This is what Madara wants you to do, and also what I want to do. Everything outside is not important, only the final goal is eternal. Obito, you have grown up. Yuuji directly killed this white Zetsu in front of him, and then buried this coffin back into the ground. Boom! A huge skeleton suddenly attacked, grabbing towards Yuuji. Bang! Yuuji directly raised his hand and instantly entered Godzilla mode, blocking this Susanoo with one hand. He looked at the blue Susanoo wrapped around Obito and said, Obito, calm down, I don't owe you anything, there is no need to treat me like this. You should have told me the truth earlier. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, and his eye power was constantly surging. Then, if I told you the truth, what could you do? At that time, you were too nervous and didn't care about anything. You were weak, so what could you do? Yuuji sighed and looked at Obito in front of him with pity. Madara asked you to go back to Konoha and asked you to come to me just to let you know the truth so that you can help him with your life. I am different. Everything I did from the beginning to the end was done with my own strength. Obito slowly withdrew his Susanoo and said nothing. He did not know what to say. Hate Yuuji, hate Madara, hate Kakashi, and Rin? They were all ridiculous things, too childish. Obito remembered that in the past, Yuuji had said more than once that his dream was to bring eternal peace to this chaotic world. Peace, or permanent. Now it seemed that the fool who was kept in the dark was himself. I understand. What are you going to do? Use the will of fire to achieve eternal peace. Obito sneered and mocked. The tears in his eyes couldn't be suppressed, and they kept flowing down. It depends on what Madara is going to do. He is an exceptional talent, and he must have a detailed plan to live until now. Yuuji spread his hands and looked at Obito with pity. Obito gritted his teeth, his entire body transforming into a streak of swirling vortex, disappearing from where he stood. The entire process took less than a second. The power of two divine might was truly astonishing. Yuuji carefully corrected this gravestone and collected White Zetsu's corpse. After completing all of this, he looked up at the sky and looked at the boundless sky. Outside the starry sky, there were many troublesome people staring at this place. Although I don't know if Madara will correct his plan, whether it is reading or other plans, it is necessary to collect Bijuu and put together the 10 tails. Yuuji looked at it for a while. At this moment, the wheel of fate began to revolve, and it was about to crush everything. Not to mention, there was also him, the person who had a planet-level plant in his body, who was pushing all of this with his own means. A few days later, he heard the news that Kakashi and Rin were going to the battlefield again. At the same time, he saw Obito again. In the dead of night, in the house, Obito was looking at Yuuji. Get ready, we are going to the rain country. That guy. No, it's me. I, Uchiha Madara, have already prepared everything. The eyes behind the mask were surging with endless malice. Uchiha Madara? It seems that Madara is dead. It is really interesting. Yuuji casually picked up a dark. On the side, Zetsu, half black and half white, also let out waves of strange laughter. We meet again. I didn't expect that we would have to work together one day. Let me introduce my other half, Black Zetsu. White Zetsu laughed strangely while Black Zetsu remained silent. It doesn't matter. Root, don't care at all. The relationship between the three of us is essentially using each other. If we really have to be careful, Obito and I are obviously closer. You are the most unreliable guy. Aya, what a cold-blooded guy. It is really difficult to speak. Don't you think so, Black Zetsu? White Zetsu laughed strangely. Black Zetsu said indifferently, what he said is right. The three of us gathered together for the same goal. To a certain extent, this is the most reliable relationship. Yuuji formed a seal and created a special clone of nuclear release, putting this abnormally wide dark. Then, the avatar immediately squirmed and its face changed. The body below the face began to shrink and eventually turned into a strange thing. Yuuji raised his hand and placed a white grimace mask with a scar. Combined with the ridiculously large, dark vortex robe that completely covered his body. This avatar looks like an indescribable object formed from a ghost mask and a robe. There was no body, no limbs, only a ghost mask and a wide robe. It was just like the demons that appeared in some ghost stories in the mortal world. I also need to arrange a fake identity. Only then will it be convenient for me to move. The clone spoke slowly. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then my new name is Su. Chapter 93, Who the hell is Su? The three of them passed through the lush forest of the fire country and appeared in the rain country with Obito's time and space techniques. To be honest, even Yuuji was envious of this ability. It was too convenient. This was a crying country. The closer they got, the more frightened the rain became, drowning everything. Obito, what are you going to do after seeing that guy? Join Akatsuki directly. Halfway through, Black Zetsu spoke with a hoarse voice. The eyes of the bloody vortex under Obito's mask glanced coldly at Black Zetsu. His eyes revealed a trace of resentment and fear. According to the method you used on me, as long as you distort his thoughts first, it will be easy to control him. The three Tomo in Obito's eyes gradually changed into three straight hooks. If it's Rinnegan, we have to control him no matter what. This is a good weapon for us to seize Bijuu. Black Zetsu, Rinnegan. It seems that Madara told you a lot of interesting things when I was not here. The body of Yuuji, who was called Su, looked like a living mask at first glance, dragging the black robe and moving. Without a body, the only physical body was the mask itself. When you see our goal, you will understand. Rinnegan is the end of Sharingan's evolution, the second pair of supreme eyes after Rikuta Sennin, and now it has been transplanted to a Uzumaki clan. Only when facing Yuuji, Obito would not be so impatient and say a few more words. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu both closed their mouths tightly, especially Black Zetsu, who had been silently observing Yuuji. There was a problem that he had never solved. Yuuji, this guy, the bloodline awakened in his body, was it Hagoromo's or Hamura's bloodline? Mother came from an alien planet, Ninja World. To be able to survive in such a dangerous place like the universe, Shiranui Yuuji must have her blood on him. Black Zetsu thought silently. Although he had never left Ninja World in his entire life. And the accompanying giant beast in Yuuji's body, did such a thing really exist in this world? 1-on-1 and two sides of the world? A group of three. In silence, they stepped into the land of Rain Country. White Zetsu had long found the coordinates of Akatsuki's base camp. When Yahiko and the other two were discussing how to take action and find a way to get more food. Who? Nagato suddenly turned his head. Rinnegan, which was in his eyes, immediately saw through everything and locked onto the uninvited guest. Under the pouring rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan immediately stopped and prepared for battle. Nagato, which village's ninja is the enemy? Konoha? Or Iwa ninja or Suna ninja? Yahiko asked in a low voice. No, I can't be sure. These three people are very strange, and the chakra on their bodies gives me a very uneasy feeling. Nagato whispered. Yahiko's face turned cold as he cursed in his heart. Nagato had sage's eyes, and someone who could make him feel uneasy. Who would the enemy be? Why would such an expert find them? At this time, three figures slowly appeared in front of Yahiko and the other two. We finally meet. Obito appeared out of thin air in the form of swirling vortex. It was as if a plant had emerged from the ground. Yuuji, on the other hand, was dressed in a wide black robe, slowly growing out of the ground. It was really growing. Except for clothes and masks, everything else was growing out bit by bit. This way of appearance was completely unfathomable, and it was obvious that he was a big shot. Yahiko and the other two were stunned. I wonder what the three of you need our help with. Yahiko took a step forward and acted as politely as he could while being on guard. However, Obito did not even bother to look at him. He directly looked at Nagato, who was behind Yahiko. It must be very painful, right? Rikuta Sennin's descendant. Obito said coldly. What? You guys are here for Nagato. The expressions of Yahiko and the other two changed greatly. Obito said indifferently, don't try to hide it. Those eyes can't fool people. Rikuta Sennin's sage eyes have been born with a great mission since they appeared. They have to bring peace to this chaotic and wrong world. A great mission, peace. Nagato subconsciously touched his eyes. This was the first time since he had these eyes that someone had clearly told him what to do. Even the Jiraiya of the past had never told him this. The three strange fellows directly came to us and said something even stranger. Who are you guys? Yahiko directly interrupted Nagato's thoughts. Obito slowly raised his head. The light emitted by Sharingan pierced through the pouring rain. You should have heard of my name. My name is Uchiha Madara. I am Zetsu and I absolutely good at scouting. You can call me Su. I am best at watching the show. The heavy rain poured down, dyeing the entire place into a blurry shape, as if only the figure of Rikuta Sennin was left in the world. For a moment, everyone suddenly did not know what to say. A certain atmosphere was forcibly interrupted. Finally, Konan could not help but say, Uchiha Madara. That person should have died a long time ago. When I fought with Senju Hashirama, I was seriously injured. My body has not recovered yet. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that you, Nagato, have Sage's eyes. You have the power of these eyes and also shoulder your mission. Obito immediately said. At the same time, he extended his hand towards Nagato. Nagato, come with me. With your eyes, you can see through this chaotic world and see the path to the future. If it were for you, you would definitely be able to do it. And I will lead you to the other side of peace. Remember my name, Uchiha Madara. The three Tomoe Obito's eyes continued to spin faster and faster, gathering terrifying eye power. This also stimulated Rinnegan, and a power that was above Mangekyo was surging. Yahiko. Nagato hesitated for a moment and looked at Yahiko. Yahiko sneered, enough, you three, we don't trust you at all, there is no truth in your mouth, please leave. A trace of coldness flashed through Obito's eyes. He was clearly about to persuade Nagato. Humph, you dare asking me to leave? A guy like you who is self-righteous. Hiding in a small place like the Rain Country, you are blindly arrogant and know nothing about the despair and mourning of the entire ninja world. Obito said coldly. Yahiko slowly took off his hood. Then there's no other way. Even if we fight, I can't give Nagato to you. At this time, White Zetsu shouted, hey, Madara-sama, is this really okay? You want to fight with the owner of Sage's Eyes? No matter how you look at it, our side will be very troublesome. You are seriously injured, and I am not good at fighting, so I look weaker than anyone. Be careful that I don't kill you, Black Zetsu. I will find a chance to kill your other half and then change to a new White Zetsu. It should be okay, right? The White Mask shook his head. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. Black Zetsu said coldly. White Zetsu immediately shut his mouth tightly. He could not die. He was the first White Zetsu. He was the main body. He was different from the other quantitative White Zetsu. He could see that his status was the lowest. Even the new Yuuji could kill him casually. Obito became more and more agitated, and that cold intent began to spread. Konan, attack, kill that Zetsu first. Yahiko shouted. Paper release sword. Dozens of paper swords flew out and rushed towards the weakest-looking Zetsu. I've been underestimated, Yuuji said softly. In the next moment, he was drowned by a large pile of paper swords in his hands, and his entire body was pierced through one after another. That's one din, your subordinates are a little weak. Konan said in a deep voice. No, be careful, Konan. That guy is very dangerous. Nagato was the first to notice that something was wrong. The figure that had been pierced by the countless swords in the hands of the countless paper suddenly stood up again. This set of clothes is broken. Akatsuki, remember to compensate me with one set of clothes. Yuuji said as if nothing had happened. Nagato widened his eyes and looked at him in shock. All the places that were pierced by the sword in a piece of paper, that part of the body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What is going on? It's not an illusion. The scene in front of them somewhat subverted the three views of Nagato and the others. Give up. If you really want to fight, the three of you together won't be able to kill me. Believe me, even if you have Sage's Eyes. Yuuji's voice was calm from beginning to end. The spell that he displayed was similar to a void form, and it successfully attracted the attention of Zetsu, he and Obito. So that's how it is. Obito took a look and quickly understood. The ability to avoid the sword in a paper hand was essentially an ability to control the flesh and blood of the whole body, multiplying and shrinking the flesh and blood in a specific position to avoid attacks. Moreover, after Yuuji got up, he did not return the flesh and blood that had deliberately shrunk back to its original state. This made the confused Yahiko and the others see that the tattered black robe was already full of holes, but through the holes, all they could see was air, no physical body and flesh. It was as if this white-masked man was really a ghost wearing a black robe. Even if he tore off the black robe, there was no physical body. Speaking of which, aren't you tired? Even though Obito's mood had changed greatly, he couldn't help but complain at this moment. The rain mixed with the strong wind, constantly swinging the tattered black robe. This guy, Yuuji, actually calculated the movement trajectory of the black robe, constantly adjusting the flesh and blood of his entire body. So that outsiders could see that through the hole in the black robe, they would never be able to see the real body. What a dedicated ghost! You don't understand, Madara. Yuuji shook his head. Su was the vessel he used to steal Bijuu from Akatsuki. Moreover, after developing Godzilla's version of Mokuton in the future, he would focus on controlling Mokuton's identity. If the fake identity also had a Godzilla model, he would shoot white-hot light at any time, raising his hand and sending a nuclear radiation. Then all of Ninja World's people would know that Yuuji had opened a side account. Su. Who exactly are you? I have never heard that there is someone like you in Ninja World. Nagato was extremely cautious and increasingly fearful. If that vortex-masked man was Uchiha Madara, then to treat a person like Madara with such an attitude. Who in the world was Su? It couldn't be Xiao Hokage, this was too outrageous. Forget it, you guys don't understand now, but you will definitely understand in the future. Obito took a deep breath and suppressed the coldness in his heart. He said coldly, you are all too young and narrow-minded. It is a mistake to not see through the essence of this world. One day, Nagato, you will beg me to come to me. You will ask me personally and tell you what to do. Obito looked deeply at Nagato. In the end, he opened Mangekyo and looked at Rinnegan. The result is obvious. In terms of eye power competition, Obito didn't get the upper hand. What a pair of beautiful eyes! It would be a pity if it were foreignly for viewing. Yuuji also said this. The next moment, the three people disappeared, leaving only Yahiko and the other two looking at each other. They stood in the heavy rain and didn't speak for a long time. In the distance, Yuuji stopped and looked at Obito. It seems that it is time for me to take action. Obito, don't interfere. I will use my method to let Nagato truly understand all of this. Obito said, Rinnegan is very important. Whether it is Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi reading, or the infinite Izanaga you have proposed, they all need to use the moon as a medium to cover the entire ninja world. And the only one who can do this is Rinnegan, Yuuji. You will not fail, right? Of course, overturned cars don't exist. To be honest, I admire Yahiko very much and admire him very much. But as long as such idealists are alive, Nagato will never be able to give birth to his own independent will. He will always be an accessory to Yahiko. Yuuji said calmly, so, leave it to me. When I return to Rain Country with Roots Ninja, let Nagato feel pain. Chapter 94, Transformation. Konoha. He was constantly sending out clones to search for Yuuji, who was suitable for building a secret base. He received a message from the special clone. Is that so? Sure enough, I still have to take this step. I will immediately take Roots Ninja to Rain Country and meet Hanzo. Yuuji couldn't help but shake his head. He casually placed the scroll in his hand on the shelf. This was the best thing to become a high-level disciple. There were all kinds of high-level ninjutsu that ordinary ninjas could not obtain. There were as many as they wanted here. Moreover, it could be said that he could learn it as he pleased. Even if he wanted to learn those forbidden techniques or the techniques sealed in the Book of Seal, it was not impossible to find Danzo directly. Yuuji was seizing all the time and opportunities to madly sweep through all kinds of techniques, absorbing a huge amount of knowledge like a sponge. The shadow clone technique was suitable for learning. Even if I am not proficient in many techniques, at least I have to memorize them first. Yuuji raised his head, looked at the arranged scrolls in front of him, and turned to walk out. Roots ninjas, who were waiting outside, silently knelt down on one knee. Yuuji expressionlessly walked out of Root's base, facing the sun outside. Unconsciously, he studied for another night. As the overall situation of the eastern battlefield gradually stabilized, more and more ninjas began to withdraw in batches, adding more popularity to the village. Yuuji strolled along the streets like this. This was one of the few pleasures he had. Uncle, give me a bowl of the latest ramen. Yuuji walked into a shop and placed 100 taels on the table. Oh! Customer, this is your first time coming to our shop. We can give you an extra bowl of ramen. Do you need to pack the second bowl for takeaway? No need. I can't eat that much food. You're so generous, no wonder business is booming. Yuuji rested his arm on the table. He smiled. Ha, business is not good now. I also hope to use this method to make more customers feel warm. The uncle immediately rolled up his sleeves and began to make noodles. Yuuji turned his head and glanced around. He saw that there was a guy with swirly hair eating madly from 2 seats away. The bowl was quickly finished. The man immediately put the bowl on the table and shouted, "Hit me with your best dish, give me another bowl." Yuuji remained calm and waited patiently, but he kept glancing at her from the corner of his eye. As expected, it was her. When she came in just now, she felt that it was very similar. Uzumaki, Kushina. The current 9-tailed Jinchuriki. If I can cut off a few tails from the complete 9-tailed body. 9-tailed, who was lying in Kushina's stomach, suddenly raised her head. With a strong sense of crisis, it suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. What's going on with this feeling? This inexplicable feeling. It's like I've encountered something that poses a great threat to me. Nine-Tailed became alert. The last time he had this feeling, it had been controlled by a single glance from Madara and was held down by Hashirama. What's wrong, Kyuubi? I'm just having a meal. Are you going to make a fuss? Kushina was a little dissatisfied. No, idiot woman, I'm being targeted. The guy beside you gives me a sense of danger. Danger. Kushina put down her chopsticks and pretended to glance at Yuuji inadvertently. She saw that Yuuji was taking the handmade noodles and carefully picked a few to taste. Hey, the taste of this noodles is really different. Even the soup is very delicious. Yuuji exclaimed. What? Nine-Tailed? Isn't this guy Shiranui Yuuji? The disciple of that damn Danzo. Although he once defeated the three-tailed beast with Jiraiya and Sensei, how could he threaten you? Kushina immediately patted her chest. Really, she always heard Nine-Tailed Beast talking nonsense, which made her suspicious. Nine-Tailed remained silent. Shiranui Yuuji. A family that I have never heard of? Without the bloodline of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, it is indeed not worth being afraid of, but what is this feeling? Shiranui Yuuji is known as the strongest genius in the history of Konoha. He is a 12-year-old special superior ninja. He fought against Bijuu when he was almost 13 years old. I really don't know how far he will grow in the future. As Uzumaki Kushina spoke to Nine-Tailed, he looked at Yuuji with interest. I heard that his blood limit is used to create subclass or even atomic level changes. Particle? Atomic? I understand now. So that's how it is. If it's this technique, I will also. Nine-Tailed immediately understood. She raised her head and laid down again. Humph, Shiranui Yuuji is just so-so. The technique that it imagined to burn its life to obtain an incomparably terrifying attack was very similar to this little demon's technique. Because the danger of this technique is very high, and it is very similar to the heavy particle model that I imagined that I did not have time to perfect, so it attracted my attention. Nine-Tailed snorted coldly and closed her eyes. When Kushina asked it again, it was already too lazy to pay attention to Kushina. In the outside world. Are you Shiranui Yuuji? I heard Minato mention you. Uzumaki Kushina pushed a new bowl of ramen over. Ah, you, are you Senior Kushina? Senior Minato often mentions you, but there is no need for ramen. I am already full after eating 2 bowls in a row. Yuuji smiled as he stood up and placed the empty bowl in his hand on the table. He stood up and left the shop. What an unlikable brat. Kushina shook his head and continued to bury himself in his rice. A few days later, Yuuji slowly put on Root's mask. With a team of Root ninjas, a total of 7 people team was ready to go. Iroha, I appoint you as the vice captain. This time, something very interesting might happen. Watch carefully with your eyes. Yuuji looked at the person beside him. Yes, sir. This person slowly raised his head, revealing his white right eye. Tensagan and Rin-Egan had the same level of eyes. It was not a bad thing for Iroha to be able to pry into the power of this level in advance. The group left and quickly rushed to the rain country. Yuuji once again headed towards this sorrowful country. The more they entered the rain country from the fire country, the more they could clearly feel the difference. The West Line was still in a state of intense war, and the rain country was the battlefield of the 3 great countries. In the past 4 years, who knew how many people from the rain country had died of hunger and illness? Although Akatsuki was working hard in his own way, their strength was too weak. But even so, their existence brought new hope to this country of despair and grief. Even to a certain extent, Akatsuki's reputation and influence in the rain country began to shake the power and prestige of a Megakure's leader. Great, Lord Hanzo has already given us a reply. We can have a peaceful talk. Yahiko held the letter in his hand with an excited face. He was extremely happy. In this way, peace will come. If Lord Hanzo were to make a move, the 3 great powers would definitely not dare to act rashly. Lord Hanzo's strength and our Akatsuki's strength. Many people were excited. No one noticed that something was wrong. It was because Hanzo, a powerful ninja who shook Ninja World, really had no need to deceive such a small organization. A Megakure. Akatsuki's guys have already responded and will negotiate with us. Hanzo looked coldly at the letter in his hand and let out a cold laugh. In this country, he was a supreme god. He, who was known as a demigod, was already in the first echelon of ninja world in terms of strength. However, it was also undeniable that he turned a blind eye to the fact that the three great ninja village was wreaking havoc in the Rain country and remained silent. As early as during the second battle, Hanzo had already deeply realized the cruelty of this world. The five great countries were the power to suppress everything. Even he, a demigod, had a limit in front of the five great countries. Akatsuki should be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the war is over, these guys will be hard to deal with. Hanzo burned the letter. At this time, a figure wearing a mask walked in. So, Lord Hanzo, we can take action at any time. Lord Danzo is still waiting for my reply. Hanzo's figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he had already appeared by Yuuji's side. His slowly widened eyes were bloodshot. Even if you are Danzo's subordinate, don't get too complacent. I am the leader of this operation. Danzo will definitely tell you this. Hanzo's voice was cold. Yuuji paused and said indifferently, of course, Lord Hanzo. Roots guy has no fear. How boring. Hanzo snorted coldly and immediately gathered the troops, preparing to go to the rendezvous point with Akatsuki. Yuuji looked at Hanzo's back. The pair of eyes behind the mask emitted a cold gaze. Hanzo was no longer as energetic as he used to be. His edges and corners had been flattened by time and reality. In this terrible world, ninja world, who was full of tragedy, would always make more and more people fall into an endless abyss of despair. Even someone as strong as Hanzo had to go with the flow. Akatsuki's original intention was to go to peace, but this is not the kind of peace I need. Yuuji caught up with Hanzo. Yahiko, even if you don't die in my hands, Obito will definitely think of a way to kill you. There was no doubt about this. Soon, it was the appointed time. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were standing at the appointed location. Shua. A few Omegakure ninjas suddenly launched a sneak attack. The moment the three of them relaxed, they directly captured Konan. Konan. Lord Hanzo, what are you doing? Yahiko was furious. Nagato's expression changed drastically. He looked up at the ninjas standing on the cliff in all directions, looking down at them from above. Yahiko. We have been surrounded. This is a trap. But why? What did we do wrong to be targeted by Hanzo like this? They even captured Konan, damn it. Yahiko gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. They only wanted peace. Was it really that difficult? At this time, among the many ninjas, Hanzo slowly revealed his figure. He coldly snorted and said, foolish fellow, I have seen all of your actions. If we can obtain peace like this, then we will view this world too beautifully. Yahiko, Nagato, run! Konan screamed. The next moment, he was punched by a ninja. No. I don't understand. Hanzo, we are working hard in my way. We don't intend to hurt anyone. But why do you do this? Why do you want to destroy us? Yahiko roared angrily like an angry lion. Let everyone understand each other and help each other. Whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, all of us will unite to face it together. This way, peace will come. There will be no war, no hunger. The weak children can also be taken care of, and no one will be left to wander. Yahiko trembled all over. This was the future he hoped to see. Crash! The heavy rain was getting heavier and heavier. No, the future that you are imagining will never be realized. If peace is achieved by the sincerity and understanding between people, it will at most maintain 1 or 2 generations. This false peace will disappear. At this time, Yuuji suddenly spoke. It will be realized. This is my dream. If everyone can. As I said, this is impossible. Yuuji's eyes behind the mask looked down at Yahiko in a calm and terrifying manner. Yahiko, right? Even if there are more and more people like you who are full of idealists, what can you do? All the children are taken care of. There are no diseases and no hunger. Many years later, those with talent and good luck would obtain more resources. Their descendants would also inherit the resources of their fathers. After generations, the high and mighty monopoly would spontaneously be born. In the future world, the weak might not necessarily become stronger, but the strong would definitely become stronger and stronger, naturally compressing the living space of others. No group would be dissatisfied. Some people would be able to learn high-level ninjutsu at will. Some people risked their lives and could only learn 3 body techniques. If they wanted to get more, they would have to risk their lives to become chess pieces and be sacrificed. This kind of world is the world that you imagined? Even if everyone is full and warm, there will still be a brand new demand, a brand new style of injustice and oppression, and no guild will trigger new dissatisfaction that has never been seen before. Yuuji looked down at Yahiko, a trace of pity flashing through his eyes. He was an idealist. He was an idealist who only had dreams but did not have enough strength. Such a guy was the most regrettable. Even in his previous life, his theory was extremely developed, the education system was so fair and complete, and the average qualities and ideological knowledge of the people beat up Ninja World countless times. Moreover, people did not have the extraordinary power of chakra, and humans could achieve equality on the level of life. But such a world, peace, is also achieved by relying on nuclear deterrence. Peace, from beginning to end, is built on absolute force. If you can't recognize this point, then you have taken the wrong path from the beginning. Want to rely on more idealists to build a peaceful world? This is no problem, the premise is that these idealists have the power to crush everything, such as Shoude Hokage. Moreover, the descendants of these idealists, the descendants of the descendants of the descendants, also have super strong force, and also are idealists, constant. As long as there was one person who changed his heart midway, possessing both military power, status, and power that could crush everything, and also not being idealistic, the naturally oppressive and unbreakable monopoly would be born. Shoude Hokage's close friend, Uchiha Madara, realized that it was impossible to achieve peace by relying on people's self-awareness or things like love, and parted ways with the first generation. Shoude Hokage's successor was the second generation Hokage who was unwilling to trust others easily. The second generation Hokage was Sandaime Hokage again. A person can control himself and keep his original intention, but he can't control others, not even his own descendants. No, this will not happen. This kind of thing. There was unprecedented panic on Yahiko's face. Some things he had never thought of, or some things that Root did not dare to think deeply about, were exposed in blood. Damn it, what about you? At least we are working hard to do it. What are you guys doing? You kidnapped my companions. Nagato roared in anger. This was the first time he had seen Yahiko in such a state. I am doing it too, and I have found a feasible method. There is no need to tell you naive fellows about this, especially Yahiko. He will never agree with my method. Yuuji coldly threw down this sentence, and then retreated out of Yahiko's sight. He, who had lived 2 lives, especially in the previous life, was an extremely developed and equal world. He knew better than anyone how naive and unrealistic Yahiko's idea was. Not to mention, Ninja World, who had the path of a transcendent and was able to pull apart the gap between life and death. The strong did not die for thousands of years and relied on their physical bodies to cross the universe. The weak died after decades. This kind of world was even more unsuitable for Yahiko. The strong would only be equal to the weak if they were crazy. The weak lived for decades and died of old age and illness. In order to be fair, wouldn't the strong also have to die with them? Isn't this fair? Only then will the oppression be eliminated and the war that might appear, isn't it? But is that possible? The strong also put in great effort to obtain power and lifespan to increase their level of life. They don't owe anyone. Why should they play equal with the weak? It is naturally impossible to rely on the mutual understanding between people, but if one relies on a power core that can suppress everything, to forcibly suppress all disobedience, to cut off all greed and advance from Root's source, forcing everyone to rely on this power to survive. If there is a problem with this power, everyone will die. Moreover, this power itself has its own will, but it does not contain good and evil, and will not produce a tendency to benefit. Whether Infinite Tsukuyomi reads, Infinite Izanagi, or Yuuji wants to walk the path. Both of them were more practical than Yahiko's path. Even if it was the twisted path of Nagato who wanted to collect Bijuu and create a 10-tailed version of nuclear deterrence, it was more feasible than Yahiko's path. Humph, I heard something very interesting. The piece you guys are talking about. Hanzo stood behind many ninjas. After the second battle, he cherished his life very much. He instinctively protected himself. For this reason, he even arranged a fake substitute. He said with a cold smile. Once upon a time, he had thought the same. He also pursued peace, but it was useless. Root, if that's the case, then you can think of a way to execute Yahiko. You have to show your sincerity on behalf of Root. Hanzo coldly stared at Yuuji. Understood. Lord Hanzo, leave it to me. Please step back a little. Yuuji glanced at Konan, who had been knocked unconscious, and then began to form seals. Transformation technique. Bang. Hey, that redhead over there, if you want to save this woman, use this kunai to kill Yahiko. Nagato looked up in disbelief and saw Hanzo throwing a handful of kunai over. Chapter 95, Dawn of Akatsuki. Was Yahiko worthy of admiration? Of course, he was worthy. An idealist was one of the few warmth in the darkness and chaos of Ninja World. Unfortunately, when an idealist faced a powerful and targeted pragmatist, his weakness was undoubtedly revealed. He, who was as dejected as death, did not even know how to face this cruel reality in his despair, much less face this bloody truth. Nagato, take Konan and live. If it's you, with Sage's eyes, you would definitely be able to do it. Yahiko bumped into kunai in Nagato's hand and said this. Then, he fell down forever. Nagato trembled as he watched this scene. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at kunai, who was covered in blood, and then turned to look at Yahiko, who had lost his life. He was completely dumbfounded. What was even more dumbfounded than Nagato was that it was Hanzo. Bastard, what did you do? Hanzo was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He looked at Yuuji, who had turned into his own appearance in anger. I'm sorry, Lord Hanzo. Didn't you ask me to do this? You want me to find a way to kill Yahiko? I didn't use my appearance to kill him. Hanzo was shocked and angry, feeling that he had been fooled by a little ghost. Yuuji slowly retreated and removed his transformation technique. He looked meaningfully at Hanzo, who was emitting killing intent. Lord Hanzo, I have completed the mission you issued. I have also cleared out a core member of Akatsuki for you. Now, it is time for you to show your sincerity. We, Root, will take our leave. Yuuji said. Damn bastard. Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. In the Second World War, he, who had not lost his spirit, would kill all the people who dared to fool him in minutes. But now, he could not do it. Shua! 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 Root's ninjas left the cliff. Under Yuuji's orders, they used all their strength to run wildly. Nagato was about to go crazy. If they didn't run, they would die. Humph, why do these guys feel like they are running for their lives? Danzo's subordinates are just this kind of trash. Hanzo sneered, and his mood became a bit better. He was about to order the rain ninjas to surround and kill Nagato, and completely eliminate Akatsuki. Ah! A mournful roar resounded, and terrifying burst of chakra instantly froze countless raindrops in the air. It temporarily changed the weather. What? This power came from that little brat with red hair. Attack! Kill him! Hanzo's heart skipped a beat. All the soldiers immediately moved out, and hundreds of elites rushed towards Nagato from all directions. However, Nagato only held onto kunai tightly, his eyes staring blankly at Yahiko's corpse. He went crazy. Along with the terrifying chakra, the eye power in his eyes changed into a visible spiral, which spread in all directions. Instinctively, he used all his strength, only wanting to kill everyone in front of him. Summoning technique. Boom! Gedo statue. The huge Gedo statue was summoned. At the same time, it began to extract Nagato's vitality as energy. What is this thing? Is it some kind of unknown summoned beast? It's so huge. Hurry up and attack. No matter what technique it is, it won't be a problem to kill that fellow. The rain ninjas charged over. However, in the next moment, an illusory dragon suddenly emerged from the Gedo statue. It roared madly and charged towards the rain ninjas. As long as they were touched, their souls would be taken away on the spot. In just an instant, a large number of the rain ninjas died, terrified. What kind of technique is this? Don't let that thing catch up to you, you will die. The rain ninjas began to flee. Nagato roared, and as if he had gone mad, he hysterically drove the Gedo statue and slaughtered his enemies. In particular, there was only Hanzo in his eyes. It's you, it's all you. It's you who killed Yahiko. Nagato roared, his entire body staggering, pulling the Gedo statue to move. I didn't kill him. Damn it, why should I explain it to a little brat like you? And your eyes? Hanzo ignored his slaughtered subordinates. He had nowhere to vent the anger in his stomach. He was attracted by Nagato's strange eyes. It's actually Rin Egan. I didn't expect such eyes to really exist in this world. The legendary supreme eye that only Rikuta Sennin has. Hanzo maintained a cold expression on his face, but in his heart, he wished he could hack that root ninja into 1,000 pieces. It would be fine if he killed a person like Nagato who had eyes like Sage, but it was obvious that he couldn't kill him now. Hanzo also couldn't risk his life to fight Sage, causing the current situation. It was all because of Danzo. Little brat. Die. Hanzo had no choice but to use the body flicker technique to run away. Dead corpses littered the ground. Nagato controlled the Gedo statue and poured out his vitality. He was about to go crazy. He watched Hanzo run away and then looked at the unconscious Konan. If Yahiko died, could he not even avenge Yahiko? At this time, just as Nagato was blaming himself in pain, Yuuji appeared again. Of course, it was a clone. If it's an Gedo statue, it wouldn't be too much to chop off Root's toes. Yuuji quietly poked his head out of the ground and stared at this huge Gedo statue with great envy. He aimed at the Gedo statue's toes and made a light ding sound. The Gedo statue was unharmed. This is so troublesome. This thing is too hard. My avatar's strength is limited, and I can't use methods like Godzilla Coat. Yuuji sighed. He had already been discovered by Nagato. Body transformation. Bang. Hanzo, you bastard, you actually dared to come back. Die together with Yahiko. Die. Nagato roared, and the illusory dragon attacked again. Hanzo, who was running away in the distance, shuddered violently. Yuuji directly dismissed this clone. At the same time, another clone took the opportunity to attack Yahiko's corpse, grabbed it, and immediately ran away. Yahiko's corpse could not be controlled by Nagato as a heavenly Deo cultivator. He still had great use. By the time Nagato came back to his senses, it was already too late. Yahiko's corpse was taken away by Yuuji. However, his vitality had been rapidly depleted. A trace of white appeared on his red hair, and his entire body became skinny. Even controlling the Gedo statue became more and more difficult. He could only protect Konan first, and then he let out a cry of despair. Yuuji dragged Yahiko's corpse and successfully escaped. The Gedo statue is really interesting. I need to find a chance to deal with this thing. Yuuji found a place to sit down and rest. He looked at the dead Yahiko. At this moment, deep despair could still be seen on Yahiko's face. The dream of a lifetime is destroyed in one day. This world is just so cruel. Yuuji stretched out his hand and closed Yahiko's eyes. Yahiko was of great use to him. Moreover, considering that there was actually a place like the Pure Land in this world. If Yuuji was lucky enough to enter the Pure Land in the future, he might be able to retrieve Yahiko's soul. Is the Pure Land born from Ninja World, or from the birth of the earth, or from 1,000 years ago when Rikuta Sennin sealed his mother, Kaguya? Yuuji had always been very interested in this, which involved many things. He took out a scroll and sealed Yahiko's body. At this time, it seems that you have succeeded. Obito suddenly appeared. If Yahiko dies, no one will be able to cover Nagato's eyes. Nagato should also be deeply aware of the evil of this world. Yuuji sat under a tree. I was very interested in that Gedo statue. I thought it was used by Madara to extend his life, but I didn't expect it to be psychic. Humph, there are many things you don't know. Gedo statue is used to carry the shells and carriers of 9 Bijuu, and the 10-tail is his true identity. Obito said coldly. Whoosh. He had definitely crawled out from the ground. Nagato is so crazy, I don't dare to get close at all, I will be killed by him if I'm not careful. Then let's wait a little longer. After he calms down, we will go find him. It is also time to establish a new Akatsuki. There is no innocence, only the real Akatsuki. Obito sneered. After a long time, the three of them met up with Nagato again. Shua. 3 rings were thrown over. This is a ring I made with Rin-Egan. It carries the aura of an Gedo statue. It can be used to contact and seal Bijuu. Don't lose it. Nagato sat on a stone chair with empty eyes. Konan looked at Yuuji and the other two with alert eyes. It seems that you finally understand that this wrong world needs to be corrected. If you could listen to me at the beginning, Yahiko would not die. The 3 Tomoe Obito's eyes kept spinning, and he was very satisfied. The skinny Nagato said indifferently, Yahiko's death will bring about the dawn of peace. I have already clearly realized this. I will use the lives of countless people to accompany him in death. Of course, this includes that damned bastard Hanzo. That's right. However, Obito threw the jade ring back. We will all join Akatsuki, but I can't show my face for the time being. You know that, otherwise, it will only bring Akatsuki a lot of unnecessary trouble. I will hide in the dark and assist you in your operation. Obito said coldly. A spatial ring? Does it represent nothingness? But how should I? Everyone saw that Su was using a black robe to roll up the space ring, looking a little embarrassed. Obito fell silent after hearing this. Forget it, just put it on my head, it works anyway. The black robe moved without any wind. With a click, the ring was stuffed into the mask. In that case, Akatsuki's initial members are the 5 of us. Although we are using each other, our final goals are generally the same. Obito began to narrate the 10-tailed and Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan. No, Infinite Tsukuyomi is not reliable to read this kind of thing. The illusory world is not what I pursue. I want to collect all the Bijuu, just like what you did with Shao De Hokage. I want to use this power to deter all countries and villages. Nagato sneered. Bijuu deterrence, this method is not impossible. If it fails, it is not too late to execute my method. Obito nodded, and his body began to disappear. Nagato's eyes narrowed. This time, he was still unable to capture any traces of Obito. Then, leader, what is our first mission? Zetsu laughed. The first mission is to kill Hanzo, find the corpse of Yahiko that he stole, and then find one of Hanzo's subordinates, the one who destroyed Yahiko's faith. I am very interested in him. A trace of fluctuation appeared in Nagato's eyes, and his eye power was slowly rising. Yuuji asked. Do you want revenge? No, if you want revenge, just kill Hanzo. He seems to have a good understanding of peace. I need him. Yuuji was silent. But forget it. The current Nagato's legs were not blown off like in the original story, and the degree of horror was rising rapidly. Hanzo was in trouble. After Yuuji left the Rain Country with his false identity. It seems that I have to speed up the development of Mokuton. Otherwise, this avatar of the Su is too weak and can be easily killed. Yuuji carefully examined the space ring on the mask and shook his head. Chapter 96, The Gate of Death. What happened in the Rain Country did not cause any waves in Konohagakure. To Konohagakure, the Rain Country was just a small country that was not worth mentioning. It was the core battle zone of the Western Front. Those who occasionally had good news channels knew that Hanzo attacked a local armed organization, but they did not care. Even Danzo thought so. Is that so? That guy Hanzo actually lost so many people. How did Akatsuki's members do it? Danzo leaned on his walking stick and looked at his disciple calmly. I'm not sure. It looks like a spiritualization spell that can directly attack the soul. But the soul has been dead for a long time. Yuuji answered, revealing a puzzled expression. There was a trace of doubt in Danzo's eyes. He stared at him for a while before nodding slightly. Forget it. That guy, Hanzo, has become more and more timid and incompetent. He only has terrifying strength, but his temperament has already fallen. Danzo snorted coldly, I've already told Orochimaru about you. He'll take good care of you, but don't get too close to that poisonous snake. Thank you, sensei. Yuuji raised his eyebrows. Is it about life? Orochimaru, that guy is the commander of the Western Front. Calculating the time, it's about time for the Battle of Kikyu to break out. Yuuji estimated. The third battle of Ninja World took a full 4 years to end. The sign of the end was that Konoha won the Battle of Kikyu. After being pushed to the village entrance by Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja, Konoha barely managed to win. However, the complete end of the 3 battles still had to be pushed back for another 3 years. During these 3 years, the Nine-Tailed Rebellion broke out. Minato and his wife died in battle. Medicine Master Yanai hid in Iwa Ninja village and was killed. Hyuga was targeted by soldiers. In the end, Hyuga Hisashi was forced to commit suicide. The suicide incident of Hyuga Hisashi was the complete end of the entire 3 battles. Only then did Ninja World welcome several years of precious peace. After the Battle of Kikyu, many things have to be prepared. For example, because of the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. Yuuji silently pondered. At this time, Danzo said, Hiruzen is very interested in your subordinates, that guy called might die. He insists on controlling him. This old man, Root, can't stop him. After all, he is the Hokage. You have to pay attention to this. After saying that, Danzo turned and left. Yuuji frowned. He walked out of Root's base and went straight to the training ground. He had made an appointment with Kazue and Guy to practice in the training ground. When he arrived at the training ground, Yuuji saw that Kazue was talking to a cat. Summoned beast? I heard that Uchiha's family is very close to the cat race. Yuuji put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked over. He glanced at the cat with interest. Meow, are you Lord Yuuji? Your name is also circulating in our cat clan. You once fought against three-tailed beast's strongest genius. The cat kept licking its hands and rubbing its head, looking very harmless. Well, it's just a false reputation. Yuuji nodded. Kazue smiled and said, we often buy weapons and equipment from the cat race. The weapons made by Grandma Cat are all very popular among Ninja World. Yuuji-san, do you want to buy some too? There will be a discount. Yuuji shook his head. I don't need a weapon, but I need some experimental equipment. If the cat race can help me get it, we can cooperate. No problem. We are not good at making experimental equipment, but we can get it for you. The price is a bit more expensive because we need to make some difference in price. But we will keep your personal information strictly confidential. Well, then I will trouble you. I need the experimental equipment. Yuuji let the cat record it. Kazue took out the precious cat food and poured some out. Meow, the latest cat food. The cat's eyes were shining. Suddenly, dust flew up. Oh! Yuuji-san, I haven't seen you for a while. Have you finally completed your mission? Guy was running upside down with a dirty face and rushed over. He turned over and sat on the ground. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. When he saw Kazue holding a small biscuit in his hand, he grabbed it without saying a word. Before the cat, he grabbed the cat food with his dirty hands and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Smack smack! This smell is a bit strange, but it's not bad. Yuuji-san, do you want a little? The cat was so angry that his whole body was trembling and his hands and feet were cold. What is wrong with this world? Are humans going to steal food from cats? But forget it, if we just let this stupid human eat a little. Finished, is there no more? Guy threw the box aside and burped. Damn it. Granny Cat was right, cats only had dogs as their enemies. Lord Yuuji, these things just now, when we get them, we will let Kazue inform you. While the cat was angry, it rushed up to scratch Guy and disappeared with a bang. What happened to that cat just now? It's so strange. Guy covered his face. Don't worry about it. It's just a cute little thing. It encountered a major obstacle in life. Yuuji said indifferently. Guy scratched his head in confusion. Yuuji-san, let's start cultivating. It's been a long time since we fought. Why don't I see Senior die? At this time, he should be running circles around Konoha with you, right? Yuuji suddenly said. Ah, father, I accepted a mission to patrol the borders of the Fire Country this morning. Kirigakura lost, but they still refused to give up. There are often teams who sneak into the Fire Country to destroy. Guy said. Yuuji paused and frowned. Understood. Today's training is cancelled. I will go out for a while. Yuuji didn't say anything more and directly left. Strange. What is Yuuji-san going to do? Guy was increasingly confused. Kazue was also surprised. With Root's identity, Yuuji checked Do's patrol record and directly left Konoha, going deep into the Fire Country forest. Genma's team was on a mission. They constantly shuttled through the forest, searching for traces of Kirigakura's ninjas. Although the Western Front war was over, Kirigakura's desperados still showed up from time to time, and some sporadic ninjas sneaked into the country of fire. This forced Konoha's side to have a portion of the ninjas that were responsible for sniping this group of Kirigakura. Genma's team was one of these patrolling troops. When will this group of Kirigakura's guys settle down? Ebisu pushed his sunglasses and casually pulled out a piece of root grass and put it in his mouth. Cough cough, this is also something that cannot be helped. I heard that their Sandame Mizukage was seriously injured by Lord Jiraiya and Yuuji together. He has not recovered yet. It is understandable that Kirigakura and his gang are so crazy. Gekao Hayate coughed desperately. Ebisu sighed and said, Yuuji. I really can't imagine. That guy has actually grown to this stage. He can play a huge role in the situation of a war. Back then, I even risked my life to think of a way to surpass his theory class results. Gekao Hayate coughed, and his eyes were somewhat erratic. Indeed, none of them had expected that the 13-year-old Yuuji would be able to achieve such a result. Although it was said that he had done it through forbidden techniques, even so, it was still very terrifying. Not to mention, at this age, being able to learn a forbidden technique already surpassed many people. Many ninjas would never be able to touch the forbidden technique in their entire lives. Genma, why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? I am thinking about how to face that guy. Seriously, I originally hoped that he wouldn't die. I could leave a blood limit for the Shiranui clan so that our clan can rise again. Unknowingly, he, the clan leader, had already been left far behind. With Yuuji around, no one in the Shiranui clan would dare to look down on them. Just like Senior White Fang back then, when he was alive, the Hotaki clan was Konoha's great clan. Uchiha and Hyuga did not dare to look down on them, Ebisu said. That's true. Genma stretched and said, let's continue the patrol mission. It's really troublesome. Suddenly. Be careful. Gekao Hayate's expression changed and he kicked Genma hard. Rumble. There was a loud explosion. The explosive blade, Fei Mo fiercely stabbed into the spot where Genma had just been, causing a terrifying explosion. Humph, I was dodged. You guys just talked about a name that made me very unhappy. Munashi Jinpachi sneered and looked at the three little ghosts in front of him with vicious eyes. That's right, Shiranui Yuuji, that vicious nuclear release little ghost, he killed many of our companions. I really want to put him in a string and sew him up. Munashi Jinpachi held a knife and aimed it at Genma and the other two. One figure after another began to appear. Until the moment a fat figure appeared and waved the huge same hata. Genma's team of three revealed deep despair on their faces. Could these guys be? It's over. It's 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. A hint of fear flashed across the face of the captain, Genma. How could this be? 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, with those 7 knives, the average level of elite superior ninja, why did they encounter these monsters? Damn it, we are really unlucky. Genma laughed bitterly. No, you are very lucky. Little brat, to be able to meet the 7 of us working together, even if you die, you should rest in peace. I heard that you are still a member of that little brat nuclear release. That would be even better. I will use my same hotas to cut you into a human stick. I think that little brat's expression will be very interesting. Let's do it. The souls of our comrades are howling in grief. My broadsword is already thirsty for blood. Fugyuki sneered, revealing a terrifying smile that carried a deep sense of brutality. The 7 of them would never forget that battle back then. The originally great situation was forced to suffer a setback from Shiranui Yuuji. Countless people died in the hands of Yuuji, and the silent killing technique that they were so proud of was directly defeated by Yuuji, becoming a joke. In addition, the forbidden technique that defeated Sandame Mizukage. This slap directly hit the faces of all Kirigakure ninjas. As long as Yuuji was alive, it was a humiliation to the entire Kirigakure. Humph, don't joke around. Do you guys, Kirigakure, have the concept of companions? Gekao Hayate pulled out 2 knives, and his body began to gradually become transparent. Transaction and sword technique, this was all the power he could use, even though the effect was minimal. That's true, but we are trying to pretend that we have companions. The 7 people let out a terrifying laugh and moved with a loud bang. Killing intent filled the air. At this time, Youth Sonata. Kirigakure's guys, we meet again. Dai kicked over fiercely, sending the unlucky Munashi Jinpachi flying again. Du, who was under the 7th gate, had a unique sense of oppression brewing all over his body. It's you again, using a strange technique. 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure immediately revealed an angry and fearful expression. Especially Munashi Jinpachi, who had been kicked twice by Du, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. When they were on the battlefield, the 7 of them wanted to find a chance to kill Yuuji, but they were stopped by this guy who was full of inexplicable words like youth. Your technique is nothing more than endurance, but I have never seen you use other ninjutsu. Don't tell me you only know this one technique? Then you are going to die soon, and we will definitely not be blocked twice by a technique. Jinan Akabino smashed with a blunt knife. Du dodged swiftly, bringing Genma and the other two back with a solemn expression. Senior Du, run quickly. With your ability, you will definitely be able to escape. Call for reinforcements to save us. Genma roared. Might Do was Yuuji's follower, so there was no reason for him to die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Yuuji. Could it be that your powerful subordinate died in order to save the life of a mediocre person like me? If I can't escape, and I have to win no matter what, I can only use that thing. Sorry, Yuuji-san, I'm going to break my promise. Do clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Even though Yuuji repeatedly emphasized that the last door could not be opened without his permission. But if it were forced here, for the sake of 3 young people full of hope, he would sacrifice himself as a middle-aged man. It seemed to be worth it. Young people were the future. Not to mention, among these 3 young people, there was also Shiranui Genma. This was Yuuji's only remaining clansman, who had played with him since childhood. If there is only one person left in the clan, I believe that Yuuji-san will also feel disappointed. This won't do. 8 inner hidden gates, Death Gate, open. Do let out a furious roar. At this moment, the last one of the 8 inner hidden armor was completely complete, arriving at the absolute end. All the blood in his body began to burn, turning into terrifying crimson-colored steam. The power of the explosion ignited the air, almost boiling. The violent impact turned into a terrible hurricane, tearing everything apart. Senior Du, what are you doing? What are you doing? Genma's eyes were Kurane at that time. He knew about the 8 inner hidden gate. After Du became famous in the eastern battlefield, the name of this forbidden technique spread. But Death Gate? Just the name alone made one uneasy. Looking at the blood that flowed out of Du's body, it was actually for these guys. Senior Du, there's no need for you to use these mediocre people on us. No. It's not like that. Now is the time to burn Youth Spring. Otherwise, there won't be a chance. Young people, never underestimate yourself. Because I am the most mediocre person in this world. I can do what I can do. You must have done it too. Work hard and struggle, desperately fighting for your dreams. This is the youth you have. Du roared, his eyes almost burning out. In the last few seconds of his life, he used everything he had to charge at 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. 8 gates escape armor formation. Du fiercely kicked at Munashi Jinpachi. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with this guy? Munashi Jinpachi screamed. He was kicked, and his entire body was almost split in half. What happened in a flash of lightning had almost scared the remaining 6 people crazy. Without any hesitation, they fled. Because they had already seen the appearance of Du when he opened 7 gates, they were mentally prepared. They were not scared crazy by the 8 gates Du. The moment Munashi Jinpachi was kicked to pieces, they began to flee in panic. This guy is not an enemy we can deal with. Might Du, such a guy is just a subordinate of that Shiranui Yuuji. Damn it, they are all monsters. Get lost, Akabino, don't block my way. Sukazan Fugyuki was so anxious that his eyes were on Kurane. He raised his same Hodis and smashed Akabino with a fierce blow. His fat figure was faster than expected. Damn it! Akabino changed directions and ran. The 6 people split into 6 directions and fled. The second one. The terror on the face of the Akabino frozen forever, and Du smashed his head with a punch. But at this moment, Du had no chance to kill the third person. In the face of such a group of 7 people who had decisively escaped, killing 2 of them was already his limit. What a pity! The blood-colored steam on Du's body slowly dissipated. His entire body was charred black. He stood up straight, his back facing the scared Genma and the others. He raised his arm from the side and gave a thumbs up. Everything frozen at this moment. The flames of his life began to slowly extinguish. Senior Du. Could it be that he has already? Genma and the other 2 looked at this scene in a daze, tears streaming down their faces. How could this be? Wu, Senior Du burned himself just to save us, Wu. Genma began to cry. He really felt that he was not worthy of being saved by an expert like Du. Don't cry. Tisk, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I clearly reminded him. A voice suddenly rang out. Yuuji's figure suddenly landed, and a biting cold wind hit his collar. Why Yuuji? I didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry. Genma lowered his head deeply. I'm sorry, Yuuji, we. Ebisu turned his head and looked at him. However, Yuuji ignored them. Instead, he squatted down and observed Du's condition. The vital signs are about to disappear. I can save him with my last breath. But I don't have that kind of thing. I can only take the risk and try that. Yuuji sighed. Although he had to experiment with that thing sooner or later, he hadn't thought of using it until now. He would never have thought that one of the important reasons for driving Mr. Du to die so generously was to protect Genma, his last clansman or relative. Yuuji placed a hand on Du's charred body. He wanted to try that imaginary technique, but he had never tried it before. That was the possibility of an individual that could destroy the origin and transform it into a whole new species. Godzilla. Bio-boosting again. Chapter 97, Blackwood Escape, Indiscriminate Killing. Genma, bring your team back to the village immediately. Oh, bring these 2 knives back as well. Yuuji pointed at the explosive knives and blunt knives on the ground. What about you? Ahem. Gekao Hayate asked. We can't let go of Mr. Du's matter just like that. Yuuji's words had 2 meanings. Genma had already silently picked up the 2 knives on the ground. He pulled Gekao Hayate and Ebisu and left without a word. They were only a burden here in the end. After Genma and the others left, Yuuji's hand that was on Du finally began to exert strength. To be honest, everything was just an idea. It was a technique that he had come up with after combining all kinds of information from his previous life. Originally, he planned to use it after many years, at least after Indra and Asura's chakra successfully reincarnated, he would find an opportunity to experiment. I didn't expect it to be used on you. Let me try. The next moment, layers of concave substance immediately appeared on the surface of Yuuji's body. This was the power that belonged to Godzilla. In the next moment, Yuuji directly extended this power into Du's body. This process was the process of forcibly changing Du's original life form, turning it into a completely new life form. If I have another Godzilla in my body, I really can't do this, but if it is a planetary Godzilla, there is no problem. In the next moment, an endless stream of Godzilla life tissues poured into Du's body, constantly replacing Du's original organs and changing the structure of his body. Planetary Godzilla was an existence that tied and controlled an entire ecosystem. All animals and plants had to simulate and adapt to planetary Godzilla to evolve. What Yuuji needed to do now was to accelerate the process and turn Du into that kind of creature. After a while, when Yuuji raised his hand, Du's entire body had already been enveloped and permeated by layers of power. Everything had been modified and corrected. Yuuji also took this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of Godzilla's strength. He had a preliminary grasp of the ability to control Godzilla's biological tissue. His life is temporarily preserved, but it will take some time to fix the DNA. Yuuji looked at him for a while and nodded slightly. Fortunately, Du had no room to resist now. His body had lost the instinct to resist and was easy to be transformed. If that's the case, Du's life is saved. There are still other matters to deal with. Yuuji slowly stood up, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Might Du was the ninja that he had taken a fancy to. In the past, no matter how troublesome the situation was, Yuuji had always suppressed Du and forbade him from opening the death gate. But now, he had only gone to Omegakure for a mission, and Du had been mobilized by the higher UPS and directly consumed here. Although this can't be counted as wrong, from my point of view, this feeling is still very bad. This debt. Yuuji snorted and looked up. He said, White Zetsu, get out here. A white Zetsu immediately came out from the distance. I didn't get close to you this time. Your strength is too dangerous for me. Don't talk nonsense. Turn into Du and lie here until you are buried in a coffin by the people in the village. Yuuji ordered. White Zetsu was a little dissatisfied, but he could only break his thoughts in a low voice. He obediently turned into the charred appearance of Du, lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Yuuji directly picked up the transformed Du, turned around, and ran to a secret base that was currently being built. Du had already opened the death door, and in principle, he must die, so he could take advantage of the opportunity to let Might Du, who was in the midst of being reborn, turn into a dark place. In order to avoid being caught by the group of elders of Konoha, they would not let go, and would continue to talk. Oh right, there are also those bastards who ran away. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. Yuuji walked into an extremely rough basement. After putting Du here, he directly separated his avatar. Du put on the mask with the space ring and wore a black robe. The mysterious masked man, Su, went online. 2 of the 7 people were killed by Du, and there were 5 left. It would take some time to kill them, but considering that he had grasped the ability of Godzilla's biological structure, it was not impossible to kill them all. Su slowly merged into the ground and began to pursue. The remaining 5 people were almost scared out of their wits, each choosing a direction to flee in panic. After fleeing for a long time, they found that Du did not catch up, and their wildly beating hearts gradually returned to normal. They didn't catch up. What happened just now? Munashi Jinpachi and Akabino were killed in an instant. That kind of power that could burn everything in an instant. Some of the 5 people continued to run away, while others began to change directions and meet up with each other after running a distance. Kojuro and the chestnut Kushimaru came together, looking at each other with deep fear on their faces. Might do, why is that guy with his mouth full of nonsense so terrifying? Enough. There is no need to dwell on this matter anymore. After using that level of forbidden technique, that guy will definitely die. The mission has already failed. We just need to live. Let's return to the village. The 2 of them discussed and felt like they had just survived a calamity. Are you going back to the village now? I think the 2 of you can stay here and continue your mission until you die. A voice suddenly rang out beside them. Shua! Kojuro slashed horizontally at the first possible moment, and the huge broadsword slashed out with a loud bang. Kushimaru also moved quickly. His long knife, sewing needle was thrown out a large number of silk threads. However, all of this did not have any effect when it landed on the other person. The big knife cut through the other person's waist, only cutting off some black robes, but it did not cut any physical flesh. The silk threads that filled the air were the same. There was a clatter. They saw the white mask fall to the ground. If it's not might do, that's good. But what is this thing with a strange mask? Is it some kind of puppet technique without a physical body? Kwahimera jumped onto a tree after chiding. She was surprised and bewildered. Aren't you also wearing a mask, and your mask is obviously even more strange? Under the shocked gaze of the 2, they saw the mask shake, and then it floated again, dragging the few remaining black robes. The clothes are broken again. I have to find a way to make a set of self-regenerating clothes. They saw the mask talking to themselves. The height of this damn thing has been lowered, and the height is determined by the clothes? Then destroy all the black robes. No, the mask is the real body. Maybe the word hollow is the core of this thing. The 2 of them had cold expressions and decisively attacked. They did not understand the situation of the enemy in front of them, but their fierce temperament drove them to kill first. At this time, Su slowly raised his head and looked at the 2 fellows. The face behind the mask was already filled with endless indifference. Don't be too confident. I will use the 2 of you to test the technique I used with this body. The white mask trembled slightly for a moment. In the next moment, an astonishing amount of chakra burst out, and what truly made the 7 people feel their hair stand on end was what happened after. Mokuton. Thorn art. In an instant, one terrifying black bramble after another, emitting a terrifying depth, suddenly drilled out from under the black robe, and pounced towards Kojuro. What? Mokuton? How could it be Mokuton and it's the black Mokuton? Kojuro and Kushimaru widened their eyes and roared in disbelief. Only that man, the god of ninja Shoude Hokage, had Mokuton. Why did this strange mask in front of him grasp Mokuton's technique? This is impossible. Something like Mokuton, must be some kind of illusion technique. Kojuro roared as he raised his broadsword and slashed down with a ferocious expression. Ding! A loud sound rang out. It seemed to be the sharp sound of 2 types of metal colliding. Loquat Jozu was dumbfounded. He looked at his broadsword in disbelief. Then, he looked at the thorn that only had a crack. This is Mokuton. This is wood. Kojuro and Kushimaru were both shocked and angry. Who could be harder than metal? This is Mokuton, you 2 fools. The plants I made are probably tougher than the wood you know. Su said slowly. At the same time, he began to try using biological tissue to imitate the black robe to make a qualified coat. And he succeeded. He changed into a new set of black clothes. Su, an amazing tailor master. Who are you? Are you Konoha's ninja? I've never heard of you before. Kushimaru became more vigilant and felt that he had encountered a big trouble. No, my name is Su. I don't belong to any ninja village now. It's meaningless to ask this. Anyway, you are going to die soon. More thorns began to emerge from the body of Su. Looking at it, there were more than a dozen thorns. In the rapid movement, they attacked the two people in succession. At the same time, Black Mokutan's hardness and sharpness had the power to penetrate everything. Moreover, he also had a huge amount of chakra to control him. In just a short time, Su broke through the dense silk net set up by the Kushimaru, and with a light sweep, all of it was cut off. Kojuro roared, waving his machete to cut down. Really, if it is a machete, it is indeed a good heavy weapon, but how long can this garbage machete hold on for? Su had a mask on his face, making people unable to see or feel any gaze, but only that terrifying coldness and indifference existed. Mokutan. Blackwood wall. A large number of black trees drilled out from the ground, moving in all directions, surrounding the two people who were fighting against the thorns and trying to find an opportunity to escape. This time, you won't be able to escape, all of you go to hell. Mokutan, great tree art. A giant black tree suddenly rushed out from the ground. The branches swayed, and the sharpness of the leaves on each branch was beyond imagination. With just a slight touch, a person's flesh and blood would be cut off on the spot. No, impossible, it really is Mokutan, such a ridiculous thing. Who the hell are you? Are you Shoude Hokage? The two of them fought with everything they had, screaming and resisting, but in the face of this strange black Mokutan, which had never heard of before, they, who were severely lacking in intelligence, quickly fell into a disadvantage. After a long time, only two miserable screams could be heard from the countless strange pure black trees. Then, everything went silent. Chapter 98, The Legend Spread. Kojuro and Kushimaru shot to death, killed by the Black Mokutan. The two of them fought with everything they had, using their ninja sword to crazily cut and stab, trying to break through these strange black trees and find a way out. Unfortunately, all of their efforts were so pale and powerless in front of the constantly growing black trees. These black trees were too terrifying, both hard and sharp. Even the small leaves on a black tree were sharper than blades. The two people who were squeezed by the large number of black trees were unable to escape in the end and were killed by a large number of trees. This is the first time I used this kind of Mokutan. It feels good. It is beyond imagination. Su looked at the black forest and was satisfied. He had to be satisfied. The first time he used such a biological structure to fight, he had already achieved this result. It was already excellent enough. It had to be known that in the world where the planet Godzilla was in, the entire earth was filled with these dangerous plants. Whether it was trees, grass, or even animals that looked very strange, they all had this kind of characteristic. This was the terror of the planet Godzilla, the only plant-type Godzilla. However, there were also many shortcomings. The Mokutan plants created by the current strength of the void were limited in hardness and toughness, because they were only in the preliminary mastery. If he wanted to release a stronger Mokutan technique, he still needed to walk a long way. When using this so-called Mokutan, the consumption of chakra was too huge. It was really a huge consumption. Just making these dangerous plants consumed 1/3 of the chakra of this special clone. Fortunately, he can continuously make it. As long as his spiritual force can support it, the recovery of chakra is not a big problem, but the problem is, as long as there is no high-intensity fierce battle, there is no problem, but if there is a high-intensity battle, you have to prepare in advance. Looking at this black forest, these plants not only did not give people a sense of vitality, but also a deep and dense feeling, making people feel uneasy at a glance. This is only a small forest formed by a dozen small trees and a big tree. If a large tree world like Shoude Hokage descends void, there is an 80% chance that it will disintegrate. He began to retrieve the black trees. He looked down at the two people who had died miserably. He muttered to himself for a moment and sealed the corpses into the scroll. There are still 3 left. The floating void suddenly began to move. Its speed was astonishing, and it began to track the whereabouts of the remaining 3 of 7 people. At this time, the other 3 people did not know that 2 of their companions had been killed. They just fled in panic. He planned to leave the country of fire directly, find Kirigakure's big ship, and return to the country of water. However, Su was constantly tracking their whereabouts, like a terrible ghost that existed in the modern world. I won't let you escape. I will do the things that Du didn't finish. Su raised his mask, and the pale mask was filled with a deep wooden feeling. He found a target. Kurosuke Rega, the owner of Kaiba. Humph, it seems to be safe. That madman did not catch up. I wonder if the others are dead. Kurosuke Rega's eyes were cold. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He saw a white mask suddenly appear from a tree in front of him. There was something embedded between the eyebrows of the mask, revealing the word hollow. I found you. 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure's Gai, go and accompany your dead companions. A team should be neat and tidy. Su said. He immediately began to attack. Mokutan's thorns suddenly rushed out and engaged in a fierce battle with Kurosuke Rega. The loud roar was covered by even more shocking thunder. I, Kirigakure's Thunder Man, will never be defeated by a strange guy like you. And this Mokutan. Kurosuke Rega panicked. As everyone knew, the only person who could control Mokutan was Shoude Hokage. This was the unique blood limit. But, why could the masked man in front of him use Mokutan? Moreover, it was the Black Mokutan. The trees he created were extremely strange. Kurosuke Rega was destined to have no chance to verify it. He desperately waved the thunder blade, and a large amount of thunder surged. The terrifying power that should have torn everything apart did not have much effect in front of these black trees. Kurosuke Rega's living space was constantly being squeezed. In just a few seconds, he fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. This kind of Mokutan. Who are you? Are you a descendant of Senju's clan? Kurosuke Rega's last saber cut into a black tree. The violent thunder roared, but only a large area of charred black was produced. It shook his hand so much that it hurt. You can guess whatever you want. Die. In the next moment, Kurosuke Rega's chest was pierced by several thorns, and he was skewered. Damn it! Kurosuke Rega died with a grievance. He used the last of his strength to roar and died. This corpse, along with this ninja blade, I will accept it. Su lowered his head and looked at it. Then, he began to retract the scene and pounced on the next target. At the seaside. In the end, the two of them were chased all the way by Su, fleeing in a sorry state. The owner of the double sabers was also caught by a few trees that suddenly grew out, directly dragged into the ground and killed. Now, 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, only you are left, Sukazan Fugyuki. Su raised his head and looked at this fat guy in front of him. Damn it, how could this be? Mokutan actually appeared in Ninja World again. Sukazan Fugyuki's face was already covered in sweat. Panic and uneasiness shrouded his heart, and the shadow of death was even more frantic. This fellow who called himself Su in front of him had killed the other 4 people in a row? Sukazan Fugyuki carried the same hata and frantically fled. Bastard, get out of my way, stay away from me. Sukazan Fugyuki had been looking for an opportunity to use the same hata to eat Su's chakra. However, he had taken several risks to get close to making a move, and more trees and thorns immediately emerged from the void, without any chance to devour his chakra. Finally, he fled to the beach. Kisame! Take your men and stop this guy behind me. A glimmer of hope flashed through Sukazan Fugyuki's eyes. If he sacrificed Kisame and the others, he might be able to delay the footsteps of this guy called Su. Without saying a word, Kisame directly pulled out the katana on his back and rushed up with a team of ninjas to block the void. Is this Mokutan? It's really amazing. I only heard that Shoude Hokage has Mokutan's blood limit. Kisame's eyes moved slightly, but his expression was incomparably indifferent. He glanced at Sukazan Fugyuki who was frantically fleeing without turning his head, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Only a few of Kirigakure ninjas were left, facing this guy in front of him. Hoshigaki Kisame? To work for such a guy, it's really too sad. Floating forward, the wide black robe dragged down to the ground, setting off waves of fine dust. There were even more thorns that continuously swayed, easily killing several Kirigakure, leaving only Kisame. Is this Mokutan? Isn't he a bit too strong? Kisame had a solemn expression on his face as he continuously formed seals with his hands and spat out powerful water release ninjutsu one after another. Soon, this area turned from flat ground to a lake. But these attacks did not cause any damage to the void, at least in Kisame's opinion. This guy seemed to be just like his name. He had no physical body and was not afraid of any form of attack. Whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, they were useless. We have to retreat. Kisame quickly retreated and was ready to fight for his life. However, he was surprised to find that Su just stayed in place and looked at him quietly. Even if he fled to the sea, Su did not pursue. Sea water? No, this guy can't be afraid of sea water. In that case, his chakra is exhausted, or does he not want to kill me? Kisame turned around to take a look. For a moment, he had a very strange intuition. The actions of this guy called Su seemed to be very similar to the actions of the person called Shiranui Yuuji, not killing him. Kisame ran all the way and caught up with the big ship full of horsepower. Kisame, how did you survive? Sukazan Fugyuki was sitting and resting. When he saw Kisame, his face suddenly changed. I don't know the reason, but the other party did not kill me. Kisame answered honestly. Sukazan Fugyuki rolled his eyes. So it's like that. 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, the other 6 are all dead, but you, the guy responsible for blocking the enemy, survived. Kisame did not say a word, silently found a corner and sat on the ground. Humph, when we return to the village, I want to see how you will explain it. Even if you are my subordinate, the higher UPS of the village will not trust you. Kisame, you have to be prepared. Sukazan Fugyuki crazily hinted. Kisame responded to him with silence. However, that inadvertently obscure gaze occasionally fell on Sukazan Fugyuki. Is it really sad to follow such a guy? Kisame thought silently. Time passed. Sukazan Fugyuki immediately reported the matter of Mokuton ninjutsu. Of course, this triggered a huge shock. Everyone who heard the news didn't believe it at all. Mokuton? Impossible, Mokuton has disappeared for decades. From Warring States period's time until now, only Shao-de Hokage has mastered Mokuton. This strange name, could it really be? Shut up, that person is definitely dead, and the person named Uchiha Madara is dead one after another. It's impossible to revive. The higher UPS of Kirigakure were slightly uneasy. Why did such a powerful Mokuton ninja suddenly appear? What exactly was going on? This matter must be kept strictly confidential and absolutely cannot be leaked. We are not sure of the enemy's purpose yet. Not long after, news of Mokuton ninja appeared like the wind and spread throughout Ninja World. Chapter 99, The Land of Fire is nothing special. In this wave, Kirigakure suffered a great loss. 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, an average elite superior ninja, was killed to become a commander without an army. Even the last surviving Sukazan Fugyuki was confused, completely unaware of the background of that Su guy. When the news of Mokuton ninja quickly spread to Ninja World, it naturally caused a huge sensation. Su? He knows Mokuton. Who is this guy? The second Mokuton ninja after Senju Hashirama. Investigate. Send a mission to the underground bounty. No matter who it is, as long as you can give me information about Su, the reward will be easy. Oh, Su's true origin? It is said that this guy is like a ghost. He, our bounty hunters have come to big business again. Yes, but remember to be wary of that despicable person called Kakuzu. I heard that he single-handedly defeated 3 of the 4 bounty centers in the country of fire. He even said that he was innocent. I have never seen such a shameless person. Many people had a strong interest in Mokuton ninja. Similarly, many of the higher-ups of the villages naturally suspected that he was related to Konoha. After all, this guy appeared in the country of fire. The last Mokuton followed was Shao-de Hokage. Konoha naturally became the first suspect. No, it can't be Konoha. If they had this kind of power, they would have used it in the war a long time ago. It's impossible for them to only use it on Kirigakure and the others until now. Sandame directly closed the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. If Konoha had Mokuton and a powerhouse like Su, he wouldn't have lost so much in the past 4 years of war. Everyone knew that Mokuton was a weapon to deal with Bijuu. That's interesting. A powerhouse at that level is at least an elite superior ninja. It's impossible for him to appear overnight. Sandame kept thinking. In the end, there was nothing he could do. He could only ask Kitsuki at the front line to pay more attention. On the other side, he continued to issue missions to continue to issue tasks to the Underground Bounty Office. I heard that the continue to issue tasks to the Underground Bounty Office of the Fire Country has been destroyed. This won't do. They must be rebuilt. I am very good at using all external forces. Sandame snorted coldly. The entire ninja world was stirred up by the appearance of Mokuton ninja. When this news reached Konoha, it directly dropped a bomb in the upper echelons of Konoha. Mokyuton? A ninja named Su. Sandaime Hokage immediately looked at Danzo. Instinctively, he suspected that this old friend of his had done something behind his back. Don't look at me like that, Hiruzen. The secret experiment on transplanting the cells of the first generation has long been personally banned by you. A large number of Senju clansmen have died on the experimental platform. How can I touch the cells of the first generation again? Danzo was furious, as if he was furious because he was wronged and accused. Sandaime Hokage retracted his gaze and immediately summoned Yuuji, who was waiting outside. Several higher UPS focused their gazes on Shiranui Yuuji. Yuuji, you are going to the battlefield to support Dua and risk tracking 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. Do you have anything to say? Sandaime Hokage took a few puffs of his pipe, but no emotions could be seen on his face. Yuuji said respectfully, Lord Sandaime, although I chased after 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure out of the anger of Mr. Du's death, they ran too fast. I can't catch up to them. A trace of helplessness appeared on Yuuji's face. At this point, the 4 higher UPS in the office subconsciously frowned and then let go. Indeed. Yuuji was only 13 years old. Even if he could do things far beyond his peers by burning his lifespan with a forbidden technique, his foundation was still insufficient. Chasing 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. Then did you see any traces of that enemy called Su and Mokyuton ninjutsu? Koharu turned around and asked. No, after chasing for a period of time, I could only bring back Mr. Du's corpse. Really? Homura stared at him. Yes, no. Sandaime Hokage was silent for a while. The impact of Mokyuton's appearance was too great. Moreover, it seemed that the guy who controlled Mokyuton was at least an elite superior ninja. This was even more troublesome. I understand, Yuuji, you can leave now. I am sorry about Might Do, but his death has already contributed to the growth of the new generation, and his will be passed down by generation. Sandaime Hokage gestured. Yuuji paused, respectfully agreed, and left the office. Hiruzen, leave this matter to Root. I will definitely find out who that Su is. Danzo said in a deep voice. Sandaime Hokage shook his head. Root, don't interfere in this matter. Anbu will investigate it in secret. Moreover, this might be a conspiracy on Kirigakure's side. Perhaps Root doesn't have any Mokyuton ninjas in the first place. Danzo was angry in his heart, but there was a trace of urgency. However, Sandaime Hokage did not give him the chance to speak. Humph, Mokyuton must be second only to the Western Front. Hiruzen, don't be indecisive. Danzo snorted coldly and walked out of the office with anger. Mokyuton. There was actually someone who controlled Mokyuton faster than him? Damn it, I definitely won't allow it. It seems that I have to urge Orochimaru to end the Western Front war faster and then quickly return to Konoha to do research. Yuuji walked out of the building and turned to look at the majestic building. Then he lowered his head. Mokyuton is really a hot commodity. These higher UPS are too lazy to pay more attention to the dead too. Their minds are full of Mokyuton. A trace of indifference flashed through Yuuji's eyes. Tisk, the greatest effect of Dua opening the gate of death to repel the enemy was to further prove the value of the 8 gates escape armor. Yuuji shook his head. Shao-Dai Hokage's Mokyuton was basically something that only people who possessed Shao-Dai Hokage's cells or God Tree's strength could grasp. Madara, Obito, Zetsu, Yamato, these people all knew Mokyuton. If it was included in the legend, there was also one person who knew Mokyuton, Konohamaru's teammate, the orange-haired brat. As for why she had Mokyuton, the reason was unknown, suspected to have Senju's blood. Apart from that, no one else knew Mokyuton. But now, there was a completely new user, Mokyuton. Moreover, it was not God Tree's branch of Mokyuton, but Plant Godzilla. The confrontation between 2 systems of plants is really interesting. It is enough to make these guys anxious. Yuuji sneered. Now, Might Do was still in the base, unconscious, and the reproduction process was still going on. Yuuji was not sure what Do would become in the end. He was also taking a risk. Yuuji left the Hokage building and went directly to Do's memorial tablet. Yuuji-san, my father died in battle. Guy rushed over and hugged him. I'm sorry, Guy. I was a step too late. Yuuji sighed. No, this has nothing to do with you. If the enemy is an enemy like 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, even if you arrived early, you would not be their match. Guy lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. The others, Kazue, Genma, Ebisu, and Gekao Heiate, all stood silently in front of the memorial tablet. Du died to save us. We will not let him down. We will bear his will. Genma clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, he looked at Yuuji with eyes full of guilt and apology. Ebisu said, those two swords have also been recycled by the village. There's no need to say any more. I know everything. Yuuji interrupted Ebisu. However, his gaze was calm as he looked at this tablet. His father's death was a huge blow to Guy. He began to train like a madman. 8 sets of escape armor. If I cultivate to the extreme, I can fight against an elite like 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. If I cultivate with all my might, I can also become an expert like my father. Guy wiped away his tears and shouted. He decided to run 20 rounds around Konoha, because he also counted Du's share. Is this really okay? Kazue stood beside Yuuji and said in a low voice. Let him vent first. He must face this reality. Yuuji said calmly as he watched Guy leave. He asked casually, how much of the equipment I need? Half of it. Many of the equipment are very difficult to find. As long as you want it, you can get some of it at any time. Well, that's good. Yuuji-san, although it is not appropriate to say such words now, Lord Fugaku wants to invite you to Uchiha's clan through me. Shisui also really hopes that you can go there. A guest. Yuuji pondered for a moment. All right, then I will go. If he was a guest, in principle, he should prepare some gifts. What should he prepare? Fugaku definitely did not lack anything. He could just casually deal with it. Then, he would prepare a set for depressed Shisui. Yuuji pondered. Uchiha's clan had invited him to do something. Could it be that they were also asking about Mokuton? That night, Yuuji went to Uchiha's clan. On the way, he was very familiar with this place. In any case, he had come here more than once or twice. Even Konoha's guards who were patrolling on the road, who should have been watching everyone vigilantly, nodded slightly when they saw Yuuji. Although Yuuji had become Danzo's disciple, he still had feelings for Uchiha. Senior Yuuji, I have been waiting for you. Shisui stood at the door of Fugaku's house and waited respectfully. The moment he saw Yuuji, his eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him. Shisui, have you encountered any problems now? Yuuji looked at Shisui, whose eyes were shining, and felt a little worried. Hey? Why does Senior Yuuji ask this? Masaka, Senior wants to teach me, but he can't take the initiative to speak, because this might make him very arrogant. That's right, it must be like this. Senior Yuuji can write so many shocking articles. His thoughts are higher than mountains, and his wisdom is as deep as the sea. There must be a deep meaning to this. Shisui was filled with respect and suddenly bowed. Senior, I didn't expect that you had already seen through everything. Senior, please share your wisdom with me. After you meet with the patriarch, please teach me. Please. Shisui bowed twice. Shisui, it seems that the problem with you is very big, very big. You are now in a state of confusion. Yuuji became serious. His hand slowly stretched out, as if he was brewing some kind of terrible forbidden technique, with a sense of dignity and solemnity. Yes, confused. I am very confused now. Shisui was excited. His breathing was rapid, and his entire body was trembling slightly. Senior, do you even know this? Is he going to take action to solve the dilemma in my heart? Finally, under Shisui's expectant gaze, Yuuji gave the specially selected gift to Shisui. Shisui, I know that your heart is full of pain, but it is absolutely impossible to be immersed in pain. Not only will this not allow you to solve the problem, but it will also make you fall into a deeper level of despair. This is more difficult than any problem. Yuuji patted Shisui on the shoulder with a solemn expression. He handed a carefully selected book to Shisui solemnly and said, I came in a hurry and only managed to find this book in a roadside bookstore. Although it is not perfect, it means that you must not dislike it, Shisui. No, how can I dislike it? Since it is a work that can catch the eye of Senior, I will definitely study it seriously. Shisui took the book with a trembling face and looked at Yuuji with awe. He stared at Yuuji's back for a long time. He felt that Senior Yuuji's every move was so dignified that it seemed to reveal some deep meaning. After Yuuji's back disappeared, Shisui took a deep breath and looked down at the book in his hand. There were a few big words written on the cover. So postpartum depression care. At the same time. Somewhere in the fire country. Damn it, I already said it. I have never cheated a single cent. I pay attention to my reputation when I do business. I do whatever I give. You are all slandering me. Kakuzu was rejected by the only remaining number 3 bounty office and finally couldn't help but get angry. Wait, Lord Kakuzu, you really don't have to do this. No, I have to do this. I haven't gotten the money for a long time. You bastards who slander me have to pay the price. He dragged a pile of corpses and could not get the reward, which was stinky. Lord Kakuzu, I understand, but you can't just stare at our bounty. The bounty in the neighboring country of Earth is even more lively. Sandame and roots are generous. If you go to the country of fire, the country of Earth, IWA Ninja Village, I will let you go this time. I repeat, I am a man of honor. He wanted to throw away the corpses in his hands, but he was really reluctant to do so, so he simply took them away. Sandame is generous? Humph, the country of fire is nothing special, it might be better to come to the country of Earth to make money. Chapter 100, Reincarnation. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Yuuji, we meet again. Fugaku welcomed Yuuji in. Lord Fugaku, I came in a hurry and didn't know what to bring. I could only casually prepare some. Yuuji placed a scroll on the table. Yuuji is too polite. I don't know what kind of gift it is, but it is specially packed with a seal scroll. Fugaku's expression changed, his face full of praise. It's just an ordinary seal scroll. Don't worry about it. Yuuji waved his hand. In any case, Root had a lot of things like sealing scrolls, so he could just casually take them. Would my Uchiha clan lack a sealing scroll? Fugaku took a deep breath. Yuuji is really humorous. Please have some tea. The two drank together, silent, the atmosphere slightly stiff. Kazue is under the care of Yuuji-kun. If not for Yuuji-kun, she wouldn't have grown so quickly. I heard from Elder Setsuna that Yuuji-kun seemed to have helped Kazue open her eyes. This is all because of Kazue's talent. Yuuji immediately understood. After the return of the clan leader Fugaku, the Uchiha clan finally couldn't hold back and wanted to inquire about the secret of his blood inheritance. Was it really helpful to the Uchiha clan? The ability to attack the human body and destroy the cells of the human body had become more and more well known. There were more and more people among Ninja World who were studying and trying to crack Yuuji's blood inheritance ability. As the strongest genius of Uchiha's family, Kazue, who followed Yuuji, had long been noticed by Setsuna and the other higher UPS. Lord Fugaku, I am Danzo's disciple. Is it really okay for you to ask this? Yuuji placed the teacup on the table. When you accepted my invitation, you already expressed your attitude. Danzo inherited the extreme thoughts of the second Hokage and is full of malice towards our clan. As his disciple, you should naturally lean towards him, but I still want to give it a try. I admit that I have some understanding of Yuuji. As long as you want to, you can act as a bridge between our clan and Konoha. At least it will not worsen the situation in the worst direction. Fugaku said lightly. I can act as a bridge between our clan and Danzo, at least not to the point of worsening the situation. Just like that, they started setting up a lot of bets. Fugaku's wife was Kushina's best friend. When Namikaze Minato went on stage, this clan should be living a lot more comfortably. Fugaku was waiting for Yuuji's response. I have always been very optimistic about the strength of Uchiha's clan. Senior Fugaku, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. In addition, it is better to not expose the power of your eyes at will. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble. Those higher UPS are not like me. Yuuji got up and left without looking back. Fugaku quietly sat in his seat and slowly raised his head. That pair of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared, and fragments of fate began to appear. If I use this pair of eyes, I can see a different scene. In the end, Fugaku stared fixedly at the back of Yuuji, and terrifying eye power shook as he peeped into a corner of the future. He saw a huge dark blue light covering everything. Black was spreading on the ground. But in the next moment, Yuuji, who was leaving, suddenly stopped. Senior Fugaku, your eyes seem to be very interesting. Whoosh! An indescribable giant claw suddenly stretched into Fugaku's field of vision. With a terrifying roar, everything shattered. Ugh! Fugaku covered his eyes in pain as blood flowed down. Senior Fugaku, although I don't care about all forms of fate and future, it is very offensive to stare at my trajectory and observe a corner of fate. With this time, it is better to study Izanagi more. If you don't want that pair of eyes anymore, just come. If there is a next time, I will personally dig them out. Yuuji slowly walked out of Fugaku's house. He did not even have the interest to continue talking to Shisui and left directly. Shua, Shua, Shua. The members of Roots Department silently knelt in front of Yuuji. My lord. Don't ask, go back, Yuuji said lightly. At home, Fugaku was panting heavily and only recovered after a long time. Shiranui Yuuji, who exactly are you? And that giant claw, it was clearly the forbidden technique that imitated Bijuu's outer barrier. Just what is this? This was the first time he had used Mangekyo Sharingan's power, yet this was the result. Patriarch, what happened just now? Why is Senior Yuuji? Shisui pushed open the door with Itaki and entered. There are some things that need to be confirmed. This risk is worth it. I have already won. Even I can't bear it and can distort the power of fate. Itaki, especially you have to get closer to Yuuji in the future. He already understands what I mean. Our clan can be his help. Yuuji walked out of Uchiha's territory and looked up at the sky. Fugaku's eyes successfully attracted his interest. The ability to observe the future, or more accurately, the ability to observe fate, had actually triggered the anti-control of planet Godzilla. The big guy who was half asleep in his body actually sneezed. Planet Godzilla is at least 20,000 years old and has once tied up a complete ecosystem. The information in this is so huge that it is terrifying. Root is not someone that a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan can pry into. It was already good that Fugaku's eyes did not go blind on the spot. Through this time, it was the first time that Yuuji had come into contact with something like fate. As I speculated before, the so-called observation of fate, the so-called prophecy technique, is essentially a kind of use of chakra. As long as there is a place covered by chakra, it can naturally be touched by the chakra itself to achieve the purpose of observation. Using chakra to observe chakra, only chakra can form a connection with chakra. One must know that at that time, Rikudo Sennin also wanted to use chakra to connect with the will of human beings, so that everyone could understand each other. Even the mind and soul can be shared with information through chakra. What's more, it was to observe all the changes and trajectories of other chakra. Although I can't really confirm it, after all, I haven't mastered the forbidden technique of fate, but my conjecture should be more or less correct. Perhaps, the forbidden technique of fate related to the subtle relationship between chakra and natural energy. It seems that I have to find a way to get a Sharingan to test Izanagi. Yuuji silently pondered. At this time, Anbu suddenly appeared. Sandame Hokage Ninja asked him to go to the Hokage building and said that he had an important task for him to carry out. Mount Mayuboku. Fate has changed again. In the main hall, an extremely old toad took a nap before slowly opening its eyes, revealing a deep look of doubt. What's wrong, Great Master? Did you dream of something again? Fukasaku, sage, asked hurriedly. The big toad slowly nodded. Go and call Jiraiya in. This matter is very strange. You must tell him. Soon, Jiraiya was summoned to the main hall. Why are you in such a hurry? Although the war on the Eastern Front is basically over, just in case, I still have to be on guard against the enemy at all times. Jiraiya's expression was solemn. Fate has been changed once again. That terrifying unknown creature broke into fate and tore the original fate into pieces. What is your name again? You have to be responsible for investigating this matter. The big toad sage said. He is Jiraiya, Big Master. Shima sage shouted. Oh, so it is Jiraiya. What is your name? An unknown creature. Jiraiya frowned. The first thing he thought of was Yuuji. The unknown creature that tore up the old and changed everything, could it be Shiranui Yuuji? After the decisive battle in the Eastern Front, Jiraiya would occasionally think and ponder about it. This was not something that could be done by relying on one's own chakra. This meant that Yuuji grasped some kind of extra chakra source. Is it yin seal that is similar to Tsunade, or is there some unknown power sealed in Yuuji's body? Jiraiya scratched his head and felt that it was better to leave this matter to Sandame Hokage, because there was Denzo, the guy who was not easy to deal with, standing behind Yuuji. About the matter of the prophesied child. Jiraiya asked again. Jiraiya, you are the master of the prophesied child. There is no doubt about this, but you need to find out who is the prophesied child. The big toad said. Jiraiya nodded silently. Nagato and Namikaze Minato. Between these two, who was the prophesied child? From the looks of it, it was obvious that Nagato, who had sage's eyes, was more like him. He wondered how he was doing in the rain country. Konoha Yuuji and his team stood in front of Sandaime Hokage, ready to set off. Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja have launched another attack. The situation in the west line is very dangerous. Orochimaru has already led the troops all the way to Kikyu. Sandaime Hokage looked at the three people in front of him and said in a deep voice, Yuuji, I will now officially promote you to superior ninja. You have to lead your team to the western front as soon as possible to support Orochimaru. This battle cannot be lost. If it is necessary, I will also rush to the battlefield. Sandaime Hokage looked at Yuuji with a meaningful gaze. Yuuji nodded solemnly, I understand, Hokage-sama, if necessary, I will use the forbidden technique, for Konoha. Sandaime Hokage nodded with a look of appreciation. He had no doubt about Yuuji's will of fire. I heard that you have a forbidden technique to imitate Bijuu's coat. Yes, Hokage-sama, I was inspired after seeing the coat of the Hakubi, Bijuu. So that's how it is. Is this power stable and controllable? I mean, is it also kinjutsu? Sandaime Hokage stared at him. Yes, it is also my exclusive forbidden technique. The price is greater than that of white-hot light, and it is also more dangerous. If you are careless, you will be devoured. Sandaime Hokage pondered for a moment, thinking about writing this technique into the Book of Seal, but it seemed to be a bit too much. I don't know exactly what source of power you have, but you have to be first in terms of control. Sandaime Hokage pointed out. Yuuji nodded solemnly. If Danzo could guess that there was something in his body, there was no reason for Sandaime Hokage to not guess. After bidding farewell to Sandaime Hokage, Yuuji and his group quickly left Konoha and headed straight for the west line. Naturally, a group of Roots ninjas followed silently as Yuuji's guards. Not only that, but even Uchiha's clan had sent out more than 30 clansmen to follow Yuuji to Kikyo Mountain. Kazue was in charge of leading the group. Iroha, when you arrive at the west line battlefield, you must properly use that eye of yours. Yuuji chuckled as he moved quickly. Yes, Lord Yuuji. This eye of mine will be Lord Yuuji's most capable weapon. Iroha slowly raised his head. Under the mask, his right eye emitted a white luster. Tisk, it's just Byakugan. Kazue let out a cold snort, and the 3 megatama in his left eye kept spinning. If she had found that feeling, the feeling of being able to vaguely condense the 3 megatama together. A mere Byakugan was not worth mentioning. She stared at the defeated opponent who had fought against her in the graduation competition. Iroha remained silent and followed behind Yuuji indifferently. Time passed, and after a full day of running at full speed, Yuuji finally arrived at the last stronghold of the Western Front battlefield, the Kikyu city next to the Kikyu mountain. From all over the country of fire, endless reinforcements were coming one after another. Even the famous and nobles were risking their lives to send their ninjas forces over. If Konoha collapsed, the entire country of fire would be divided up, and they would definitely not have a good time. Many ninjas who were retreating from the west line were also busy in Kikyo. Everyone was tense. Even if they were extremely tired, they were still trying to prepare for the final battle. Uncle Umino, you are still alive. It has been hard on you. After Yuuji confirmed his identity, he directly walked into the camp and met an acquaintance. Damn it, you are still so unlikable. Umino Ikeko was wrapped in bandages. When he saw Yuuji, he heaved a sigh of relief. He walked over and punched Yuuji hard. I heard about your battle achievements at the Eastern Front. You're really amazing. You actually joined forces with Lord Jiraiya. Seeing that you can come, I feel at ease, but I still feel that this battle is very dangerous. Umino Ikeko said in a low voice. He participated in the war at the Western Front, especially from the border of the Fire Country. He was chased all the way to Kikyo City by enemies. Senior Umino, for you to say such words, I actually feel that this battle is secured. Yuuji patted Umino Ikeko's shoulder seriously, feeling extremely gratified. However, in the final battle of the Western Front, Konoha's side had to face the joint attack of Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja, and the strength was far greater than the Eastern Front. Yuuji frowned slightly. The Battle of Kikyo Pass, as long as we win this battle, the Third Ninja World battle will basically end, and the remaining conflicts are nothing more than the aftermath of the 3 battles. Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, and Konoha have 2 cage level who can fight. Tsunade is in the rear, configuring the antidote. Iwa Ninja and Suna Ninja let go of each other this time and joined forces to attack Konohagakure. No matter how I think about it, I feel that this battle will be very troublesome. If I am not careful, I will also be killed. Yuuji shook his head. He went directly to the central tent to meet Orochimaru. After not seeing him for a long time, Orochimaru still had that gloomy and sorrowful personality, but there was still a trace of deep exhaustion hidden within. Ah! Shiranui Yuuji, you bastard, return my sense of taste. Anko stood next to Orochimaru, and as soon as he saw Yuuji, he immediately flew into a rage. Anko, don't be so rude. Be careful, you might get killed by Yuuji. Orochimaru's eyes immediately lit up the moment he saw Yuuji. They finally met again. This kind of terrifying blood limit with great potential. It seems that it is suitable for the technique of immortality that he is gradually perfecting. He, Yuuji, you have worked hard from afar. Do you want to eat snacks? Anko made it for me personally. I can share it with you. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and swung it around.